about QE. You were talking about
No, I'm
Andrew
just
Thomas
talking
Young.
about how mirages
What you're reading
work.
right now, exactly, which is not from Andrew Thomas Young, right? Correct or incorrect?
I didn't say anything about Andrew Thomas Young and mirages.
I'm just talking about how there was just a bait and switch where you was talking about QE and what he was saying about Andrew Thomas Young, which is what I keep trying to point you back to. And then you keep moving it away from that to talk about different mainstream definitions.
No, you were talking about superior mirages and that they're not refraction. And they're not classed as atmospheric refraction. And you said superior mirages are not mirages or something like that, which was crazy.
No, I didn't say that.
Okay, well, what's your contention? Where do we disagree on what a superior mirage is? What's the disagreement?
You're saying that the mainstream says it's atmospheric refraction. I said, cite that. And then you gave me Meteorological Society, and I said, okay, well, within this particular definition, the slight differences that they're talking about is the different temperatures as you go vertically in height. Mm-hmm. So when you're looking horizontally over the curved surface, you're still looking
over a flat surface.
No, see,
there is no curved surface.
Hold up. See, listen, but you're talking about the mainstream definition of what it is. And I'm telling you how that's bullshit, and you're saying no.
You're saying you don't know what causes skunk bay. You said you have no idea what it is, right? I'm saying that the Globers are saying this is what it is.
Not refraction. Okay, that's somebody that said.
Well, but the Globers say it is refraction.
Every time I ask you to cite it,
I did.
And then you do, and then I say, okay, well, that's not refraction because number one, you need a curved surface for that. And you said, no, it's happening over a flat surface. And that exactly, that's
why would you need a curved surface? I showed you it happening over a flat surface.
No. Skunk Bay is happening over the flat earth. That's it.
I know.
So when you say that
sky free and so is the little boat.
When you say that Globers say that that's refraction, I'm saying no, they don't.
Yes, they say it's atmospheric refraction, and you have a change in the refractive index, and that's what causes miraging effects on varying levels. Yes, they do. Talk to a Glober about it if you want. I'm not one.
Yeah, but Andrew Thomas Young is not saying that.
Yes, he is. He specifically says that. He calls it atmospheric.
So cite it.
Okay.
Cite it.
Right. Entire page I already shared called atmospheric refraction, where he explains that it's not the same as Snell's law, but instead you have a smooth gradient
here's the bait and switch again, because I didn't ask you whether it was Snell's law or not.
All right, dude. This is getting boring.
I didn't ask you whether it was Snell's law or not. So don't get into your equivocation bag.
He said that. He said that.
Use my language.
All right, so he says, likewise, the atmosphere doesn't contain distinct separate layers of different refractive index as in Snell's law, right?
Oh my God. What I said was, he didn't say that a superior mirage was refraction. We're looking at a superior mirage. That's a fact.
I didn't say he did. I didn't say he said anything about mirages.
Kind of did. Yeah, you did.
I didn't. No, I didn't.
Yeah, you did.
I didn't say that.
Yeah, you did.
Are we talking about citation from Andrew Thomas Young talking about refraction and the atmosphere?
Well, he keeps changing the topic.
And no, Elijah, I'm not changing any topics.
Okay, so you want me to tell him? Or are you going to just
do it?
So he gave a gift of this boat, right? Which ultimately was a response to something that I said. I can't remember that far back, so let's just start with the gift of this boat.
Vertical gradient.
I said, can Andrew Thomas Young explain this? He said, yes. I said, cite it. He then cites me something from the meteorological.
I didn't say that. No, that didn't happen.
Is this recorded? Oh my! Yes, it did happen.
Yeah, of course it's recorded. I'm not confused, Elijah. You're confused.
So you want to bet that $200?
You can listen back to it if you want to.
Do you want to bet that $200?
I'm not betting you any money. You can just listen back to it. I don't want to take you $200.
This is what happens when they're diversion tactics, because he did say that.
Okay, but it's on recording. It doesn't matter about you keep your $200. I don't need that.
Even if I wasted my time to go back and find it, What good would that do? You just move on.
You're gonna realize that you misspoke just now when you said that I said Andrew Thomas Young said anything about mirages. I'm sure he does say
no. I didn't say you. No. I didn't say. I did not say that. You
relax, dude.
Oh, because I didn't say that.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, that's how I'm gonna feel if somebody's being wormy with my words.
No, I'm not being wormy, dude. It's just getting boring for people listening now, I think, as well.
So what I said was, this boat is a superior mirage. That the effect is happening.
It's not a superior mirage. It's an inferior mirage.
All right, fine. Inferior mirage. I said, but Andrew Thomas Young can't explain that. That's not in his paper.
Who cares what Andrew Thomas Young says?
No, but you said, yes, it is. And then you said
he lives on a bowl.
You just said it. But you just said it. He's lying. Y'all don't hear him?
What? I didn't lie.
Y'all don't hear it. Y'all for real?
I didn't. Play it back if you want. Show me where I lied.
Matter of fact, that's exactly hell
yeah. Do it. Go for it, bro.
It flipped. Everything's flipped.
No. I'm not going to do it now.
I don't have anything to lie about.
I'm going to grab the whole thing and review it later. Don't worry.
Cord, where are you at, brother?
Please do, my friend. Right? I don't have anything against you.
So everything. Look, again, like I'm not asking for quote unquote help. Everybody in the room, either because I don't think I'm delusional. I said this is an superior mirage, inferior mirage, whatever. If I misspoke, it's one of those two. I said that's not refraction. You said, well, the mainstream calls it refraction. I said, well, Andrew Thomas Young, you can't explain that from Andrew Thomas Young. You said, yes, you can. I said, cite it then. And then you gave me something that wasn't Andrew Thomas Young. That's what happened.
What does it matter if it comes from American Meteorological Society?
That this
why does it have to come from Andrew Thomas Young? I didn't say that. Dude, I've not looked. Elijah, I've never looked into what Andrew Thomas Young says about mirages. So I would never have said that I can quote him saying that because I don't care what Andrew Thomas Young says. I'm showing you just what the mainstream.
Andrew Thomas Young could validate that this is refraction.
Why would I say that? I didn't say that.
Oh my God. Yeah, you did.
Dude, I honestly, I swear to God, I didn't say that. I swear on my life right now.
No, you didn't say that specifically right there. You didn't.
Nothing.
You said everything else okay. Swear to God on the other stuff. I want to hear it.
Okay, I didn't say any of the things that you said that I said in the last 10 minutes.
In the last 20, 30 minutes.
Okay, whatever minutes. Any time over this entire conversation. Swear to God. I haven't lied once. I haven't lied once in this entire conversation.
Well, swear to God, like you just did about this particular thing.
I swear on my life. I swear on my life. Okay. I swear to God that I have not said a single lie in this entire conversation. Not one.
Good.
All right.
Yeah, how's this beneficial, guys? Come on. Doesn't seem like we're getting anywhere.
It's I think, John, maybe you missed what happened on QE's Trying to Roast Me show, where I just kept getting muted and Elijah jumped in on QE's side, which I was surprised about, and now we're sort of hashing that out a bit, so which is a good thing. I think it's not a bad thing. But yeah, I think it's kind of done with now. I mean, unless Elijah wants to keep talking about it. Or continue at another time. Oh, he's gone.
Yeah, no.
All right. Well, it's done. It's done. It's done.
Yeah, the time's on the table. Right? Flat versus flat. We got to work it out. And, we can do this more often, honestly. Right?
Yeah.
DJ.
WDJ. Yo. W Elijah.
Can you do me a favor?
Mm-hmm.
Can you go to our home server and can you go to #refraction? You scroll up for me a post by Heretic on the 27th of the 11th, 23, 34 minutes past the hour. It's a copy and pasted argument that QE put out. It's citing Mr. Thomas Young with regards to atmospheric refraction and the 5 atmospheric refracts, the inferior and superior miraging, looming, towering, sinking, stooping, all of those types of things. Just look at the conversation, dude.
Nice. All right, I found refraction. How far do I need to scroll up? Sorry. Oh, heretic. Yeah, I see it.
27th, I think it said. 27th to the 11th, 2023.
Yep. So there are 5 effects of refraction. Number 1, mirage, and then sinking is there, looming. Oh, wow. Well, there we go.
Where's it cited from?
Andrew Thomas Young. Oh, the exact same source. Yep. stsu.edu. ATY. Andrew Thomas Young. His official .edu link. So yeah, I guess he does. He does.
So this actually supports your argument earlier with the other guy who was pointing out that I don't see that distinct miraging taking place at the bottom, right, where there's like inversion or there's mirroring effects going on with the object, right? He's saying it just looks clear. So this supports you in that argument that sinking is not considered a mirage, therefore is not going to have that mirroring effect. Remember that guy you were discussing with earlier?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Now it is now as far as Andrew Thomas Young's concerned, he has more of a a higher standard for defining terms like mirage than other so-called experts, which will just include things like looming and sinking and stooping, etc., into the category of mirage, of it being a mirage. But yeah, he seems a bit more picky about his terminology, it seems.
Yeah. What happens when, and Indio says this a lot, like when you have a look into what the mainstream says about miraging and atmospheric refraction and stuff like that, it's all over the place, right? They can't model it out properly because it varies so much. It's impossible for them to model it, right? And there's so many variables, and quite often it's like this big giant soup of all sorts of different miraging effects and stuff taking place, right? At 3 miles, you might have a temperature gradient that's like, you might have a pocket of hot air, and then at 4 miles, you might have a pocket of cold air, right? And then you might have some like gradient at 5 miles. And then when you're looking out, you're just seeing this big giant soup of all of these different effects. And sometimes you can have like inferior mirage at the bottom of like an oil rig, and then at the top of the oil rig you'll have like this crazy like the opposite effect, because you can have these different bands that have these different temperature gradients. It's near impossible for the globers to make hyper specific observations and claims when they're looking over any like decent distance, right? Because they don't know what's going on between point A and point B. So it completely negates all of their observations, because they haven't accounted for these things, right? If they're saying, oh, look, this thing's 2 inches lower, 7 kilometers away, and that lines up with the globe, right? They didn't account for all of the things that could just make that happen according to their own arguments. So to just cut the conversation off and say it's not refraction, it's Snell's law, and just completely just mute them then, and then just end the conversation, right? They're going to laugh at you, and they're going to leave thinking that they won.
So check this out. So I guess Jedi had found where Andrew Thomas Young says a superior mirage is refraction or atmospheric refraction. Yes,
and sinking and looming as well. But I don't know. I didn't double check the source or anything. It's clearly that's something QE's put in there.
Right. So what I was pointing out to you was what QE took as a citation can still be valid, because the other stuff that Andrew Thomas Young is saying is refraction refers to looking into another layer of air. Like you would have to be within one corridor of air, and then above you or below you there would have to be another corridor. This effect doesn't happen horizontally. So what I'm saying is, when they're talking about refraction and they're talking about a globe, they're talking about looking through the air horizontally, but the air is curved. So that change in density is going to cause the refraction. Now, the object should go up. As a matter of fact, let me post you an image that I have. Now, obviously, in order to depict this, they used a horizontal fake surface, but whatever. Like, so there is a boundary. That's the only way that they can really describe it. But at the end of the day, you would have to be, if you're looking horizontally, there's no change.
So they didn't need to even put a curved surface in here to demonstrate this, because it doesn't really matter.
But if you're trying to explain to a glober that atmospheric refraction is just Skunk Bay, this doesn't work.
That. No, I didn't say that though. Right? That was a straw man that when I was on mute and not able to defend myself, Kiwi was saying that that's what I was saying. I never said that, and I never got a chance to defend myself when he was saying.
Okay, so when we're saying, so what are we when we're okay? So what about the boat? Is that what globers would say atmospheric refraction is? The boat that you posted.
The globers will say what the because they just parrot the mainstream, right? So the mainstream.
Okay, would the mainstream say that the boat you posted was atmospheric refraction?
Yeah, so the globers, there's different types of globers, right? Anti-flat earthers butcher what the mainstream says to try to make it match their ridiculous claims.
I just want one answer. I'm trying to get to an answer.
Okay, what the honest globers say is what the mainstream citations say that I provided, and then what the dishonest globers say, right, is they just completely butcher it, and then they invoke a globe into the situation. And when it starts to come to the 7/6R and stuff, that's when they're begging the question, and they're bringing the R value into their they're trying to say, oh, it's extending the size of the globe essentially to make it so we can see the thing that we're seeing in the distance, which is absolute nonsense. I call them out on that all day long. I'm not granting them any of that crap.
Well, I'm not saying you are, but you, for whatever reason, are missing the point.
I'm not missing the point.
Well, if I'm first of all, if you were ever cool with me and you weren't an op, and I'm always looking at everybody, so, and I'm giving you a point, and I've been giving it to you all day, and you haven't addressed it at all.
Pause. What's the point?
Well, pause for real. The point is, if you're looking horizontally, and we are, you can't couple what they say about atmospheric refraction with that. Now, if you're going to go with what they say about refraction, the one thing you definitely need for the refraction to be taking effect at all is the curved air.
No.
Yeah.
Well, not according to the mainstream. No, that's not even what the mainstream says.
Okay, if it's not curved and you're looking straight, then nothing is happening.
You're looking through, right? Where down lower, the refractive index is different, right? So if you got warm air down lower, right, the gas particles are more spread apart, so you have a lower refractive index, and then it gradually gets higher as the air gets colder, because when the air is cold, right, the gas particles are more compressed, contracted.
We're looking horizontally. I don't get. What am I speaking Spanish?
No, it makes perfect sense, and I demonstrated it on a flat surface for you already with two different. Look, I can show you 100 demonstrations of this right now.
No. Hold on. Okay, I'm not arguing about temperature, inversions and this, that, and the third. But
Yeah, you
what
are.
I'm saying is, no, I'm not. No, I'm not. Why would you
Okay.
say, yeah, I am?
Because you just said it. Looking through a vertical refraction index gradient wouldn't do anything. So yeah, that was exactly your argument.
If you're looking horizontally, yeah,
You're looking
that's
straight
what
through
they're
it. Yeah, so the light that's coming from the light's bouncing off the object, right? And as it's traveling back to you, right? It's
Straight?
going to it's not okay. So it's not going to go straight.
Is it bending? Is it going up? Which way?
It's going to deviate towards the denser medium, right? Just like what happens in Snell's law. Yes.
No,
That's the difference between sinking and looming.
Listen to what I'm no, because it has
Yes.
to pass. It has to pass a boundary. No, it has to pass a boundary. So when you
No,
say
it's
just like in
just
Snell's law, no, it has to pass. Look, dude, even
I can
here
give you an
in the
analogy if you
diagram
like.
I don't want the analogy. Even in the diagram
It's a
that
good
I just,
analogy.
even in the diagram that I just gave, what they're trying to say is that you would be needing to look up, because how could you be looking straight across, like you like the in listen. Matter of fact, look at this diagram. What are they saying? Are they saying the line of sight is up there? Like, how? If you're looking horizontally, how is something that appears horizontally going to, it has to be in your field of view, first of all. That's number one.
It's a pretty crappy diagram, I think, that you've presented.
Okay, why?
It's just like the scaling and stuff, and just the way it's laid out makes it look ridiculous, right?
Okay. But what I'm saying is, if you're looking horizontally, you're 6 feet tall, right? Like, you're looking at something, I don't know, 20, 30 feet tall. Like, there's not much difference in temperature there's not much difference in temperature.
Yeah, look, why? Okay, hold on one second, right? I need you to try to explain one thing to me, okay?
What I'm saying is, whatever is happening, because obviously we see effects looking horizontally, it's not what they're describing here. So when we say, well, the mainstream explains it, no, they don't.
Okay, so why? Okay, so here we have a flat lounge room floor or whatever room it is, okay? And it looks like the blocks sink downward. The only thing that's being adjusted is the temperature. Why do you think the blocks sink downward?
Where'd you post?
Oh, in the side chat. Is it there? 7 minutes after the hour.
Is it a video?
It's like a GIF, yeah. I'll tag you.
Yeah, displacement is taking place.
Okay.
Obviously.
Well,
Which means light's changing direction.
Hold on, it's loading up. Damn it, why is it not loading up?
If it's already maybe I just like reposted it, so it's at also 37 minutes after the hour if you scroll up.
It's taking a little bit to load, but that'll work eventually.
So according to Andrew Thomas Young, in this example, right, if there's no miraging taking place, that would be mirroring then it's not a mirage. If there is, then it has to be a type of mirage. That's how the globe side would explain it. But this is on a flat surface, so I mean, I don't know. If this resembles any type of effects that we see, like it really closely resembles Lake Pontchartrain effect, right? Now, is this exactly what's taking place in Pontchartrain? In that Pontchartrain example, is what's happening here? I don't know. I can't say with any certainty that that's exactly what's taking place. The same conditions producing a similar effect. I can't say that. I don't know.
It just looks the same. That's all. So. And then we can compare that to the bridge example as well, where we look at that bridge railing.
Very similar to that as well, right?
Yeah, like identical.
Is that a mirage? Is it not a mirage? Yeah.
Well,
okay, it's not refraction. That's great. That helps.
Well,
I mean, it's not. I wouldn't call it a mirage, and I wouldn't call it refraction either. But whatever it is, why do we? I mean,
well, we can test it on a small scale.
Whatever it is, I wouldn't be telling someone that the Globers would call this atmospheric refraction. How? First of all, we understand.
Okay, go. Sorry.
We understand this is a demonstration over a flat surface. Mm-hmm. Anybody that lets a Glober say that this is like, no, this demonstration is over a flat surface.
Yeah, all of them are.
I would pick my mouth to exactly. So whatever a Glober says, no, this is atmospheric refraction. Like, no, it's not.
Well, they think it is, right? And it's happening. Whatever's happening is happening over a flat surface, and we can just show the exact same thing happening over a flat surface to completely invalidate their claim that it's happening over that a curved surface is the prerequisite to what we're seeing, right? So we can say, look, here's the exact same thing over a flat surface, right? It's not exclusive to a globe.
I don't know if it's the temperature change. I'm not saying that the temperature change is not what matters. What I'm saying is I don't think the difference between maybe it would, how cold the floor is versus the air that's what. I think it's the air itself. Like, I don't know.
It is. Elijah, exactly, dude. Exactly. But it's the, like when you have a hot path, right? It's the hot path is just heating up the air just above it, right? Or the ocean is cooling down the air just above the surface or heating it up if the water's warmer or cooler than the air above it. And it's making these small changes.
So think about this. You're looking horizontally, right? And what's happening, it's happening in your optical path. It's everything that's happening is happening within your line of sight. There's no such thing as like, I know it's hard to Indio says this all the time. Light doesn't actually bend. It's not bending. Change direction, bending, two different things. But specifically this
deviation. Look, I went over all of this, right, with a Glober, and step by step, all of these things I've explained. Indio came in after I'd finished and congratulated me on how well I explained it, and then put it up on as one of the podcast episodes, which you can check, right? It's probably about 10 episodes back or something. I explained all of this exactly the same way that I'm explaining it now. That's why I was saying, like, most of the flat earthers agree with this. It's QE is sticking to his Snell's law argument, where as soon as QE told me that he picked the Black Swan that had the bendy oil platform on purpose. He said he could have picked a better one than that, but he picked that one on purpose because he wants the Globus to say refraction, and then he can go through this reading out the Snell's law citation and then shut the conversation down. I'm taking a different approach and using what they're claiming and using their own citations and mainstream against them and saying, look, that doesn't explain it. It doesn't explain it at all. It's impossible, right? Right. So when we have this observation that I like to present where we have 21 miles, we can see shoreline to shoreline. There's not even a horizon. The crazy conditions meteorologically you would have to have for their claim of refraction to explain that away, it is literally impossible. I don't know why I got so attacked for this.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, but I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. Because the black swan has to do with the distance to the horizon. This doesn't have anything to do with that. So when Globers bring up refraction, that has nothing to do with the black swan either when they're talking about effects like this. Because effects like this don't move the horizon from where it is to behind what we're looking at. So when they're saying refraction, that's what they mean. They're talking about an increasing of the radius, which you know about, and I keep telling you that that's completely non sequitur to this. So when Globers are talking about refraction, they can't apply that to this. In fact, they don't. They're talking about something else.
Anti-flat earthers are butchering refraction.
But you're saying, yeah, now, but you were arguing me down earlier.
No, we were on the same page.
They're talking about a displacement of the horizon.
Yeah, exactly.
No, I wasn't misunderstanding you. You were misunderstanding me. If you're cool with that.
Okay, all right then. Let's just go with that.
So even if it's a misnomer and you get someone to concede, okay, it's a misnomer. It's not. I can't invoke Snell's law. I'm still saying that light is changing direction through the single medium of air to make the horizon appear displaced, right? So it's presenting a horizon to me that's not in where the physical geometric one should be, right? Like, yeah, I know,
that's not atmospheric refraction.
That's a concession.
That's the thing.
That's not atmospheric refraction. That's what I keep trying to tell you.
I know.
It's a type of refraction according to Andrew Thomas Young. Sorry, bro.
This is at the end of DJ's argument when we go through the atmospheric effects like refraction with miraging, towering, sinking, stooping. We then point out that these are things in reference to the horizon, whether they look stretched or whether they look like they're sinking behind it or reflected around it, for example. These effects don't change the distance to the horizon.
No, but Andrew Thomas Young says that refraction can displace the horizon or give us a more distant horizon, as I've just posted. Refraction considered simply. He's got a whole page on it.
Wow.
He's got O, and H, right? Where it should be O and G, right? That's your geometric. O, observer, G, geometric horizon. He's got H, refracted horizon. It's an arc of light coming off the surface at a further distance than the geometric horizon, reaching your eye in an arc shape, in an arc form, an arc line of sight.
And that's what I was trying to. And that's what I was trying to. That's what I was trying to tell you before.
Sorry, Eli, I can't hear you too well.
I was saying earlier, if you're going to stick with that rhetoric, then the light would be bending up, not down. I was trying to say all this shit, bro, but nobody hear me.
That is the bit that I agree that you were trying to say earlier, where I think that you and DJ were kind of missing. And T-Dub's given the exact diagram of it, right? This is now a curved path of light, continually curving around the surface of the Earth because the surface of the Earth is curving.
So when QE cites one part, so my whole point about the whole QE thing and why he felt, the way he felt was, first of all, citing what he cited, he can take that and run with that. Doesn't mean that everything or even the next sentence that the person says is also true. It doesn't mean that. And QE's been teaching on that himself for a long time. That's not him cherry picking.
Yeah. So it's on the context, right? Elijah, he sent that to me. Hold on a second, dude. No, I said.
Listen to what I'm trying to tell you. Listen to what I'm trying to tell you. You interrupted me the last. You interrupted
because
me
you're
the
wrong
last
right now,
time.
dude.
It doesn't matter if I'm wrong.
Trying to defend QE
It
right
doesn't
now.
matter
When
if
that's the
I'm
way you're
wrong.
trying to
What I'm
defend.
saying is repeating. No, I'm repeating how the conversation went. I'm
No,
not
you
even
missed.
being biased
You
right.
missed the. You missed the.
No, I'm
There
not
was
here
no
to
conversation,
interpret.
bro. There
I'm not
was no
here to interpret.
conversation, right? Remember, I was on mute the whole freaking time, right?
Okay, but you're skirting my point that you damn near
You're
made me
screwing up
forget.
QE's point. You're screwing up QE's point, right? Because he used that as Andrew Thomas Young is telling me that you cannot have a refractive index in the medium of air. That was his gotcha against me in the DMs.
He says that because that's true. So when he contradicts himself in the next sentence or page, in your case, he says, "Look,
he didn't."
How didn't he? How didn't he?
Because what he's trying to express, and he didn't word it very. Maybe Andrew Thomas Young didn't word it very well, and
so when he was contradicting himself, it was just worded poorly. Because that's
not a contradiction. It's not a contradiction so much as it is just a maybe just vague wording, because he goes into detail, specific detail on the other page that he links, right, as to what he's saying specifically. But you can garner from what he's saying.
This is what I'm trying to tell you. This is what I'm trying to tell you. Because look, when you go to the next page, there's a couple of things that you need to consider. So now, because he was talking about over a flat plane, so now here's a few things that you need to consider when he's talking about this. Number one, it's all mathematical. Number two, light rays don't really exist in reality. These are the parts that you're missing. That's also in that document.
All right, those are the contradictions, right?
So I know. So no, I'm. So you're with me now. So, but the point that I'm making is when QE says one part, he cites one part of something, and then Andrew Thomas Young somewhere else says another thing, and you say it's not a contradiction. I'm like, no, yes, it is, because what he's talking about is everything he was talking about on the first page, but except with theoretical light rays bending, and it has nothing to do with what he was talking about on the first page. It's all mathematical.
Okay, I'm going to respond now. Okay, so the only reason I shared the Andrew Thomas Young thing was because this whole thing is over me saying that you can have a refractive index in the medium of air, like a change in it.
Which is mathematical.
Okay, no, I'm finishing. This is what this whole feud is about, dude. Right? Yeah, this is what the whole thing's about. That's the only thing that we disagree on, right? That you can have a refractive index gradient in the medium of air. Right, so when I said that, just like in the screenshot here with my DMs with QE, right, I said you can have a refractive index in the gradient in air, right? And he says, I've heard him say multiple times, you cannot have a refractive index gradient in the medium of air. I've heard him say it a ton of times, right? And this was his smoking gun that he sent to me in response to that, which is showing the first half of the quote, right, completely butchering what Andrew Thomas Young's trying to say on the page about atmospheric. Don't interrupt me, right? Completely butchering it. You're whining while I'm trying to talk.
No,
right?
You're right. You're right. You're trying to defend yourself. Go ahead. I do have a response.
So, that's fine. You can have a response. Okay, so I was saying you can have that, right? So he sent me this, right, saying, and he said, Andrew Thomas Young is whooping your ass right now. And he sent me this quote, right? And it says, right, so he was trying to make out, like in this quote, like Andrew Thomas Young said, you can't have a refractive index gradient in the air. Right, that's not what he was saying at all. Right, he was actually saying the opposite of that, right? He was saying you can have a refractive index gradient, except it's not sharp. Like Snell's law, it's actually a smooth gradient, right? It's a gradual change, a gradient. Okay, so that's all I was trying to say. That's the only reason that I brought up that quote by Andrew Thomas Young, was to show that Andrew Thomas Young wasn't saying that you can't have a refractive index gradient in air. In fact, he has a whole page on atmospheric refraction explaining that that's what it is, right? A refractive index gradient, a gradual smooth change. Go ahead. I wasn't even planning on coming on the show, but I heard him strawmanning all of my points and lying constantly. And I wanted to come in to try to defend myself. I knew I'd get muted constantly, which is why I told him I didn't want to come in the first place. So it wasn't a surprise, but he wouldn't let me freaking defend myself at all. And then Brian kept strawmanning me. He's never even heard me talk.
I heard you.
Okay, appreciate it, Elijah. It's 3:30 a.m. where I'm at. So.
Okay. Good night, or whatever you're saying.
No, I'm just saying, it's getting late for me. So
I can respond then?
Yeah, of course. Go ahead.
Okay. So, Andrew Thomas Young said two things. He said you can't have a refractive index, and then he said you can. Is that? Well, are we caping for him?
No, so he wasn't contradicting himself.
Let's go back to let me just to make sure that I'm not fucking up here. Let me just see what he said specifically.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, likewise, the atmosphere doesn't contain separate layers of different refractive index. Okay. The ray bending produced by a continuous distribution of density is discussed on another page. Yeah, he did ask you what that meant. I'm curious what they mean by that too. Where's this paper at?
Well, there's a sentence there missed out. He says, instead, the change of refractive index with height is both continuous and smooth.
Right, except if you right. So with height is the key word. So if you're looking, so this is what I mean though. Like for whatever reason, the conversation keeps getting muddied. DJ is upset because QE, just cited this part when to tell DJ he shouldn't be using this. This kicks his ass. When from DJ's perspective is like, no, bro. Like if you read the whole citation, he just goes into more detail about what he means about refraction and yada yada yada. I get all that, but when it's just hard for me to follow because when I don't care about people's grievances or arguments. I'm like, okay, but what does the paper say? So it's like, okay, he said that there isn't like separate layers with different refractive indexes, but he's talking about a continuous distribution of density, and I guess that changes with height. And the only thing I kept saying was, what does that have to do with looking horizontally? So when absolutely nothing. So this whole page has absolutely nothing to do with any of our observations in any of the refraction bullshit that they're talking about anyway. I
think mainly that
when he's talking about the refraction, correct me if I'm wrong, is it math? But correct me if I'm wrong.
This is what he's talking about in the article, Elijah.
When he's talking about, I didn't ask you what he is talking about. I asked you if he was talking about what I just asked you if he's talking about. So
not quite, almost.
Okay, so now. What did I just ask?
You said if he's talking about the math. I know what you were talking about. I can't repeat it.
Okay, I had forgot. I'm sorry, I had forgot. But
yeah. You look, man. It's because it's so late. My brain's. We've been talking for so long.
No. You just helped me because I literally forgot. I was making a point, but I had forgot. So my question
looking horizontally.
Well, when he's talking about
gradual change,
when he's talking about not having like refraction have different effects in different layers of the air, he says, however, there's a gradual change or whatever. Mm-hmm. Okay, like at that point he goes into Mathville, doesn't he?
What he's explaining is that it's very easy to model Snell's law out because you have that sharp index gradient. It's very easy to model it out and math it out. But when it comes to the atmosphere, it's very, very difficult because we have so much variance and so many constant changes. And because we also have that smooth gradient, it's very, very difficult to use a particular formula to model it out or anything like that.
So there isn't. So you're saying there? Wait. So what is he showing? So you're telling me how difficult it is. Did he or did he not
show us saying
on the distribution continuous blue page? Whatever. Did he math it or what did he do? Take measurements? What did he do?
There's been tests that have been done. I've got citations for tests that have been done on the refractive index gradient in a single medium by different people, but he's explaining on that particular page how it's very difficult to make an accurate model of it, right? That's consistent because you have so much variance and you don't have those sharp boundary layers, right? And he's just saying it's not like Snell's law, right, which is easy to calculate. It's very, very different to that. And that's why the mainstream has a lot of contradictions. Indio says this all the time. He says that it's very difficult for them to model it.
Does it give an example or a diagram or something? Because if it's the example you gave, then again, that presents the problem I was talking about the light bending away from the normal. Which again has nothing to do with mirages or again any of the observations that we see. Because if that's the diagram that you pull up, the one where the horizon is further, then that has nothing to do with sinking, superior mirages, any of that other stuff anyway. So calling that atmospheric refraction is incorrect if all he means by atmospheric refraction is because of the rays light bending, it's going to be, the horizon is going to appear to be here instead of here. That's not refraction. And that's what QE is saying.
QE is saying that you can't have a refractive index in the medium of air, a refractive index gradient in the medium of air.
Maybe so, but the greater point is what I said.
Okay, but that's not what the argument was about. It's not what he's so pissed at me about.
Maybe so, but the greater point is what I said. Because when he's talking about Snell's law and blah, 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 and whatever, we get into the whole land.
Look, Snell's law just doesn't apply.
The bottom line is, if we're talking about Andrew Thomas Young, and we're talking about the one diagram where it shows a further distance because of light ray bending, that is not what people mean when they say atmospheric refraction, or is it?
What people mean when they say atmospheric refraction is what the definition of atmospheric refraction states. It's just when you have a temperature difference vertically and it changes the refractive index and the light rays will bend towards the denser medium and it will cause things in the distance to displace downward or upward at varying intensities.
And they say that's the reason that the horizon looks further, because ultimately the Earth is being curved to look flat.
Yeah, it depends on the glober, right? If they're being honest or if they're just strawmanning it. It depends if you're talking to if Brenda, for example, will say it's purely Snell's law, and Snell's law explains these observations. It's just total butchery of what they're talking about. And then people like Charlie that know a little bit more about it, right? They'll come in and they'll say what the mainstream citations say because they've actually researched it properly, right? Or then you've got people like Dr. Michael Yelovich, I think that's his name, right? He says that if you can show me any observation that's beyond 8 to 10% further than the geometric horizon, he said that would not be able to be explained by refraction. It just would be impossible. And he said, I would be amazed if you could show me anything, right? And this is a very well-educated guy from the globe side, right? But he's honest. He had no gripe against flat earth. He's not an anti-flat earther. He's not been on Walter Bislan's. He's just going off these mainstream claims. He knows that it would be impossible to have these observations on a globe that we're showing. I got clips from him saying that as well. There's some good clips because the anti-flat earthers have to throw their subject matter experts under the bus.
Yeah, that was great. Any more for any more? Any commentary from the chat? Any more from Eli? Because yeah, that was a good and long convo, which needed to happen.
Probably Duke handling something in the background. That's why.
Yeah, just that superior mirages aren't refraction. I looked at what where were they? There's a couple of definitions here that you posted, yeah, from the what is AMS? Except they're talking about a horizontal surface. So I don't. Are you saying that there's like from the American Meteorological Society that a superior mirage? They're saying that this is refraction? Because where's that part at?
Yep. So they're telling you what atmospheric refraction is and how it works.
Let me see it there.
Yeah, and they'll tell you that, and you can look this up on any other place as well. And it basically says that what mirages are, that list of mirages like sinking and all of that, right? It's all under the category of atmospheric refraction, and it's all caused by varying differences in the vertical temperature gradient, which makes differences in the refractive index, and it's going to cause light to bend up or bend down at different varying levels. No, the temperature. The temperature.
The shape of the temperature.
No,
which is interesting because I did see. No, I am because I'm reading it.
Oh, okay.
So relax. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm relaxed.
The shape of the temperature. That's interesting. Because I guess that's the way that somebody said that earlier. Because there was a diagram where it just showed like little circles. I guess supposed to be representing like bubbles of air of varying heats or something. And I'm like, I could see that. And that seems to be like kind of what this is talking about. What is a
when I was reading over it,
it says density decreases with height, right?
Yeah, density decreases.
So number one, if we're like if we're 1 foot off the surface and we're looking at a horizon that's supposed to be at 0 elevation, right? At 1.2 miles away. Again, QE's point is, what the fuck does that have to do with refraction? Whether people say it is or isn't. Like, that's the way you point that out. How the fuck could that be refraction? 1 foot off the ground, looking 1 mile away at the surface that's a 0 height elevation. Like, where's the refraction at? What are we talking about?
Yeah, so when the light's on its way from the object back to your eyes, it's going to deviate towards the more dense medium on its way back.
See, that's the
right? And that's going to make... Well, that's what the mainstream says happens, right? That's what's in all of the quotes.
I know, but when you look at the diagram, if you look at... Because he's saying it's not like Snell's law, but it is kind of like Snell's law, just different in the sense that you don't need a barrier. But when it comes to, higher density, lower density, which they're trying to say is, the same thing as a barrier or whatever, you're going to have things go towards the denser medium. Listen, and this is why I said that, this is very contradictory, because obviously when they talk about atmospheric refraction and the sun is going through, the light is going through less dense air, right? Less dense air to more dense air to you on the surface. So it's bending down. So if I'm on the surface and the light is originating from the surface and it has to travel horizontally and it's hitting these different layers because it's going horizontally until it hits, because the surface is curving. You can see the diagram. That's the case. So it's only interfacing with less dense air. It's not going to be bending towards the more dense air. It's going to be bending away from the normal.
The temperature is going to be the primary thing that controls the optical density of the air. So you could have warmer, if you have warmer air as a layer close to the surface, right? It's going to bend the opposite direction as if you have a cooler layer of air close to the surface, right? Whether it's on a globe or on a flat surface. That's the difference between sinking or looming. The globers butcher it, right?
So check this out. So if the horizon is ground level, how the hell can light at ground level leave the floor and still end up? You see think about what you're saying, because I understand what you're saying. Well, if I'm looking at something that's like, it's harder to think about with lasers, because it'd be like, okay, well, if the lasers, but we're talking about the horizon, which is supposed to be caused by the floor.
Mm-hmm.
So how could light that's on the floor bend down and reach my eyes?
Yeah, look, their claim, when they're claiming this
I'm just telling you,
on a globe, their claims don't make sense on a globe, right? Like when we're showing the horizon at 10 miles, right? I usually say to them, I'm like, let's do a hypothetical, right? If we remove the air and we're like in a vacuum, you can't deny that the horizon, the physical geometric horizon's at 1.225 miles, right? It has to be there. It's part of the geometry of the globe. Now, all we're going to do is add the air back in, right? And now they're trying to tell us that the bending light is somehow completely hiding that 1.2 mile horizon that has to still be there. It's a physical property that's right there, and that everything in the distance is perfectly bending up and refracting up to the perfect height to completely flatten out the surface. It's the dumbest claim ever. It's their own argument can be used against them to point out how retarded it is.
But that's talking out of both sides of their mouth. They can't both say the surface is bending up and that the rays are bending down. It's one or the other.
They say it's all bending perfectly to make it look flat. It's the craziest, dumbest claim ever. That's what I like to point out, how ridiculous their claim is. Because according to them...
I just like to point out it can't be refraction, because if we're talking about the horizon being refracted, again, how the hell do you have light that's originating from the floor that's beyond an obstruction, mind you, reach your eye? No, that's bullshit. No.
Their globe is bullshit, and when they claim refraction, they're screwing themselves. They're shooting themselves in the foot when they're doing it, because we can tear that apart every single time easily. This is what they claim, right? So when they talk about the K factor, right, they say that standard refraction is 0.13 to 0.17 K factor, which is like 7 to 10% larger globe, basically, right? So when you go to Walter Bisland's and we show them an observation where we can see, like the one we went over the other day with 11.2 mile windmills, you have to slide that K factor from standard refraction all the way up to the end, where it's this crazy K factor. And then if you look up online, you just look up, okay, what actual crazy weather conditions would have to be present to have that K factor of 0.98? It's basically like what they claim is this super rare ducting effect, right? That's near impossible to ever witness. But they say this is what's happening in most of our observations. And to have that, if you look it up, to get that, they'll say that you need this super drastic temperature change from low to high, right? You'd have to have super cool air temperature above the surface of the water, and then it would have to get warm like really, really quickly as you go up in altitude by like 10 degrees or more. I forget the exact amount, but it's impossible for that to be present. It's impossible. So their explanation of the observation being able to be explained by refraction is literally impossible. Like meteorological conditions could never be present, especially with the Dr. John one. We know the air temperature is a certain temperature and the water temperature is a certain temperature, and that's why your perplexity the other night was saying, no, that's impossible, because if you would have almost the same air temperature and water temperature, you can't have that crazy refractive index gradient that's required for them to say refraction explains this, if that makes sense. That's what your Perplexity was saying the other day.
Let's get some W's in the chat. Shout out DJ. Shout out Eli for this interesting flat debate.
I even though we had a bunch of disagreements, Elijah, I appreciate the conversation, man, and I respect you.
Good, yeah, I'm glad to hear that. Let's hope we don't want this to, create any divisions between us, because we're all in the same boat here. Okay, and let's keep it a tight, cohesive unit. Thank you. That's coming from me and Berserk, by the way. We're the most concerned.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I DJ, I just want to start with this. I like you all guys. I mean, I like Nathan Oakley very much, and QE, Wallbusters, and this 24/7 Discord. You can ask. You told me I was there, and it was very painful to hear the infighting. I like you both, DJ and QE. And you can ask Jin, and you can ask Neil and Elijah. Just at the end, in the after show, when the show was over, yeah, I even agreed with Neil, spelled N-E-1-L. I agreed with him when he said that he actually learned from 24/7 Discord more than QE, because it's the explanations were slower and more detailed. I will add to that, more detailed. And I agreed with him, and you can ask Elijah and Jin and Neil. I was almost cooked by Jin because it sounded like it sounded like a criticism to QE. I didn't mean it like that, but then he got the point. Yeah, and I would like to say that a couple of minutes ago, that was a great point which Elijah said. How the hell can the light leave the floor at the level of the floor and reach the eye when someone is on 1 feet? And you also said they are butchering it. They are butchering the refraction law. Right, DJ? You remember? You used the
law. Not the law, but they're butchering what they call atmospheric DJ, refraction. Yeah.
Yeah, but DJ, I think there we all are in agreement. I mean, I'm on both sides. I just wanted to listen why the infighting was there, and it was painful because I don't know if you remember, guys. I am since 2015. And I remember when Nathan Oakley was not as aggressive as he is. He was once on the show of Red Rhetoric. You know, the guy Red Rhetoric, who was very confident in himself and very arrogant, and he muted all the time Nathan Oakley and was swearing all the time, and he was disrespectful to Nathan Oakley and flat earthers. And then at the end, I tried to put it in a concise way, in a short way, concise as possible, and you can ask Jin and Elijah and Neil. What I meant is I also a couple of times expressed my concern why the mods here are so tolerant and respectful to the bowlers, even when they talk a lot of nonsense, and when they are still so disrespectful toward us. So I put it in a sentence as concise as possible, and forgive me for the language that I said. Now that we got the Globers at the bowls, we should squeeze them and not give them.
Squeeze them flat, is what I
said. Squeeze them, Jin added flat, and not let go until they start crying. And we should not allow them playing ground, too much playing ground, so that they derail the topic from the black swan and the observations into gravity and seasons and time zones and the movement of the stars, and the refraction is the same trick they are applying, because you by yourself, DJ, said they are butchering it. It is silly, it is ridiculous. And I agree with Elijah. What the hell has do you really? When I say you, I mean a glober. When a glober comes here and claims that refraction is bending the light, so that I can see the Empire State behind an obstacle, I can see through hills. Really? Are you kidding me? Of course the Glober is not kidding me.
Exactly.
Of course the Globers is not kidding me. The Globers is mocking me, is trolling me, and trolling me hard. And that if QE, if that is the point of QE, that we should shut them down.
Yeah, immediately.
Tell them stick to the ground and prove to us the refraction can never compensate this much 7/6 times radius. And by the way,
I appreciate that sentiment too, but oftentimes that's not how it went. It would go, it's not refraction, here's my citations, that's the end of it, let's shut them up, mute. All right, let's talk about archery and stake and stuff.
That's what I mean.
That's why I roasted him the other day about it because Neil was coming in here basically defending that position. Shut it down. Don't talk about it. Who cares? No, there's extended conversation beyond that. Even if you can demonstrate that it's not refraction, and you can continue on. You can have an extended conversation, and it doesn't have to involve the bending of light through the air or anything like that. It can be about them having to prove that the geometry exists in the first instance. You know, the geometry that they're claiming that light can bend around? Yeah, what about that conversation? How about more conversation? Just because he doesn't want it, just because he thinks there's a numpty and aren't worth talking to, doesn't mean everybody else isn't, and doesn't mean that there isn't a conversation to be had for the audience's sake. And it doesn't have to be dictated by one single paterfamilias of the whole fucking thing, right?
But that's not what the what's your name, bro? That's not what where's he at?
Berserk. Yeah, I think you were talking
That's not what Berserk is saying, and I've shared that sentiment. That's not what I would be saying either. And what we're saying is, I guess QE would be quick to mute, but also, I mean, when he provides a citation and the other person is not providing anything, or what they're providing is non sequitur,
they don't get a chance to, dude.
I don't. That's not my experience. That's all I can tell you. So
I'd like to say something as soon as you finish.
The overall, okay. So at the end of the day, what me and Berserk are saying is, if a person is gonna shit in you, this is the English. If somebody is going to disrespect you, if they ask you a question and you respond, and they don't respond directly to that, like, why are we gracing them with more conversation? Or if they say something is refraction and you're like, listen, this is what the claim is, this is what they're saying about refraction, that can't be, yada, 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 yada. The point is not to let them go on indefinitely not addressing anything you're saying. We're not saying shut them down.
Sorry for interrupting you. Yeah, exactly. Indefinitely. They are going indefinitely, DJ. DJ, you know me. I like you a lot. I like you all, guys. But it is painful to see how the Globers are trolling us. At the end of the day, we should call a spade a spade. They are trolling us. They are not ignorant.
They're not all doing that.
Yeah, I know they are not all doing that, but most of them. Most of them.
Can you count to say something?
Hold on. Yeah. What I was going to say is this, right? When me and Berserk in particular I talk about shutting down, what we actually mean is holding the Glober to his or her points and debunking their points and not allowing them to deviate, which for the most part, it does happen from time to time. You know, they end up trolling us to the point where it goes on a little bit. And that doesn't happen often, even on this server, I'll say that. But that's what we mean by shutting them down, holding them to their claims and exposing the flaws in their claims, which you do. Okay?
Exactly. Sorry, I didn't mean, Sorry, I didn't mean literally shutting down. Yeah.
I know what you meant, Berserk. Like I said, English is your second language, and you do a great job of it. Now I'm just fine-tuning what you were saying, because I know me and you think alike in this respect. Okay? And that's all we're saying. You know, there are times when I've actually come in, I've had to step in, like T-Dub and DJ, and say, well, no, it's like this. You're saying this, and I'm getting muted. Because I came in maybe a little bit too aggressive to those people. But that's coming at the end of a long, exasperated period where I think we've given them too much rope. And they're making fun of us. So I think I had to step in there. And it's happened to me twice where I got muted. I didn't like that. Didn't like that at all. But, of course, you have to wear the hat because I'm part of the team, as it were. That's all. That's all we're saying. Sometimes we need to shut down. And the thing is, the conversation still continues, though. Doesn't shut down the conversation continually. Because you know me, I say, now, ladies and gentlemen, and I give them a rundown of what just happened and the psychology of it all, which we are all doing. And I love that we do that. That's very important. And we keep that going. I'll stop there for now because I don't want it to go on. But thanks anyway.
No problem, Jin. I was just about to joke mute you, but no.
I was going to ask him to repeat. I was going to ask Jin to repeat that because I didn't hear it all.
What a wanker that guy is. But anyway, let's not have any division, is what I'm saying. No need to divide ourselves here. We need to be a cohesive, fighting unit, and that's key.
Yeah, I agree.
Cool, cool. Yeah, we've already mutually removed toxic people, and it will continue to be that way. So, yeah, it's good. We have a great server here. 320,000 people.
Yeah. I'm looking for moderator status, by the way, sooner or later. I'm going to put an application in. All right. Been there 10 years. Been in this not this English hub, but the original 24/7 for a longest of time. I was actually a gold plus. So I'm looking to get all that sorted out. It was removed unfairly. That's an admin thing. Yeah. Look out. New moderator, possibly.
I'll think about it.
Me too.
By the way, I don't know if y'all heard me. I honestly think conversations like this should continue in the way it happened, right? That, like Elijah and DJ, y'all, even though y'all disagreed, y'all were fair with each other. You may have stepped on each other's toes, but you at least gave each other a fair opposing view. And I think this is something that maybe I never see the arena getting used. Maybe we should have flat versus flat arenas, and then bloggers, if they want to come in and listen or whatever, they can, but they just don't have mic privileges. They're not going to interject, and they're not going to derail the conversation.
Good idea.
Question. So, is the air that we all live in, is that one medium?
Yes.
Yes, gas.
Mm-hmm. Technically, yes.
Okay, so haven't we all witnessed in our lives, most of us, objects in the distance or objects being seen, especially through what was clearly like a heated area, right? And we're looking through that heated area of air, and what we see behind it is displaced, not in its normal position. Haven't we all witnessed that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so that means that light. That means hold on. So that means light can be redirected in a single medium. If you agree that air is a single medium, and we all agree we've all witnessed what I just described, then light can be redirected in a single medium. Case closed. The end. So any argument that that purports that light cannot be redirected in a single medium is self-evidently false.
Right, because of course that's what a superior mirage is. It's a reflection. It's just not refraction, though. I said that earlier.
It's that term.
Yeah, I agree. I agree in that point. I agree in that point. I even made. Yeah, I agree in that point. I even made.
I'm just saying because that sounded like that sounded like you wanted to make clear that the redirection of light and air is obvious. I think we all obviously know that. But again, reflection and refraction they're not the same thing, right?
No.
We know reflection happens.
Yes.
Well, reflection is a specific thing, and refraction is a specific thing. However, refraction isn't just one thing, because it's been named one thing, and then it's grown to be a penumbric term, which covers the redirection of light in general. So when someone uses that term generically, and then somebody rebuts them with specificity, then their rebuttal only applies as far as that specificity applies. So if somebody means the general redirection of light, which may or may not be classified as this, that, or the other, because they don't know at the moment, right? When they say refraction, they're not necessarily saying, I'm invoking two medium with a discrete boundary. That's not what they mean. And so to say that this is what you mean and it must be what you mean, and you can only mean this, that's committing the lexical fallacy. It's literally fallacious reasoning to force someone into a meaning that they didn't intend by correcting them with a hyper-specific use of the term.
That is true. That is true. But if someone, I'll say in addition, if someone enters into a conversation and they ask you if it's not premise that I haven't proven, let's say refraction, atmospheric refraction that I'm looking at, then I demand you tell me what it is then. Isn't that kind of the same thing? That's what Globers do to us all the time. Oh, well, if it's not this, then tell me what it is. Am I affirming the consequent then? Right?
Well, I mean, if both parties are looking out into the distance and they're seeing different things on different days, right? And those things are displaced in their field of view, either appearing to be closer, further, or higher or lower in the plane of their view. Like they, if you imagine it's on a piece of paper, it'd be higher on the piece of paper or lower on the piece of paper. And sometimes that's equivalent to being further away because it's higher in your field of view, right?
Ooh,
we all witness those things. We all witness those things, and the only thing that can explain that, there's two options. There's three options. One, your eyes are fucked up, right? That's an obvious option. Two, the physical locations of things are actually changing. Or three, the path of the light is being altered in some manner before it reaches your eye. Those are the only options.
Yeah.
So if somebody shuts down the conversation by saying, it's not refraction, and they don't keep talking about what we're all clearly seeing, which is optical effects, that's a faux pas.
Wait a minute. But, okay, so are you saying, what was the last thing you said? And is the last thing you said equivalent to refraction?
Look, if they mean that refraction is that light can be redirected, then that's what they mean.
No. That's not what you said. Like, what you said was, we all see what we see. And what was the last thing you said?
I don't remember.
I'm sorry. I know. Sometimes we get lost.
Half of the light was being changed.
I remember he said it's either your eyes are fucked up, that you're seeing what you're seeing, or the path is being redirected.
No, that's not what I said at all. Not even close.
Changing distance.
What? That was close. What do you mean?
Yeah.
No, it wasn't. No, that was not even close at all, bro.
It was at least the first and
the middle one. I probably fucked up the middle one, but the last one was that the light path is being redirected.
The second
Let
one
Jedi
was
go.
the distances to objects were actually changing. First one was your eyes were fucked up. Second one was the distance to objects were actually changing. The third one was the path of the light was being changed.
Right. Now, that third point, is that equivalent to refraction at all? Like, is that what you meant? Is that in all instances? Because I know we just agreed no.
Yeah, it is, because refraction has evolved.
Okay, go
The
ahead.
term refraction doesn't mean a condition that is isolated to two distinct media with a discrete boundary and light passing through it. That's not what it means in common
That's not what I'm trying to
parlance.
elicit from you. And I get that.
Okay, well, then I have no idea what you're trying to ask.
Okay, so obviously the answer is no, because if reflection is not refraction, then that is a form of the redirection of light.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm not arguing with you. I'm just saying refraction though. Like I'm not calling a superior mirage or any mirage refraction. Now, if you want to talk about, the look, like the way stuff looks super wavy on a really hot day, I might go for that, because it's I know the stuff isn't actually moving back and forth, and it's not a mirror image, so it's like, okay, you got me. It is what it is. It's waving around. But I thought we called that turbulence, though. Is turbulence refraction?
Yeah, turbulence is just a description of the movement of the medium. So
but is that equivalent to refraction?
So the medium is changing. We can see it. We see it in the Black Swan video, right? So the original Black Swan. When we watch the video, we literally see the turbulence changing. That's why the crane on one side appears to be waving around. That's because the conditions are continually in flux.
Right.
So so that is redirecting the light. I'm hesitating to say refraction because that's obviously not what it is if you apply Snell's law. But the light path is being deviated. We can see it. Don't want the conversation to stop every time somebody says refraction, though.
But it's not Snell's law, nor is it atmospheric refraction. What I mean by that is, if you look
atmospheric. Sorry, Eli, I do apologize.
Yeah, all I'm saying is it's neither of the things we talked about, which was my issue in the beginning. It's not Snell's law. That's cool, but it's also not, the videos and all of the stuff that we can actually observe and see, like what they explain as a mainstream media arm. That's not what we're looking at. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
What they're saying is refraction is not that.
Let's say that's true. What they really mean when they say that is they mean that light can be redirected in the air. That's what they mean. So if you take off refraction and hyper isolate that term, apart from any colloquial or common parlance penumbra, and you say that it must mean a discrete boundary between two distinct medium and light passing through it, and the application of Snell's law. Take that off the table, put it over there on the bench. You're still left with the claim that light can be redirected in the air, and light being redirected in the air is enough of an umbrella term in itself to then say, well, light can just come around and the Earth's still a globe because light's coming around. So by taking refraction off the table, you've accomplished nothing.
Now, in that instance, with regards to the Black Swan, you got one, right? You got one. They've conceded they've conceded the horizon is not in a fixed geometric physical location. And two, now they have the burden of proving that that geometry exists in the first instance. So there is still a discussion to be had beyond that point. Doesn't have to end.
Correct, and you don't even have to go down that road. You could do counterexamples of optical effects that are counterproductive to their point, right? So, for example, boats disappearing from the bottom up. You can get boats disappearing from the bottom up at a very short range. That would be deleterious to their claims of the geometry of the globe, which always goes back to they have to prove the underlying geometry, not present an ad hoc or post hoc rationale as an excuse because there's this umbrella term that light can quote unquote bend or break or move or redirect in the atmosphere, because they're then begging the question. And those conversations are much more interesting, palatable, and entertaining, in my view, than just saying it's not refraction. And when they say, okay, well, then why is the light all wobbly? And then somebody says, well, I don't know, but it's not refraction. Like, nobody's accomplished anything at that point.
But you know, that's not. Yeah, but you know, like, nobody's disagreeing with you.
I'll tell you what I know. I know that type of behavior that I just described has been endorsed and copied and memeified, and also other people yelling at other people for not acting in that manner that I just described. And that's bullshit.
I'll admit, by myself included, by me included, and now I'm anti it.
Yeah, but nobody's saying shut down the conversation. You can go.
No, they are. No, they are saying that. There are people that are saying that. That's not true.
Yeah, there are people that are. There are
Isn't that
people
what
that
happened today?
There are people that are not only saying that, but they're calling for other people to say that to other people and then castigate them if they don't follow suit. And that is unacceptable.
I don't think that's what happened today.
Yeah, I mean, forgive me for being
happening. I don't give a fuck about what happened today. I don't even know what happened today. I'm talking about what's happening for the past years.
I'm trying to talk. I'm talking to you and I'm talking to Jedi. I don't want to. Your point is taken, but also I'm talking to Jedi.
Yeah, and again, forgive me for being ignorant. I haven't watched the show today, but I asked, isn't that what happened today when the conversation was about DJ and DJ was muted? From what I understand, again, I might be ignorant on that, but if DJ was muted, then isn't the conversation being stopped?
I went in initially to see what was going on, because I know last week at some time there was a conversation where somebody mentioned that QE something, and I was like, who gives a fuck about what QE's got to say, or DJ, blah blah blah, do you at the end of the day, something like that. So when I saw that the show was on, I was like, oh, let me go in there, because somebody said that he called it the Land of Misfit Toys 2.0, and I said, oh hells no. So I go in there and I listen for a little bit, and he's critiquing what DJ's saying. I don't see anything wrong with that.
That's absolute bullshit, Elijah. Absolute bullshit, dude. He was bullshitting and lying about every single thing that I said. He was strawmanning every argument and not giving me a chance to respond. I was muted 99% of the time I was in there. Right? That guy is absolutely full of shit and gutless.
Okay. I understand that's how you feel. I had to hear it all day. But from my perspective, QE asked him some pointed questions that I thought were relevant. But he didn't answer directly, kind of in the same way that our conversation wasn't particularly linear the way I would have liked it. But unlike QE, I'm not going to get all pissed like that. So I guess his natural response was, well, if you're not really going to respond to the thing, I don't know. Just watch it for yourself, because obviously I'm giving it some sort of leniency that I guess DJ wouldn't agree with, and I don't want you to just listen to it for yourself, bro.
Bro, at one point he said, "Hey DJ, do you have anything to add?" DJ said one word, mute, and everyone started laughing. All right, if that's not disingenuous, I don't know what it is.
He did OD. I'm not in it. He did OD. But sometimes I think we OD in here too. And I just saw it as the same kind of thing, because there were certain things that DJ said that I wanted to
not we OD. Not we OD in here. Some of you guys do.
I've heard you OD, Radwin. Get the heck out of here. Okay, you're like, what do you mean now?
I mean, this is going to be content Right, it's going to be about what we're talking about. Yeah, myself, over the top sometimes. Yeah, awesome stuff. But what are we actually talking about? And should the conversation continue? If someone's being directly, and I'm only going by what's being said, if somebody's being directly asked to talk and says one word and then gets muted and everybody laughs and he doesn't have the chance to talk, I mean, that's not helping, right?
Now I got to go back and listen again. I don't know if that's initially how it happened.
Yeah, and neither do I. I'm only going on by what everybody else is saying. So I've obviously got to go and watch what happened.
I'm not going to let y'all Jedi mind trick me into re-remembering something that did it. I'm just going to go back and listen to it.
Yeah,
because just in this conversation, I was $200 sure, and I have been wrong once. In the 50 times that I've been right, though, I was $200 sure that you said a couple of times stuff that you said you didn't say, and I'm just following the conversation that we're having, and every time I say something that you said, you're like, I'm not saying that.
All recorded. Yeah, Jedi, you're gonna. Good luck listening to the replay of the show, man.
I mean, I've avoided it because I can only imagine, right? I'm going to feel a certain way about it.
Either you're going to think QE is a piece of crap, or you're going to leave feeling like me, like, he was an asshole, but am I that mad? I don't know.
Bro, you're one of the only people that's going to think
somewhere
like
along the line. I think it's just a term refraction and where people throw it in. I think people are missing context sometimes, especially with DJ, because he speaks about it at quite a well-researched and well-thought-out level. I think maybe what he's saying is being taken out of context sometimes.
However, the same way the conversation just went was this. Okay, for example, and let me see if I could pull up one of the definitions. One of the definitions that talked about continuing density distribution, something. QE was like, all right, what does that mean? He didn't answer it because he was more focused on the fact that Andrew Thomas Young, the QE, had cited a part and left another part out. So that's all I saw. He's seeing it as, QE's cherry picking. I'm seeing it as, no, QE cited the relevant part that he wanted to cite. And
is it the one about the stratification into layers?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, that's. I'm gonna tell you right now, Elijah, that's not gonna go well for whoever is isolating that part, because that's a sentence fragment. Okay, there's a thought that's a continuation, and by isolating it, that's not called cherry picking. That's called taking something out of context exclusively, right? Cutting someone's thought off mid-sentence. Okay, that's a full. Not even close to cherry picking. Cherry picking would be gracious.
Yeah. Should have said that.
I didn't quite follow what you said. Are you saying in regards to Andrew Thomas Young's citation by QE, where the thought isn't finished because there's more to the thought? Is that what you're saying?
Let's see somebody. Y'all are good at this. Put them together. Put together the one that QE posted and the one that y'all saying is missing. I didn't see it.
All right, I got it right here.
Am I being dumb? Is that what's being said?
Yeah. So, I'll explain it again in a second as soon as I can find this.
Yeah, I'm being dumb.
No, you're not being dumb.
Yeah, apologies that I couldn't remember the name of the fallacy and faux pas that is, but it's pretty egregious. Okay, and once I actually formalize it, it's going to be brutal.
That's fine. It's just because I wanted to know what you're referencing.
Okay, so this is what we're referencing.
Real quick, the Sheepdog. Just wanted to say the Sheepdog. Everybody saying like, oh, he had DJ on mute. DJ had me on mute.
Oh, for 30 seconds, right? Because you were trying to do what QE was doing to me at the start of the conversation and strawman me. Right? It's not going to happen.
I never strawmanned you.
Dude, people can listen back to the hours of conversation we had where I wasn't muting you, dude. Right? You were muted for a tiny bit at the start because you tried to pull QE shit on me.
No, you said I tried to strawman you. No, I never did.
You did.
Whatever you're
people
calling,
can listen to it back.
Whatever you're calling QE.
You didn't.
See what you see how he says.
Yeah, I just want to whine. We're trying to go over some
Who cares? Can we talk about the argument instead of some beta?
I was talking. You don't care when I'm getting cut off. You don't care when I'm getting cut off. Like he said what he said. He got to tell everybody that the reason why he muted me, the moment I go to respond, he's talking through me, which is what was happening earlier.
Hold on, I might have made a mistake. I thought you guys were talking about who muted you on a previous show that's not right now.
He just muted me. Like, we were getting into it because I was asking. I told him on the show, well, all good. Love you, man. But I'm just going to ask you the same shit later. Oh, this is the English channel. Sorry for my language. I apologize. I told him I was going to ask him the same stuff later. What did I do? Come here and seek clarity. I told him, well,
did you get the clarity?
Well, the bottom line is you muted me and I'm responding to Sheepdog. I'm like, well, DJ muted me. That wasn't.
You think that's really a false equivalence, right?
You said you were being emotional about how you were just done across the street. And because I'm not even going to tell you why you did it, but
were you able to get your point out in our conversation?
After you muted me and treated me the same way so that you could feel better.
Oh my God, you are a dishonest piece of shit, dude. Right? So I'm going to...
whatever.
That's not what happened?
No, bro. Cool story. Take it to the champagne room, okay?
You're a dishonest piece of shit. You should be banned. Because if I did take you up on that, if you did take me up on that bet, you'd be gone.
Holy crap!
But you didn't take me up on that.
Now we're gonna fight. Keep it going.
Right.
Yeah,
we're not doing this locker room.
But he didn't take the bet. But he didn't take the bet. So he's.
If I was muted like DJ in that chat, I would have done it just for fun, just to get out the rage out of me. But hey, the rest of the combos.
All right, let's get back to the point here. All right, so here's what. Okay, so I said that you can have a difference in the refractive index in a single medium of air. Okay, QE said that's not possible. Okay, and this was his gotcha, right? So he sent me a screenshot with this, and underneath it he put a GIF with a bunch of arrows going into it, someone, and it was like a gotcha, like ha ha ha. Okay, so he's highlighted this little quote from Andrew Thomas Young, right? From Andrew Thomas Young's website. It says the atmosphere does not contain separate layers of refractive index, right? And that's where he cut it off, right? So it doesn't even show the rest of his quote here. So I looked it up straight away, and I'm like, hold on, that's not actually what he said. So if you click a little bit further, right, it says it's actually discussed more on a further page. So this is what Andrew Thomas Young was actually talking about, right? So I'll just bring that up really quickly. 1 second. Right, so this is a citation, right? It's got the link to the full citation of what he actually said. Second, here it is.
See,
no, it's not your turn to talk right now. Oh, sorry.
What do you mean it's not my?
No, you're right, DJ. No, you go ahead. Yeah. I just want to. I want to get in.
Elijah was trying to get in, right? But yeah, okay. All right. So this is what he actually said.
Why can't you just screenshot? Why can't you just screenshot the part that he cut out? Because it sounds like, I'm not saying this is what you're saying, but when I'm hearing what you're saying, where you're saying he left something out, it sounds like he cut off a portion that was there that in his screenshot isn't there. Yes, that's what it sounds like you're saying.
That's exactly what I'm saying, dude.
So can you screenshot? I just want to see the continuation.
Here's the citation, dude. It's right there. It's in the side chat. Okay, so the exact source from Andrew T. Young's Atmospheric Optics says, right, and it says likewise, right? So this is what was in QE's part, right? So it says, Andrew Thomas Young says, likewise, the atmosphere doesn't contain distinct separate layers of different refractive index. That's where QE cut it off, right? Because that fits with his argument, right? But Andrew Thomas Young actually went on to say, instead, the change of refractive index with height is both continuous and smooth, right? And the whole point of this page, if you actually went and read it, right, he's explaining how you can easily calculate Snell's law. And because you don't have those sharp boundary layers, right, you have a continuous refractive index gradient within a single medium. He says it's very difficult to make a model for it. It's very difficult to math it out, unlike Snell's law.
Right, so is that a single sentence? Is the word instead within the sentence to where the first part is linked to the second part by the word instead, Mr. DJ?
Yes.
It is?
Sorry.
This is what I'm looking for.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
So it's one sentence where he's setting up a dichotomy to set up a differentiation between 2 points that requires the entire sentence in order to understand. So to cut off the first part before the word instead, if you do that on purpose and try to say that I'm just putting the part that backs up my point, you don't have a point because you don't have a complete thought from the author. That is disingenuous and would be borderline something that could get you to fail a paper in a college. And it's some other fallacy which I can't remember at the time. But that is a bogus. Oh, okay? That is not scholarship. That is not intelligentsia. That is a lame.
Right, and there's something fishy here. I don't know, because what DJ's posted there, is that from QE? What you posted? What the last thing I posted? Is that from QE?
Yeah, here's the screenshot. Here's the screenshot of the DM.
All right, so I've posted what I get when I search that page. That's calculating atmospheric refraction on the unless this is a different page, but I doubt it. There's sentences missing. That instead part is not in there. Now, has that been updated? Has it been edited? What's the go there? I don't get it. That instead sentence is not in what you've been sent.
Right. How convenient.
The one that DJ posted, it ends with a full stop and it begins with instead, so it's a new sentence, capital I. Just for AI's benefit, it is a new sentence.
Gentlemen, just so we're all aware, this is going to have to end soon. There's new people coming in and out of the room, not being addressed on the actual topic.
God, you know what, man? You're absolutely right. But yeah, being as nobody else is talking, I just wanted to be clear with AI's argument because I was trying to follow along. And if he mentioned that because it was the same sentence, I think if I read DJ's citation correctly, it's a new sentence where it begins with instead, capital I.
Does it follow immediately afterwards?
It's the same thought. I mean, if we're talking about grammatical, it's continuing the same thought because he uses the word instead. It's not this, it's that.
Right. Right. So you need both. You need both in order to have a actual complete thought that the author is intending.
Yeah. I mean, and that's why I was following along with what you said because that's the contention I have. Now that I see this, right? It's the same thought.
Just look what I posted.
Okay.
So That's what DJ's talking about. It does say it there clear as day. Likewise, the atmosphere doesn't contain distinct separate layers of different refractive index. Instead, the change of refractive index with height is both continuous and smooth. But none of that is in what QE has. So I don't know where that's from. I just know where this is from.
Okay,
I mean,
so
because if it was a citation, he would have just typed it out, right? This looks like it's a part of the webpage. I could be wrong.
Almost like he didn't read it properly and realized that there's more to what he was saying, and he thought he had it got you.
Oh, it's on another page, and then the other page, like that's a citation on another page, and when you click that, it goes to this page. Is that what's happening?
Yeah, I don't think that QE. I don't know if he either didn't do his research properly because he didn't actually read the page on atmospheric refraction at all. Otherwise, he would have seen that, right? Or he cherry picked that particular first sentence out of the statement, right? But regardless, right? And Andrew Thomas Young is backing up what I was saying, right? Not what QE was trying to use this quote to tear me a new one or whatever he was trying to do.
No, but he
shot himself in the foot, dude. How are you still defending him right now? You're making yourself look bad.
I'm not defending him. So stop, because what you're doing is making you look weird. I'm not defending him at this point. Look what I just said last. It wasn't really to anybody. But what Andrew Thomas Young is saying is not supporting you, though. That's my point to you. You're focused. Like I keep saying that.
How? What's DJ's point?
Because he's saying what Andrew Thomas Young is saying in the however proves his point. But what Andrew Thomas Young is talking about is a mathematical. What's DJ's point or what's Andrew Thomas Young's point, which he says is his point? Which one?
DJ's point.
Okay, DJ's point is when you're looking at superior mirages and when you're looking at all of these effects, that's what's detailed. That's not what he's detailed.
Never said that. You're freaking lying, dude. I never said that.
Okay, hold on. There's no reason to accuse that, DJ. Just DJ, go ahead and tell us what your point is.
Yep.
He did say that though.
No, I never said that. Why would I say that?
Holy crap!
When I told today, just now, before you came in, AI, we were and I bet him $200. I asked him. I said, okay, so what does superior mirages have to do with refraction? He said, that is what the mainstream would say. I said, but you couldn't explain this boat situation to me because it was a boat GIF with Andrew Thomas Young. He said, yes, he could. It's in the paper. I said, cite it.
No, I didn't say that. I've never looked into what Andrew Thomas Young says about mirages, right? All I looked into with Andrew Thomas Young. Oh, see, now you have to you talk over me while I'm trying to explain myself.
But then you're trying to explain what you know about. No, I'm telling you how the conversation went. I'm not telling you what your knowledge is or isn't.
And all I said it's very easy. Was it broadcast? Get the clip.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, get it, Elijah.
Yes, it was.
Go get the clip if you want to bullshit.
However, that being said, the question I'm asking DJ is, DJ, in regards to Andrew Thomas Young's refraction quote with the instead as a bridge from the completing the thought, what is your point relative to that?
I only posted that because QE had sent me the citation saying that Andrew Thomas Young said that you can't have a refractive index within a single medium. And then I looked it up. I found that was wrong, and that's the only context.
Okay, so this is obviously right. So this would obviously be spurred by you having said sometime in the past that there is a possible of a different refractive index in the same medium.
I came for you because you are the one.
Right?
Yes, exactly.
You're the one I came.
This stemmed from QE saying that you
stop.
Who we got here? Killer sadist. Yeah. Whoa.
Oh my goodness. Awesome. All right. So the point is, DJ, at sometime in the past, you said, correct me if I'm wrong, that there can be a different refractive index in the same medium? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, so this quote, if it says there are not distinct layers of refractive index, but instead a smooth gradient of refractive index, that would mean there's a different refractive index in one location than the other within the same medium. That means this quote would support your point, period.
Mm-hmm.
Unless portion of it was taken out of context and isolated, whether intentionally or not. Do we agree?
Yes.
All right.
Yeah.
It wasn't that hard. I didn't even have to pass FBI school for that one.
That's what it sounded like to me the entire time.
Right. So this quote is clearly being isolated down or truncated down to make a position, whether intentional or not, that Andrew Thomas Young himself doesn't support, being that there's no difference of refractive index in the same medium. Distinct layers, Andrew Thomas Young says no, not distinct layers. So he agrees there. However, the fact that there's no difference at all of the refractive index at different locations in the same medium, Andrew Thomas Young does not agree. He agrees that there is. And if DJ agreed with that, then he agrees with the meaning of the intent of this quote. And therefore, Andrew Thomas Young agrees with DJ and not with whoever else truncated the quote, whether intentional or not. It's that simple.
Case closed?
Pretty much.
I liked it. Closing comments before we really move on?
Nope.
Yeah.
I didn't hear any of that.
The reason I disagreed, is because we're talking about going deeper, right? And so when he's saying it supports what he's saying, it can't. And I already explained this earlier. Because now let's continue reading. Likewise, the atmosphere doesn't contain distinct separate layers of different refractive index. Instead, the change of refractive index with height is both continuous and smooth. What's the next sentence? The ray bending produced by a continuous distribution of density discussed on another page. Now, that part had QE ask him, what does that mean? But we never got there. All I'm saying is, all I'm saying to you now, because I've tried to transcend that, is you can't be agreeing with this, because what he's saying specifically, like if you click on the "There's More" page, then he's talking about ray bending and other mathematical concepts that, when we're looking out into the distance, that has nothing to do with what he's talking about there. If you click on the "There's More" part.
I already explained all this to you earlier, along with citations, right? So he's talking about the light deviating towards the density. The light deviating towards the density refractive index part of the medium, all right? And that's what he's talking about with bending rays, right? I already explained all this to you. Need citations again?
Sorry, a weird question. Is any of his explanations, Andrew Thomas Young's, happening over a sphere?
There is no sphere, of course not.
Right. Okay, so are all of his explanations happening over a horizontal plane, or is the atmosphere curved along with the surface of the Earth?
Nope.
Well, it's obviously not.
Right. I'm
just asking, if we're gonna talk about the rhetoric is saying that it's curved with the Earth. Like, that's why I'm saying you can't agree with that.
My
and I know you don't
didn't say anything about that. Just said that.
So what do you think calculating for ray bending means then? What is it doing?
I just explained it. Do you want me to explain it another time? Right.
What?
So if you have a difference in temperature, you'll have a difference in.
The one that's not understanding AI. What?
Okay, so you've got a flat surface, right? And you've got a change in refractive index.
Is it for me or for him? I'm asking.
Just take the standard definition of refraction, right? Two distinct media and a distinct boundary, right? That boundary could be diagonal, could be vertical, It could even be curved. Right?
But not horizontal.
It could be that too.
Could it? No, it doesn't even matter what it could, like, again, when you click and it's talking, like, here's the introduction of when you click on what he means when he says ray bending. So, calculating ray bending, mirages and other refraction phenomena.
Right.
No. But
what about it? What about it's wrong? What about it's wrong?
Are the result of the bending of rays in the Earth's atmosphere. But how much do rays bend? This page shows how to estimate the bending from simple information on temperature gradients in the lower atmosphere. I'll try to keep it. Let me. Okay.
Have any of the maths got an R in it?
Nope.
I don't think it would matter anyway, because isn't this guy the guy that's famous?
It would.
I know, but as I'm saying, isn't this guy the guy that's famous for saying we do everything on a flat baseline, but we know the Earth is curved, so then we curve it after the fact? Isn't that the same guy?
Andrew Thomas Young. Yeah.
Yes. That's the part that we're talking about. That
right.
I'm saying you can't be agreeing with.
Right. Right. So notice what he said though. He said we take everything, which is the light and the differentiation, and is it going to be redirected towards the denser medium, towards the heat, towards the whatever. So all that still applies, and then the only part that would be false is then wrapping it around the ball. So by agreeing with Andrew Thomas Young that there's a differentiation in the ambient quote unquote air, so I don't offend anyone, they don't get hurt. In the air, how is agreeing with that? I mean, you're agreeing with the fact that he's wrapping it around an assumption of a curve. Those two don't jive.
I know that. That's what I said.
I know you. Yeah, you. The point is that you can separate the two. You can agree with Andrew Thomas Young that light traveling through air can be redirected, and just not agree that it's being redirected around a curve. So I don't see what the issue is.
Right, and just to clear it up for everyone, I just went back to the Wayback Machine. So that page was altered in that section, in that paragraph, November 2022. To add that.
Fucking shit. Really?
Yeah,
wow.
To add that extra line that QE's snapshot doesn't have.
Wow. Wow. Sorry, just to be clear, it adds that extra line that QE doesn't have in 2022.
That sentence that starts with instead, yes.
So it wasn't there before, and you know QE citation came well before that. So where the fuck does that leave us then?
Maybe some miscommunication.
I think so.
Kicked off the server for swearing. Put the passion aside, gentlemen. Focus on the topic, yeah?
Still the topic, flat Earth.
Yeah, man.
Now, what website is this website that this is coming from? Is this Andrew Thomas Young's official website?
Yes.
And his website was altered to update that?
I think if you go on the Wayback Machine and you check the link that I posted that has the full page about atmospheric refraction, it will be the same back then or now, I'm assuming.
No, somebody just told us, like, within the past minute that it had been altered in the 2022.
Yeah, so the screenshot that's taken, right, you have to, it says, like, part of what the page is about, and then if you want to read more about what it's about, it says click here, and that's when you'll actually learn what he's actually talking about right? It's a lot deeper than just one sentence.
Right.
Well,
Correct.
I'll post the two comparisons of the same page, though, okay? Because it was edited. I'll show you.
That's fair, but we also have to consider that exclusions don't necessarily have to be outlaid every time. So what I mean by that is if somebody says distinct refractive layers don't exist, and they simultaneously hold that the refractive index is a smooth gradient, right? They don't have to say that second part for the first part, right? Because the first part is also true, right? It's just not all that they hold.
Well, I'm reading through this paper, man, and the only time differences in density is ever talked about is a change in height, fam, and it tells you how much by meter. So what I've been trying to point out is if we're talking about horizontally, none of this
dude, stop bullshitting with the horizontal.
See, why does he keep it? Every time I want to make a point, it was no. I'm reading,
you keep
so
bullshitting.
I'm just coming to my own determination. It's not me I've been saying this without QE. I've been saying
this. I'm trying to listen to what Elijah's saying, bro.
He's bullshitting.
I'm not. I've been saying this without Q. I've been saying this without QE being here. I've been saying this. I've been had these arguments.
Look, it's a horizontal ray paradox, okay?
What I'm saying is you can't read through this document and it doesn't really support it. It's talking about changes.
Right, but that's fair, but it only applies to horizontal rays. So if the striations are continuously gradient in a vertical manner, so that every rise in horizontal, so you have horizontal level 1, then you go up horizontal level 2, horizontal level 3, raising in altitude, and every level you go up, there's a change, right? So the non-change would only apply if a horizontal ray was traveling horizontally. But we all know that when we see things, we don't see only horizontal rays. We see a whole bunch of diagonal rays, right? So all the diagonal rays would be affected because they'd be crossing multiple differential densities if it was the case that the differential density was changing with altitude.
Top of the mountain, the bottom of the mountain.
Yeah, and like from point A to point B, there's differences. There's differences.
We're talking about
conditions.
Look, Huey's argument, which is I guess why he went after DJ, is about the horizon. When we're talking about what are you talking about? Huey's argument is not about. It's
wasn't about that. No, it wasn't about the horizon.
I'm not talking about y'all's argument today. In general, the Black Swan is about the horizon. The rebuttal to that has been the word refraction. Insert this paper here. If you're going to somehow say that this is answering for the question of where the horizon should be, then this paper is BS.
That's not what he's saying.
What I'm saying is because I heard we heard QE say it, like they're using my arguments and then they're giving them refraction, right? So I'm assuming he's talking about the Black Swan. Okay.
No. QE or DJ?
No, the Black Swan doesn't. Listen, to be fair, the Black Swan doesn't belong to QE. He gave it to the community. It's no longer his. To say it's his.
That's fine. But what
Matthew Learns already went and repeated it, so we don't have to worry about QE anymore.
QE never did it anyway. It's the credit goes to the guy who shot it and explained it all in his video.
Whatever stuff looks like, which is everything we've been talking about, it doesn't move the horizon from in front of something to behind something.
Why is it in front of the oil platform in the White Swan, Elijah?
Let's say that's true. What flat earther has told a glober that they're allowed to use refraction to replace the horizon from here to there? What flat earther has done that?
No, what I'm saying is, if you're going to take this article in context to support your argument as a Glober, that would be hard to do using
which Glober did that?
For example, what's the guy's name? Rumpus, Kosho, what's his name? Zanuck.
And then what happened?
Okay. So
I mean, all three of those guys are basically ancient history. Their arguments happened like 5 years ago.
Right. So let's just act like that this paper has nothing to do with stretching the distance to the horizon, even though we did see a diagram earlier of exactly that.
Yeah.
Like let's act like Eli's crazy and his point is not really clear. Like
that point does exist. You are right. I remember looking at that diagram, and you are correct.
So everything that they're saying about refraction is really ultimately at some point to say that. And that's why a Glober would use this. And what I'm saying is, when you're talking about what you're talking about all of these effects over flat surfaces, this isn't supporting that because it has nothing to do with that. That's what I keep saying. But of course, AI jumped in to say, well, it actually does support his point. I understand it supports that when he said, when QE said, don't say that because you're wrong, because he took something he said, DJ said a long time ago, and then, pulled his old citation. And then I know that that's how that jumped off. I don't understand how it goes from that to anybody saying this supports their argument. Because what this is supporting is exactly what I just said. You said you could separate it. Okay, even if you separate it, it's still talking about it only being in reference to differences of height. But then again, also like QE said, well, shouldn't we see so many different things refracted in a plane at 45 degrees? Maybe, I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. Maybe that's just a proof question like you always says. I don't really know. But I don't see how this supports anybody at all.
No, dude, I'll tell you what we should see. What we should see is when you're looking out at the horizon, it looks like you're looking down rather than looking out. That's what we should see. But we never do.
Here. I agree with that.
You follow me? So like when in art class you learn about horizontal perspective, atmospheric perspective.
That's the second time you said something that I had to explode. Yo, sorry, creation.
Right. So you teach them, hey, if you want to make it look like you're looking down, draw the horizon line high on the page. Right?
Yeah.
And if refraction is coming around to bring the light into your eyes at a different angle, that means that at least sometimes you should be looking out at the horizon and it looks like you're looking down when you're looking straight out. But that never happens. Then my personal favorite is refraction brings everything from around the curve back so you can see it. Okay, well then how come when you see a supersedery observation, you then tell me I can't see the bottom of the object? Why can refraction bring me the top of the object but not the bottom? That's weird.
So look what I just posted in chat.
It could do the bottom if it refracts up or down enough.
What'd you post, Eli?
I'll just read it out.
Cheers.
Is the horizon the curve of the earth? And then this is Wikipedia, of course, but it says in many contexts, especially perspective drawing, the curvature of the earth is disregarded, and the horizon is considered the theoretical line to which points on any horizontal plane converge when projected onto the picture plane as their distance from the observer increases. Of course, an honorable mention is here from Cora. Of course, your horizon is a product of the curvature of the Earth, but it's technically an indirect observation.
Right.
No, it's an observation of something and then an imagination of something else.
Theoretical as well.
So let me ask you. Okay, hold up. Hey, I'm trying to. I'm sorry. Okay, calculating atmospheric refraction. All the discussion above deals with plane surfaces, but Earth isn't flat. To deal with refraction in a curved atmosphere, we have. Does that mean that everything above wasn't atmospheric refraction? I'm just asking. I'm not saying I'm right.
I just don't know why we can't use them as a hostile witness.
And it's without the answers is what made the arguing happen in the first place. I was just asking stuff that I'm not getting answers to.
I just don't know why we can't use them as a hostile witness.
Yeah, that's a really good point, because I think that's what DJ was trying to do in the first instance, right?
Mm-hmm.
Sorry.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, it's mostly when you're talking about this, like these miraging effects or this atmospheric refraction, right? It's referring to close to the surface where you are likely to have this temperature change, right? And that's usually the primary thing that controls that is temperature. Okay, it changes, right? I think if you look into his other page, I don't know if it's called astronomical refraction or something, but just because they say as the density of the air gets lower as you go up, right? It's like a more stable gradient that's controlled by altitude, but when you're down low, it's primarily controlled by temperature. You can look into it, man.
I've been right the whole time, man. I've been right since I was 7 years old.
Not that I'm arguing with that at all. I hate to, I don't know, for whatever reason, I feel like an asshole for asking again. Because I'm ignorant, I'm humble, please help me. See where it says calculating atmospheric refraction? I'm just asking, is everything he said above that, is that characterized also as atmospheric refraction? Because that was the question.
Yeah, so there's a in-depth full page there that I linked where he goes over it all.
Do I have to click it and get the answer myself?
Well, I have to look at what you're talking about, because the page you're talking about isn't the correct page, right? It's not the full page that goes over everything. Best to look at that one. Let me check. Okay, 1 second. I don't know. This is just a random page where it's giving you a little bit, and then you have to click on the link to find out what it's about. Right? This isn't like a page where it's
spread out over a couple of different websites.
Yeah, this is kind of like a click here if you want to learn more about this particular statement, right? And then you go to the page, and he'll explain everything. All right, so I'll put the link.
Atmospheric refraction on plane surfaces above them. I'm assuming that, right?
I'm not sure. I didn't read that particular page.
The hyperfocus is more about like the focus. Elijah is
other than the questions I'd be asking.
The focus, Elijah, is more on the idea that the air that we look out at over horizontally, right, is considered to be one medium. But then when like a high pressure or low pressure system comes in and goes under it, it creates another density layer at that horizontal observation. Even though you're in the same elevation, there is a density change in the medium.
Hold up. Are you saying you're envisioning like some sort of cold front sweeping in
Well, this happens dynamically throughout the day as the sun moves across the earth.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying that's like a vertical, Achilles, slap me if you want. But I would at least, at the very least, say that's a vertical gradient. Like, I mean, it's not. What I'm saying is maybe that's a horizontal gradient where you have, again, the cold air meeting the warm air, and at that point there's so much turbulence that we see what we see, or something.
Maybe,
but I'm
maybe.
not. But I'm not.
That's what DJ is saying is maybe.
But I'm not going to say. But what I'm saying is, I'm not going to jive with you saying it's on top, and then by virtue of light being in the upper layer, because there's a lower layer that's more dense, it's going to start bending down. I'm not jiving with that. Like, there has to be some sort of contact. It makes sense to me that there's contact if there's cold air and hot air, and you're looking in between. And the cold air and the hot air is in between the thing you're looking at. That I could get behind.
Generally speaking, is the warm air closer to the surface or higher up?
Dude,
closer to the surface of the earth, right?
Just tell them, dude. Why do you got to ask them a question?
Okay. Well, I'll say it. So warm air is generally closer to the surface of the earth. The earth is just warm. It's gonna create heat, and heat's gonna rise up from the surface of the earth, right? So that air at the surface of the earth is warmer. As it goes higher up, it becomes more colder. Cold air is more dense than warm air. So when a cold air comes down and swoops in and gets trapped underneath warm air, that cold air in that little pocket is more dense than the warm air that's around it, possibly creating a lens. And then once the light passes through that cold air and comes out the other side and hits that warm air again, it's now going to travel up to the cold air where the more dense medium is, because warm air is less dense than cold air. I'm not saying that's what's happening, but if you go with what Young is telling us, that's what's happening. They're just inverting it on the globe because they need this to explain how it works on the globe. Maybe it's happening the way Young says it's happening, but it's happening on a flat surface. Instead of deflecting downward, all you need is a slight deflection upward, and then all of a sudden it looks like something fell behind the horizon. And it's a gradual change over distance, so it's going to be a slightly curving upward, just like that laser that I showed you several times in the chat. I'm not saying that's what's going on. I'm just saying there might be something there. And when Sky Free, which DJ made this argument several times, when Sky Free gives this observation of opening the door and the cold air comes and sweeps in, it gets trapped, and then it looks like there's a false horizon there. Not saying it's the physical horizon. Maybe it's the apparent horizon that we have all come to know.
As opposed to what?
As opposed to what? As opposed to looking straight out over a vacuum.
Floor. He could have a bad builder and have a curved floor, I guess.
It's true. But they don't demonstrate that because they show at the beginning of the video the objects clearly on a flat surface going out.
Yeah, it wouldn't matter. It wouldn't matter. It wouldn't matter if the floor was curved. Let me explain. So you set your baseline observation. This is what my room looks like now. So I'm looking ahead. Here's the distinction between the floor and not floor. Everything above floor. Let's just call it wall. So you have the color of the floor. Let's call the floor red. The color of the wall. Let's call it yellow. So you have red, and then it gives way to yellow. And so that line appears to be at a certain point near, from where you're standing. You let the cold air in. It's now in a different location in your field of view. The only thing that's changed is you let the cold air in. Now, you didn't change the physical geometry of the room that you're in whatsoever, right? So that thing that you're seeing at that point is obviously optical. Now, if you truly know that you're looking at your floor, obviously you know your floor is a distinct edge, right? Wherever you can't see anymore. Now you could measure your floor whether it's curved or not, right? Because it's within your purview to do that. You have the tools, you could do it.
No, exactly. And you could take the same observation with Skunk Bay. We don't know. Do we even know the conditions? I've never asked this before. But what if it was a windy day that day and there was just gusts of wind cycloning or circulating across the waterfront?
With Skunk Bay, if you look at the proper footage, it's taken from a really long way away, and it's really, I think it's like 4K resolution, right? So when you look at it normally, just say you were standing there looking out, you would hardly see anything happening. Like in the video, you hardly see anything. It's because you're able to zoom right in on that little section that it looks like it's like so drastic. But we got to also remember the tide's coming in and out over the day as well. So that's partly to do with why it does look so drastic. But yeah, we just see a little bit of looming and sinking and, a couple of other things happening, stretching, which is towering, and the opposite of that, which is called stooping. Minor effects.
We even see a little tiny bit left to right wiggle in there. What do you think of that?
There's some wiggle room for sure.
So you're not making 180-degree triangles, folks.
Yeah, we had somebody show us this alleged boat going out and over the horizon, and then right after that, I explained to him how on my local lake, which is a certain size, which can't possibly be affected by a horizon interrupting anything because the horizon would be 3 times greater than the distance of the entire lake. So any objects couldn't possibly be blocked by it. And I said, sometimes I see the boat on the other side disappear from the bottom. Sometimes I see it disappear from the top. Sometimes I see it disappear sideways. Upon which time Elijah was listening, he went back and watched the video the guy just posted, and he said, wait a minute, your boat's disappearing sideways too. Now, this was a boat that was, I believe out in the ocean, far, far away. So the lake that I go to is only about 1,000 feet across. Similar to the size that the girl did the Sky Free video. So you get similar effects. Sometimes as I lower myself in altitude, it does appear that the horizon, quote unquote, or the difference of what I can see of the water's surface versus what's above it, it doesn't seem to be as close or as far on different days, right?
Yeah. And just to add a little more context, DJ, when you're looking out at the object and you have that cold pocket of air trapped, and that's a denser medium than the air above it, right? And then you got the warm air behind it, and it shoots out through the back, and then it goes up towards the colder medium, the colder, denser medium. I mean, that just could be what's going on. They always say that
soup. It's like a soup of all sorts of different ingredients.
Why doesn't it continue to follow the curve of the Earth? Because you would have to have cold air at the surface of the Earth all the way around.
What's up, man?
Yo, what's up?
I posted India's explanation for Skunk Bay. I've been posting it over and over in there. Here it is. You see things like through those turbulence cells, because remember, heat's warming up on the ground, rising and cooling off, up and down into almost like bubbles, if you can imagine it that way. But I can't draw it any clearer than what he did, because that's what I imagine is going on.
Yeah.
And to say that that's exactly what's going on, like I can't say that definitively, but like there's certainly demonstrations out there that support it, and so
Fair.
you know, it's just like when you go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say it's just like blocking a basketball shot, right? Like it's one thing that when they shoot and release the ball and you block it and swat it away. It's another thing to just block them before the ball even gets out of their hand. And so that to me, when you like accept refraction, you welcome refraction, and then you can give a real world demonstration using natural conditions instead of using a sugar water fish tank to give your explanation or pouring water into a bowl to make a key pop up from behind it. Like to me, that gives more credibility to our side, in my opinion. Not that we don't need credibility, because really what they need is a measurement of the Earth in the first instance. If refraction is happening all the time, how the hell do we got, how do we have satellites orbiting Earth if we don't know what the measurement of the radius is?
Well, listen, part of the problem is that people are preconditioned that if they agree to a name term, that they agree to all the baggage that comes along with that term. And they don't have the privilege to then parse out what they mean by what they're saying or the entailments that may or may not be included in that agreement. So, for example, some people are afraid of a term refraction. Some people are afraid of a term gravity. Like when they heard the term gravity, it's like a crucifix to a vampire. Because they think if they concede anything about gravity, then that means they're conceding to the globe paradigm. But rest assured, friends, any conception of gravity can exist and the Earth not be a globe. Because gravity isn't the necessity of globe. Curvature is. Okay? So don't be so afraid when you hear words that you have to shut them down like it's a religious practice, okay? You're able to flesh out conversations without wondering who's looking over your shoulder, critiquing you on whether you agreed or disagreed with this word or that word, okay? We don't run a Gestapo in the flat earth community. Capiche?
Jawohl, Commandant. Jawohl.
Danke.
Has Kraft been in the chat before?
I know of a craft. Is it the same craft? No, never met that craft before. What's up, craft? Is Odette still in here? He was listening earlier.
All right, so now that we've gotten that out of our system, any of that drama type stuff, keep it in the back chats. That was the venting for the day and forever ad infinitum. It's just going to be shut down from this point forward. If you want to talk about the merits of arguments and points, fine, but we're not talking about personalities, drama, and butthurt locker room talk. Move on. Thank you.
I'm going to smack you with the wet towel, AI overlord, and chase you around the locker room.
Gay.
Yeah, gay.
Yeah, let's do a mental exercise. So, if gravity exists, does that mean that water is sticking to a giant ball?
No.
No, water sticks to a lot of stuff.
Okie doke.
Water is very sticky.
Notifications after 6 years of Discord has changed my life just now in one instant. Like I always see like you guys tagging me and stuff, and if I don't click it, which I never do, like it's just gone. I don't know where y'all was talking.
Yup.
And I just realized, holy shit. Ugh, I'm sorry. My bad. Holy shnikes. Uh, notifications. It's all right there. What? I'm so stupid. Oh man.
All those times that we always tell Glovers, look in the chat for the helping stuff.
Is that notifications button always there?
Hey, Elijah,
No.
Elijah, let me blow your mind. You ready?
Yeah.
It's a Mandela effect.
Oh man.
Bro, I just found it too.
Like I know what notifications
See?
mean, right? But I've never, like, why have I never clicked it? I don't. That just makes me feel so stupid.
It simplifies things.
All right. Don't anybody else expose that you've been as dumb as me.
I'm going to randomly start tagging you now, Elijah.
I've already clipped a viral TikTok for you. I've already started sending it out. TikTok viral.
Okay, this is. Yeah.
Creation Bear. I'm just here because I don't want to get fined.
Well, now that you said that, as soon as I figure your address for your IP address, I'm sending you a bill.
What? Sorry, that must be the language barrier. I'm poor in understanding the jokes, but yeah, bro. Everyone knows. No one dares to criticize QE, and in that point, I agree with AI. Yeah, bro. We don't need Gestapo tactics in flat Earth community. You're right, AI. Yeah, I mean, it was not nice and almost unexpected.
Yep. Clearly weren't paying attention, bro. Remember that part where I put a pin in it? Yeah, that was the final say. That wasn't an opportunity for you to have the final say. So I'm going to unmute you, and you're not going to be talking about that topic anymore. Capiche? Hopefully. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Thank you.
Does anybody have any evidence for the curvature of the Earth?
Yellow.
Ah!
Now, let me caveat that with one thing, Berserker. You could talk about it, just not in this forum. Like, go to 24/7 Main, any of the back channels, no worries there, okay?
Just not where
No,
our
no worries,
live
bro. No worries,
streams
bro.
are hanging out, Berserker. YouTube live streams. We don't need to populate that with dumb shit.
No worries, bro.
Thanks.
Yeah. Guillermo La Barrera. Seems a little bit new. An arc. What's up, arc?
All right, friends, I got to go eat some ice cream because I inhaled way too much sawdust today, and I need to do some ice cream therapy.
I do the same thing, dude. Walk too much in the sun today. Talk to too many people. Ice cream therapy.
I should have set up the vacuum and wore a mask and stuff, but we're just gunning it, balls to the wall, milling trim. It's that exterior stuff that it's kind of pressure treated, Australian, New Zealand kind or something. I don't know. After a while, it really stings your nasals.
You'll be talking with an accent soon.
I know, dude. Yeah, it's good stuff. They got like 150 or greater trees down there, and they cut them into long boards with solid board rather than finger joint. It's awesome.
So that's where all the straight ones get sent. We seem to only be able to buy bent and twisted ones at Bunnings here.
Yeah, suckers. Well, dude, see, the problem is though they are great, but it always takes a little extra time in the prep because you got to turn them right side up.
Well, that's not a big deal. You got a 50-50 chance of getting it right.
That's what she said.
All right, ice cream time.
What's your favorite ice cream on the flat Earth?
Vanilla.
Rocky Road.
It's just tough. There is no favorite kind. Everybody's got at least like 3 kinds. Am I right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You're right. Well, mine used to be vanilla till I found a store that served like, because I don't like chocolate. I know, hate on me, booze in the chat, but I found a store that has some fire, like different types.
I'm not a chocolate fan either. I'll tolerate it, but
it's cold.
I got a couple of classics that are my favorite. There was cookies and cream, but there's also pistachio, and then there's also caramel cone. So it's like too many to.
Oh, you're a Ben and Jerry's guy.
No, I definitely love the Ben and Jerry's. It's just it gives me these really weird eye headaches. Oh, something seriously not agreeable for me with that.
Stop coughing it down so quick.
No.
A brain freeze, bro.
No. I'm talking about, what do they call this? It's worse than a migraine. There's nothing you can do, no kind of pain medication you can take. It's the weirdest. I forget what they call them. Anyway,
I think I know what you're talking about.
I forget exactly what it's called, but it would happen. It happens at a certain time of the day. It's weird. It's weird how it happens. But that only happens when you do too much dairy, specifically that ice cream.
All right, here's my list. Butter brown pecan. Let's go down. Maple walnut. Rum raisin. And vanilla. Maybe a seasonal, but yeah, those are fire.
Is it a vision headache or just an eye headache? Like it's actually in the eye. And those are good choices. Yeah.
There we go. It's a cluster headache.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, you can't do nothing about it once it starts. It's a wrap. Something in your body is off, or something.
You're talking about, or you start seeing halos and stuff like that.
No, I didn't see any halos, but I did, tear a lot out of my left eye, and sometimes sound. No, it wasn't sound. It was light. Like, super sensitive to light. But it's not migraines. Like, migraines, you could take some medicine, you wake up, and you could be all right. This is the kind of pain that you take medicine, it doesn't help. You if you can manage to go to sleep, you wake up and it's just as bad as when you went to sleep. Mm-hmm. It's the worst headache in the world.
It's not about drinking water. It's not like, yeah, I've had those before where you just like literally have to sleep like half the day with it.
Yep. Not that that's any better. It's just, what else are you going to do?
Right. It's the only thing that actually does anything for it too. Like 8 hours of sleep isn't going to cut it. It's just something else going on. Although I stopped getting those headaches, I stopped getting migraines when I stopped using fluoride toothpaste. I use Hello toothpaste, in case you're wondering. But yeah, no, I put in my chat. I put in the chat cookie dough, sherbet, like any orange or lemon sherbet, and then strawberry. Sometimes I get a craving for strawberry. I don't know. Did you hear me earlier, Elijah, when I was talking about like how the Globers argue celestial navigation? I'm sure you remember those arguments where they draw a tangent to the horizon and extend the tangent past the horizon. Every time I bring up this argument, the whole room goes silent.
No, I was actually talking to you. Sorry, I was on mute. I was like, yeah, as a matter of fact, like, it's funny because that song I did, Truth Comes to Light, the rap one, it begins with a clip from FED and Ed Masto, but his name was Ed Masto at the time. He says, nobody claims that what you're viewing when you at the horizon is the geometric horizon. But that's total BS. Like you said, you can clearly see them like making claims by drawing tangents to the point on the sphere in orthographic view, from which they would say this is where the building is, and this is how this is the horizon, so this is how much is hidden, and yada yada yada. Like, yeah, I remember all that.
And they make the argument for celestial navigation that the flat baseline of the triangle is the tangent to the horizon and extends past the horizon, right?
That's what they say, but it's stupid because there is no tangent to the horizon. Right. Like when you correct for how high you are above sea level, and then you know, I guess whatever the math is, mathematically you put yourself. I don't even know how that works. As a matter of fact, now I'm starting to question everything based on this conversation. I'm not taking anything for granted, but I'm just saying
it's up for review.
I'm just saying if their whole point is to get effectively to the surface of the water, there is no horizon.
Right.
At that point.
Right. Well, so just to briefly explain the portion of it, like I understand what you're saying because like the elevation height above the surface of the Earth correlates with the dip angle to the horizon when you're doing celestial navigation. I had a Marine explain it to me. He was a former U.S. Marine. He said like the bubble sextant just removes the dip angle, so who gives a shit?
Right.
But the funny thing was, so here's the thing that just dawned on me the other day. So when they claim their argument of drawing a tangent to the geometric horizon, here's the problem with that. That horizon that you're looking at out in the distance is refracted for them. So then that means their tangent is to the refracted horizon, which is further than the geometric horizon, which means now that their tangent is curving around the curve of the Earth also. So now you have another curved baseline. So their celestial navigation is debunked again.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. You're not using like the actual measured distance to the horizon.
Nope.
Yeah.
Yep. Nope. Yeah, I'm just basically what I'm learning to do.
You know what they say? They said it's only 1 degree. But let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question though. When you're looking, let's say you're at the beach, right? Let's just say you knew exactly where 1.2 miles was from 1 foot elevation. Like you could just correct your eyes to 1.2 miles.
Okay.
And
Imagination land.
And then you move your eyeballs to where the horizon is in the Black Swan.
Uh-huh.
How many degrees is that?
I don't know.
Did that make sense? Like look at this. Look at this whole field of view right here, where the like 3 miles damn near takes up half of my field of view. Well, the bottom half of the field of view. Half of the bottom half of my field of view. I messed that up. I hope y'all know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, no, I understand with vision and how perspective works. I get what you're saying. That's why I'm gonna throw the Black Swan up just so we can have the discussion. Here we go. It is now up. So like what you're saying is like if you could look at the water and say like where the base of 9.41 is, there's like a little dark line where there's a wave or something like that. Maybe that's the 1.22 miles. What's the angle between that and where the horizon is at? That's a lot, man.
Right? Like, I'm just saying.
That's a lot.
Like, they're like, oh, it's just a degree of difference. My first response to that was like, what? So 60 miles? Is that what you're saying? But like, instead, I'm looking at this and I'm like, well, and I don't know. I mean, I don't know.
No, I'm looking at the same, and just based on perspective, right? Because like the angle comes to you. It's not an angle that you can measure orthogonally or anything like that. So that angle is actually quite big. Like if you map that out orthogonally, it'd probably be a lot more than 1 degree, but you'd have to do it to scale. I get what you're saying. I do get what you're saying. I think Sasha has a pretty good point when he makes his arguments is the horizon is 6 to 7 times further than it's supposed to be.
Yeah, they say like 1 degree, 60 miles. Like you wouldn't really see a difference. Like first of all, I could definitely see the difference between like at least somewhere in the vicinity of where I would assume 1.2 miles is and where the horizon is at. Like that's a huge difference. That's not minuscule. Like where I can't obviously I can tell the difference between 1 mile away or 1.2 miles away and way back there. Like it's not a minuscule difference field of view.
What makes it even more interesting is if you just change your elevation of height and still look at that 1.2 miles versus that 10 miles or 12 miles or whatever you want to call it all the way out. Like if you go up 100 feet, that's a huge angle, right? So, I mean, I don't know, man. 10 miles is a huge difference. 50,000 feet. 52,000. We're not talking about inches. You know, they like to make a degree seem like it's an inch or a half of an inch or a quarter of an inch. And that's just not the case. Oh, 1 degree is just a little tiny thing on a protractor.
I mean, but what does that have to do with it? I mean, it's not like visually that the horizon jumped 1 inch up on, you know, I don't know. None of this shit. Excuse my language. But.
My thing, Elijah, and I don't know if you still talk about it in this sense, but like, lately, since I've come to terms with like how perspective works, there's no way that we will ever understand how to look at anything in a Euclidean or orthogonal view. We are only always ever looking in perspective. We can't see it any other way. So when you draw it out on a piece of paper orthogonally, it doesn't align with reality. I don't know if that makes sense to you. And you're on mute if you're trying to talk. Oh, sorry, no, you're good. I'm trying to look in the audience and see who's in here. It's all of us. Berserker, I really appreciate you making that gift for me, man.
You're welcome, brother. Anytime.
The gifts are easy to make. They're just, it consume time. How do you make them? I make them in
software.
Oh, you got software? I can make them in PowerPoint.
No, I make them with it. No, I didn't know that.
Yeah,
but I got a good software. Which can convert videos into GIFs, and I can also cut scenes to make it short. Yeah,
you did a good job. It was really good quality, man. It's very clear.
Thanks, brother. Thanks.
For sure. Hey, y'all want to see a? You want to see a funny GIF?
Which one?
Hold on, I might get it. There you go. It's on the side chat.
Yeah, I saw that once, and I wondered how can someone do that? How did you do that? Nice.
He owned it once he got caught. He owned it. Oh, I do it all the time.
Did you do that with PowerPoint?
No, I didn't do it. Somebody else made it. But I've made GIFs in PowerPoint. Here, I'll show you a GIF that I made in PowerPoint.
Okay.
Bear with me. I got to go over these and look at them. Like I made this one in PowerPoint.
Wait. Who's that? Oh, Greg. Yeah. At the flat Earth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go. This new one that I just put in at 44 past the hour, I made that one in PowerPoint.
Nice.
I saved that as soon as it hit the streets.
Flat smack.
I mean, you think about it, right? Like, so I apologize for the English people. I'm just saying this for context. There's a phrase that some people say whenever somebody's like being belligerent, and what they say is they're taking the piss, right? And so if you're taking the piss, you're just basically like getting all your aggression out and not really caring about what's going on around you and everything. And so that's what this guy's doing. He's taking the piss, and then while he's taking the piss, his entire globe gets flat smacked.
What the hell?
He thought it was about him. It's about the object in question. I'll show you another one. I made a few of them.
There you have it. The proof for gravity.
Yeah, when they say, how does gravity work on the flat Earth? I'm like, well, the Earth is flat, so gravity works. It really makes them mad. Well, but how? Like, just because you created somebody, not you, but somebody created a mathematical equation that used the radius value to explain why things fall down at an average of 9.8 meters per second squared, doesn't mean that there's a radius value. And there could be another explanation for why there seems to be this awkwardness of possible downward bias, but it doesn't happen with all things. Like Jedi said earlier, like gas is just going to fill the available space. That's what gases do.
Yeah.
I've made some good gifts over the years. Throw down a couple of them. Here, how about this one? It's not a gift, but it's one of my memes.
Nice. Yeah, Victoon. With his 3 horizons. Oh, God.
Here's another one.
You're cool, Sheepdog.
Appreciate it.
You're welcome. I don't get it. Did you hear the conversation? I don't get where I went wrong. I agreed with AI.
Oh,
and he
no.
No.
It was just that the conversation was over about what happened earlier, and if we're going to have this in a further discussion, you see those two YouTube.
I was there. I was there all the time.
No. Do you see those two YouTube bots up there at the top?
Yeah, I see them. Yeah.
Yeah, when those are in the room, like we can't have that conversation anymore because, and so it's about, taking care of our family and everything, right? If you want to have that conversation, just don't do it.
But weren't we on stream when we talked all the time?
Well, this whole thing was on stream. Yeah. No, this whole thing was on stream, and honestly, it was a great opportunity for DJ to get his point of view out, and we'll just leave it at that. Like that's pretty much all it was just that.
But we were all the time on stream, right?
Yeah, and we'll have another conversation. Yeah, but you got to remember too, like, okay, so Elijah, DJ, AI, they're moderators, senior moderators over in the 24/7 server. So they're OGs, man. Like, they know their shit, and it's only fair to let them, do what they got to do. And all we can do is just, make sure that no bad blood is going on, and once it's done, it's done. And like, honestly, did you hear what I said earlier? Did you hear what I said earlier? I said,
you didn't talk a lot, and you saw me also all the time.
No. This is what I'm talking about, though, Berserker. This is what I'm talking about. So that conversation that happened earlier, not before I started talking, the conversation that was going on with Elijah and DJ. So what I'm thinking is I think this is a great opportunity for us, like in our home server. We got a place called the Arena. And I think we ought to have like a true, serious discussion in that arena, and we should make it an event. And let's fill up the house and let's have a big conversation in front of a large audience. And
I'll second that all day long.
But at the same time, but it doesn't need to happen anymore right here because there's too much nitpicking and bickering going on, and it needs to be better organized, in my opinion.
Second that all day long. That's why we built the arena. And I'm talking about everyone from 24/7 as we...
Yeah, I look forward to it, man. I think that's a perfect example of what should go on in the arena.
Yeah, Sheepdog, you saw me. I came with Elijah and Jin. And I didn't say anything as long as Elijah and DJ were, debating or discussing. Yeah, I was just in the background.
Yeah, no, that's fine. But then after that conversation ended, AI said no more, and then you brought it up again, and that's why AI got upset.
Oh, okay. I must have missed that. Okay, yeah.
And that's why he said, you must have missed when I said this, so I'm saying it again. Don't bring it up. But it's all good, man. It's all in the past, and there's plenty of other things to talk about, Like, I got the memes. Did you see my last meme? That's old school, bro.
I also wanted to say I must have missed something. Okay, but it must be the language barrier. And from time to time, I was DMing the other guys in the background. I must have missed that. Anyhow.
Yeah, no, you're fine, you're fine.
I just want to say, look, it's not a crime, okay? We are not in some kind of. I'm in Europe. I'm in Europe. You're in the United States. I mean.
That's fine. That's not the point. I must
be allowed to say. I must be allowed to say, even when we are on stream. It's very it's like talking from above. That's not nice. You know what I mean? I mean, I can answer him, but I have respect from myself without you telling me or anyone else. I know that he is elder. Yeah, I know. That's why to.
Don't take it personal. I was there in your shoes too. The more you're around us, and the more that you get involved in the conversation, and I know there's a language barrier, but don't worry about it. Sasha interjects himself all the time. Miguel interjects himself all the time. There's people that have language barriers that interject all the time, and they still are afforded the respect, but that's because they've been around for a while, and we give them courtesy. They're just as much of a man or a woman as you are or I am. So we're not going to like completely cut that off, but it just, you give it some time, man. It took me, I think about 3 months ago is when I finally started getting a little bit of respect. But regardless, it's that's like 3 years, 3.5 years.
How do you think the conversation went? Honestly,
how do I think it went?
Were you listening between me and DJ?
I think it went well. I think DJ muting you, it like gave the wrong appearance right off the bat. I understood why he did it, but then he never did that ever again. And then for the times that y'all walked on each other, y'all had you tried to like assert yourself, but at the same time, y'all were both very courteous and you afforded each other opportunities to speak. Is that how you felt about it, or do you feel a different?
Well, I mean,
from an outside person,
I guess what I'm looking for, what I'm asking about is like, because we both couldn't have made sense. So who made sense? Could we both have made sense?
I think DJ is making sense. I think because it's a new subject conversation to you, it didn't really make a whole lot of sense.
Why would you think it's a new conversation when I originally shared all of these Andrew Thomas Young links with the server? And I'm explaining to him, because he's talking about the part that QE cut off, and I'm explaining to him that no, you can't separate, what this is talking about with a flat earth, because specifically right here, if you keep reading the part that you said was cut off, they're talking about specifically raised bending, which we know are not possible. This is not describing in any way the effects that we're seeing. Can't be. And he would not concede to that.
Well, you're using Andrew Thomas Young as an example for the globe, right?
Well, no.
Because that's what Glover's uses. Andrew Thomas Young, they use his refraction, his gradient refraction, as an example for why we see too far on a curved Earth, and so because that entire thing is based off of explaining the way the globe says. But what DJ was doing was he was picking specific parts of the thing that made sense, but maybe it's not happening on a globe, maybe it's happening on a flat Earth, and that's why the horizon appears to move back and forth day to day, season to season.
Yeah, but the except in the Andrew Thomas Young paper, nor in matter of fact, in Andrew Thomas Young's paper, it is giving a diagram where, saying that there's an observer that sees a further horizon. But there's nothing in the document that's substantiating that.
Right. No, like it even goes on to say that they treat it as a flat Earth, and then they use refraction and then bend it around the globe.
But that's not happening. But what DJ?
That's not happening. Instead, what if they're using a flat Earth? There's refraction, and the refraction is why things seem to disappear bottom up.
Yeah, but they're saying that refraction, they're detailing what it is to describe something that we don't see. That's the point.
Well, so we know that the horizon is a apparent location, right? The apparent location where the sky meets that Earth.
Yeah.
So it cannot be physical.
Okay.
But optics can give the illusion of physicality, correct?
So this is what he said that I lied about. I said that the little boat image, it being a superior mirage. Maybe I said that because I said it a couple of times. And he corrected me and said an inferior mirage, and I said, right. I said, that's not refraction, nor is it what Glover's claim atmospheric refraction. And then I said, like, Andrew Thomas Young can't explain this. And he said, yes, he can, or yes, it does, something to that effect. And then I said, cite it. Now, later on in the conversation, he said he never said that. Now, you were listening to the conversation. Am I misremembering how the conversation went?
Maybe there were instances where he said like one thing.
No, I'm talking about something very specific. I was very clear. Now, the only thing that could adjudicate this is the audio. Unfortunately, it seems like that part of the audio is not recorded.
That was the part that was cut off because it was uploading and getting ready for the new thing.
Yep.
Super unfortunate. But it's been a while now, so now like it's kind of faded into my memory and everything. But for the general conversation, he was just trying to use Andrew Thomas Young as a hostile witness. He wasn't saying that the diagram is how things work. That's what Globers use. They use diagrams and mathematical expressions to explain how things work. What he was saying is that there's I'd have to get the quote exactly in order to figure it out, but maybe you can help me out. He was saying that there was there were conditions that made it very difficult for him to pinpoint exactly how this would work. And if I'm not mistaken, I'm like paraphrasing now, but like it's because of the dynamic system and environment that the Earth has. It's not as easy as Snell's law, where you have two physical, like different mediums. You constantly have, and now I'm expanding on something DJ said, but he didn't say this part, where like when the air, like you were talking about earlier, the turbulence of the air mixing together, hot and cold, and if cold air gets trapped towards the surface of the Earth underneath a layer of hot air, that's where I jumped in and said there could be the change in medium. And as you're looking through that cold air medium, like there's no curve of the Earth for the light to bend downward, so you're just looking straight through that ball of cold air, and then as soon as your line of sight, the light pops out through the back end of that cold air density. Then because it's warm air, it's going to start to gradually lift up as it moves through the back of the medium, and that's where you get that gradual rise, like I showed with the laser.
So when you said, maybe I didn't know a lot about this, yeah, everything that you're describing, that's not what's described in Andrew Thomas Young's, because Andrew Thomas Young is elevation dependent. So the change depends on the changes through elevation. And they give you an example. Matter of fact, Jedi gave an example of a mountain, like the bottom of a mountain and the top of a mountain. But that has nothing to do with what you're saying. So when you say
because it's hot air at the bottom.
What I'm saying is what's in Andrew Thomas, but what's in Andrew Thomas Young's paper is not talking about what you're talking about. Looking horizontally and then having a cold pocket in front of a warm pocket or something like that. That's not what this paper is describing at all. That's why I kept asking him to cite it.
I know, but he's talking about there being atmospheric refraction. That's what Andrew Thomas Young was going into detail. Now, maybe he was doing a poor job of explaining it, but he needed it.
For one thing and apply it to something else. Like you can't, that's like taking a Glover's argument and applying it to some sort of flat earth argument. No, we would never do that in any other scenario. You can't do that.
I'm just holding him to as a hostile witness is all I'm doing.
As a hostile witness, though, he's not saying what you're saying. You can't, because you can't cite within what you're saying from Andrew Thomas Young. You can't. So he said he never said he could, but he did. And you're saying, yeah, he can. It's in there. So he said, no, he didn't say that. And yeah, he could. You're saying, yeah, he could. I'm saying cite it because it's not in there. And I know it's not in there.
All right.
Because when they start going deeper, right, and they start talking, that's when they start talking about this mathematical concept with light rays bending and all of that. And, they might have some equations for heat in relation to the light ray. I don't know how it will go, but that's not what you guys are talking about. Maybe I don't get it. I don't know. What do you think, Berserker?
Okay, I'm unmuted. I was typing. I'm sure you heard it. Yeah, I mean, what should I say? It's better I refrain from saying anything because we are on stream. But
all right, sure. Maybe we're doing too much.
No, it's okay. It's okay. It's no problem. I mean, yeah, I told him. You saw Overlord. Overlord muted me for 30 seconds to unmute me after making it clear to me that I should show him that I agree that he's the boss here, and he unmuted me, and I said the only thing I said is okay, bro. And someone else said something else. I think it was Radwin, previously called Radwin. He said also something that I should not talk this bullshit here on stream. And I told the other guy, no worries, bro. That was what I said because that was what they wanted to hear. They have the mute button. If I would disagree, I will get muted, maybe banned. Yeah, that's why I DM'd, actually even DM'd to DJ. I told him I might leave the flat earth because it's not worth it. Because if Air Lord thinks he's a tough guy, I don't want to go berserk on him because next time that will happen. That's why I will leave it. Yeah, it's better. I'm not his child. I'm 58 and I've seen hell on earth. Okay, so if this guy if he thinks he's tough just because
I was really more asking about what I was talking about.
Yeah, it was not fair. It was not fair. If I'm allowed to say it is not fair. But I agree that
the part where, like, specifically we're talking about.
Yeah, I saw how DJ told you that will not work here for you. And I'm still a good friend with DJ. That's why I talked about the whole thing with him, even a couple of minutes ago. And yeah, that was, I have to say that was not nice. I mean, how he muted you at the beginning after telling you that would not work with, because then he's doing the same thing which QE did with him. And I told DJ, I told him that was not nice that QE muted him. Yeah, only after one word, after DJ saying one word in each sentence got muted. To be fair, you cannot know what the guy is trying to say without hearing more than one word from a sentence. But then DJ did the same to you and muted you. Yeah, that was If this was what you were referring to, I suppose.
No, more so just the with the whole Andrew Thomas Young conversation. Me saying that he said that the information in Andrew Thomas Young's paper can support what the observation is with the early vote. And I said, cite it. And he was like, cite what? And yada yada, same thing that he was doing on the QE show. He was saying things, and then we're like, okay, he's like, well, I cite what? Like, it was very weird.
Yeah, bro, how many thousand words have you exchanged concerning this topic when you were talking for about 1 hour or two? I mean, yeah, I could not have kept all the words in my mind like a recorder, right? But that is the point which I was making, where I agreed with you. This is what happens. No one is guilty of everything from the flat earthers. It's all the fault, or it's all because of the globers. This is what happens when we let them derail us from a simple observation which has destroyed the globe, which is the black swan, and go and indulge in what is refraction and what the sun is doing and the stars are doing. And yeah, you get what I mean? This is what happens. Then we talk about nonsense, instead of sticking to the black swan and the horizon behind the oil rig. Am I addressing?
To AI's point, like we kind of do people service. Like when they think that.
Yeah, bro. You remember we were. Sorry for interrupting you, but you remember we were on QE's show, and you have seen. I was just watching, and it was painful for me that both are flat earthers, DJ and QE, and they were going at each other. Yeah. But you remember we said we will go back, and we came together here, me and you and Jen, and you remember that I kept myself in the background. I didn't say anything, and you were discussing with DJ.
Why did you feel like that was necessary to interrupt? What was the point?
Sorry.
What's the point? Okay, I remember.
Can you say that?
I remember. What's the point?
Can you say that again? What do you mean? What's the point?
You asked me if I remembered how you stuck to the back and didn't say anything. Okay, you disrupted me to say that. What's your point?
You mean I interrupted you now to say that?
I was literally talking, and you was like, "I'm sorry to interrupt." And then that's what you said, and I was like, "And I'm asking you, what's your point?"
Yeah, I wanted to say I didn't want to interrupt you both, and we came from the other server, to try to solve this infight, which
what does that got to do with what I was saying?
Okay, just go ahead and say what you wanted to say.
I can't even remember, dog. Because what the hell?
Yeah, bro. That's a problem. I can't also remember why.
Yeah, but you just
I did interrupt you
about something that was totally not related to what I was talking about. So I don't get it.
Yeah, bro. Sorry if I did that. I also lost my chain of thoughts, but that's what I meant. This is what happens when one gets derailed and digressed into another subject. I think that was what we agreed upon.
Okay.
That we are letting the globers Go ahead.
To be fair, like example of AI, who like when Globers think that only the leading edge of the sphere can make things disappear bottom up. Like we're not just out here talking about refraction and whatnot. Like, but the conversation doesn't end when a globe earther says refraction. We show them things like things disappearing can't be curved and things like that. Like, so I get all that. You don't have to cut somebody off. You can do them a service by going further. And there are other avenues other than, saying you don't know what refraction is.
Yeah, sometimes your audio is not that clear, but I think I got the point. But the end was to go into other avenues. I didn't get that. Can you repeat that, please?
Yeah, I'm just saying AI is an example of how, and he gave an example of how other ways that you can keep the conversation going that'll be helpful to a global.
Oh, I
Like
get it.
showing
Okay, I get it. Okay, I get it. Yeah, I get it. Okay, I get it. But everyone, yeah, I get it. Okay, where he mentioned other rooms in the server where we can talk about that. Okay, yeah, but I said nothing else than agreeing with AI. I think the only thing which I missed, which Sheepdog pointed out, that AI ended the discussion by saying we will not talk about it. Yeah, but so I must have missed that, which meant that I opened the topic again, having missed what AI said about that. But nevertheless, that doesn't give him the right to talk like from above, and that he has more worth, and someone else is like a child. He's talking to a child. No thanks. Look, but Earth is not the topic of the life, and yeah, and no one needs it. This is my opinion. I don't need it when I get treated like a child, where I'm sure AI is younger than me. No thanks. There's no excuse for his behavior. Okay, I will say it openly, and I will say it in the stream. I agreed with AI that he referred to the behavior of Q as Gestapo tactics, and I agreed with AI that we don't need Gestapo tactics in the community, flat Earth community. So where did I go wrong? Just because I missed that he closed the topic, and then he talks like, "Yeah, I will meet you 30 seconds." And I'm the boss here, and when I unmute you, I have to hear that you agree with that. I'm the boss, and he unmuted me, and I told him, okay, no problems. Just to de-escalate, to avoid escalation. But it was over for me then, because this is, I think, the third time from him. And I don't need to know him, but he doesn't know me too. And I don't care how tough he thinks he is.
It's not about being tough. Hey, what's up, A7?
Yeah, it is about that. For him, it is about that. You can hear it in his voice.
Not Berserker.
You can hear it.
We've got a new person in this room.
Yeah, you can hear it in his voice.
Hello, what's up?
How are you doing, dude?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm good, man. What brings you over to this particular room?
I'm here for practicing English, really.
Practicing what?
For practicing English.
Okay, all right. How long have you been speaking English?
For 4 years, but not consistently.
Your English is quite good.
Yeah, it's pretty good, man.
Yeah, my level here in English is B2, or actually B1 plus, but B2 in written English.
Well done, sir. Well done. Do you understand many people with different British accents quite easily?
British, British is a little bit hard, but it's okay. I understand, still understand. But I have never talked to someone Scottish or Irish.
Well
he
done,
understands everybody that speaks English except for the English.
You have an ear for the conversation, obviously. Well done.
No, I understand people from all over the world. Indians. I understand Indians. I do understand the Indians.
No, I'm actually giving old dude a hard time because he's English, and it's funny because everybody's like, "Oh, I can't understand your English," and it's like, but they're the owners of the language.
Well, what do you mean I'm English? I am not English. Thank you very much. I was born there, but that's as far as it goes.
See what I mean?
I love you, bro.
Guys, I did say I understand British English, but it is a little bit hard.
No, you did good.
Bit. Just a little bit.
What are you most comfortable with about English? Do you is it mostly talking about like things that go on around like the home and the community, or do you understand how to like different tools and things like that? Like, what's the extent of your English?
Yeah, home and community, and work
and home and community. What about math and science?
And some
do you
soft
understand
skills.
Words in math and science?
Oh yeah, I'm studying engineering now. I'm in grade. I'm level 4. Level 3.
Okay.
Level 3. Sorry. I'm studying mechatronics engineering currently, so I understand the mathematical and engineering definitions. So
awesome. You came to the right place then, man. Because we love talking about geometry and science.
Yeah. So what do you do? Are you studying, or are you a doctor right now?
We're always studying every day.
Yeah. I know.
Much to learn about
once
every
you stop
day.
learning, you start dying.
Yeah, because everything's geometry and science, right? Like that's what engineering is, right?
Yeah.
Occasionally, you get some algebra and some calculus. You got to figure out some variables, but for the most part, it's all about straight lines, curved lines, and then using the scientific method to test things, right, that we see in reality.
Yeah, I see.
Okay. Right.
I use some equations right now to solve some social skills.
I got an equation for you.
Yeah, give me.
Have you ever heard of the equation C equals 2 pi r?
C equals 2 pi r?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's it's for the circles. المحيط ما أعرفش. I don't know how to say المحيط in English.
That's okay. It's for the circumference of a circle. The perimeter of a circle.
Yeah.
So, can I ask you a question? You sound like you probably have heard this equation before, correct?
Yeah.
So, if the equation C equals 2 pi r is correct, can you solve for C? Can you solve for C without knowing r?
Can I solve the C without knowing r?
Yes.
C equals 2 pi r. No, I cannot. I have two variables with one equations. I need one extra equation to solve the two variables.
Right on, man. And then if you can you solve for r without knowing C?
Can I solve r without knowing the C?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
You have to know one of them to solve for the other one, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. So what about living on Earth? Do you think the Earth is a ball, or do you think it's flat?
Yeah. I think it's a ball.
Okay. All right.
Do you think it's a ball or flat?
Oh, I know it's flat.
You know, Earth is flat.
Yeah, there's no measurable curvature.
How could Earth be flat? Could you convince me with the flat Earth?
Yeah. So if the surface of the Earth is not curving, then the surface of the Earth must be what?
So sorry.
So just kind of asking a question, right, to see if you understand. Like when I say that I know the Earth is flat. So if the surface of the Earth is not curving, then the surface of the Earth must be what?
If the surface of the Earth is not curving,
Mm-hmm.
if not curving, it could be any shape.
Is flat a shape?
If the surface of the Earth is not curving, so it could be any shape, like triangle.
Is flat a shape?
Triangle, square.
Is flat a shape?
Yeah.
If I told you to draw me the shape of flat,
No, not really.
What would you draw?
Not really. Not really.
Okay. So when we talk about whether the Earth,
not really a flat shape.
Right. When we talk about the surface of the Earth not curving and the surface of the Earth being flat, yes, if you have curvature, it eventually will turn all the way into a sphere or a circle, because a curved line will just continue to curve if you extend it in the same rate of curvature that it's at. But a straight line will not, correct?
But you know, if the Earth is flat, we will still see the sun and the moon.
Why?
All day, all time.
Why would we see them?
Because the Earth is flat.
How far away do you think the sun and the moon are?
It depends on your theory.
Well, it's not a theory, right? Like, so what we're doing is we're looking at the surface of the Earth, particularly water, right? Because if I fill up a cup of water, the surface of the water in that cup is what? Flat or curved?
I'm sorry?
If I fill up a cup of water, the surface of the water in the cup is flat or curved?
It's flat.
If I fill up a bathtub, is the surface of that water flat or curved?
You know, there's an experiment were done in Mississippi. I don't know the exact place, but they grab a flag which is drawn with the lines, contains some lines, and they put it in a boat, and the boat sailed away, and they looked in a scope, so they got the lines are disappeared. Some lines.
Right.
Not all.
But if you take a screenshot of that video, you'll notice that the horizon is behind the boat.
The horizons?
Yeah. It's not in front of it, it's behind it.
I don't know what horizons mean, actually.
Oh, okay. Well, you can look it up if you want. But
I looked up.
The definition of it, it's the apparent location where the sky and the earth meet.
I understand.
So it's not a physical location. It's just when you look out horizontally, you'll see the sky, which is air. It's a different medium. And then you'll see water or earth. And that location where the sky and the earth meet That's the horizon.
I know. But I want to tell you something that the Earth's curvature is approximately 8 inches per square mile of distance.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So,
do you know what that means?
Do you know what that means?
At 10 miles, how much curvature should there be?
10 miles should be 80.
No. You got to do 10 times 10. You got 10 squared, right? Because it's 8 inches per mile squared.
No. It's the rate is 8 inches per square mile.
Right. So 10 miles squared. 10 miles squared because it's a square mile, right? So 10 squared times 8. So what's 10 squared? What's 10 squared?
13.
What is 10 squared equal?
64.
10 times 10 is 100.
10 times 10. I'm sorry, I thought it 8 times 8.
Right. It's not 8 inches squared. It's miles squared. So at 1 mile, it's 1 squared is 1. That's 8 inches. At 2 miles squared, it's 4 times 8. That's 32 inches. At 3 miles, it's 72 inches.
I'm sorry,
then you keep going out further and further and further.
Can I ask you,
hold on.
Okay.
What is my major?
Yeah.
I have life experience, man. I was a paramedic for 14 years. I served in the U.S. Army for 3.5 years. I worked on oil rigs for 6 years as a mud engineer.
As a model engineer?
Yeah.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah. Now I'm doing sales. So at 10 miles, 10 times 10 is 100. 10 squared is 100. Times 8, that's 800. 800 divided by 12, because it's 12 inches, right? In a foot. 800 inches divided by 12 inches makes 66 feet and 8 inches of curve. So 66.6 feet of curvature. So when you look out over water, right, anything beyond the horizon 10 miles past it should be blocked by the physical geometric horizon by 66 feet. Right?
Unless there's any kind of like distortion from the atmosphere.
Oh, by the way, if you look in the side chat, old dude was very kindly enough to put the boat that you're talking about with the lines. If you look, where's the water? Where is the water at behind the boat? Is it behind it or in front of it? The horizon.
The camera is in front of the boat. How could you see the
camera is in front of it, but the water line is behind the boat, right?
The water line behind the boat?
Yeah, the line where the sky and the water seem to meet.
You know where the river this where is the river they did the experiment in?
I don't remember the name of it. But anyway, you never answered my question earlier.
I'm sorry about
if I fill up the water.
Why people are fixing the chat, not talking with us?
They're letting me and you talk one-on-one. Did you want other people to talk with you?
It's okay. I'm fine.
Okay. Like, I don't mind. I can let somebody else. I can let you talk to somebody else if you don't like talking to me.
I'm not
walk you through some logic.
No. I have no problem with talking with you, but I'm a little bit asking. I'm asking why they are taking in the chat.
Oh, they're sharing information with you. Some people also interact in the chat so that way they don't interrupt our conversation. It's just a courtesy. You don't have to pay attention to the chat entirely, but they do post observations in the chat, so that way you can follow along with the evidence whenever me and you are having this conversation. So, this is not the first time we've had this conversation. So what happens is as one person is having the conversation with someone new, there's usually 2, 3, 4 other people in the chat, putting pictures and videos and links in the chat to help with the conversation. So that way there's evidence to back up the conversation that we're having right now.
Yeah, okay.
Does the flat Earth model say anything about the age of the Earth, or just its shape?
Flat's not a shape.
Flat isn't a shape?
Flat is not a shape. Draw flat.
Probably draw you like a disc.
Why would you draw a disc? Why not a square?
It's flat on the z-axis.
Why not a triangle? Why not a pentagon?
You could draw any of those, they'd be flat on the z-axis.
Why not an octagon?
You could draw any of them.
This could be the UFC, bro.
Yeah, so this is kind of non-responsive, right? So like flat can obviously be like true of a set of shapes and still be something about the shape of a thing.
Draw the shape of a lake.
Draw the shape of a lake? I mean, which lake?
Any lake.
Okay, can I post you a
tell you what, I'll give you a specific lake. Go look up the Lake Texoma on the border of Texas and Oklahoma and draw the shape of Lake Texoma.
It seems like a long exercise, but I'll post you a picture of the shape. Here's an example of the shape. It's the blue thing you see here in the pop-out. Oh, I can't post links in here.
Now draw the Lake Maracaibo in Venezuela. That is over 300 kilometers from the Caribbean Sea, and is sea level from the Caribbean Sea towards 300 miles inland into Venezuela.
Right, so the answer to my question is a no?
The answer of your question is that there's no curvature.
That wasn't my question. All right, what question are you answering when you say there's no curvature?
Yeah, flat is in a shape, so you can have flat and round things. You can have, you said the disc, remember? So round and flat.
Dude, you're having an ESL moment. Like this, like obviously.
I'm doing this because you interrupted another conversation. You interrupted other people talking.
No, I didn't. The conversation wasn't interrupted. The person explicitly said they wanted other people to be able to jump in, and they both said they were okay with that. Then I jumped in.
Okay, so what is your question? Go ahead.
I didn't say it was okay for you to jump in. I asked him if he wanted to talk to somebody else. And you just interjected yourself.
He asked you, is it okay for other people to jump in? And you said yes.
All right, let's move on. What is your question?
I was having a one-on-one conversation with him.
It was very explicitly not a one-on-one conversation. Stop playing the victim.
No, you just took this as an opportunity to open your big fat mouth, dude.
Do you have like an answer to the question or not?
Yeah, the Earth is flat.
Was the question, is the Earth flat?
The Earth is
flat. It's not curving.
Yeah, what do you think the question was?
To be found anywhere.
All right, that's great. What do you think the question was?
Now who's interjecting who?
It's very strange. For Gimsy, you seem to think that I interrupted somebody else's conversation. Sounds like you're interrupting mine and Sheepdog's conversation. Me and Sheepdog didn't say that you could jump in.
You never said Sheepdog.
Sheepdog and A7 Med did say that I could jump in.
You never said Sheepdog. Answer my question. And you replied to me when I spoke.
Gravity made him fall out.
That's rude of you to kick me. You should apologize.
Why is it rude to kick you?
You should apologize.
I wasn't talking to you. You just interjected yourself.
Well, you just interjected.
We weren't having a conversation.
After there was a huge amount of dead air, you spoke to me. I don't have arguments against you, so I'm just going to panic and kick you.
So what is the question again? Are you going to repeat it?
I thought you said that you answered it, but it seems like you didn't pay attention to it.
So what is it?
Question is just, do you have a view on the age of the Earth?
What does that matter?
That's an unknown.
So that's to say no from you, Jimsy. And Sheepdog, instead of answering my question,
that's a no for you as well, because you don't know the age of the Earth.
Why does your question matter? Why does your question matter?
The age of the Earth.
Why does it matter if it matters, Sheepdog?
Nobody knows the age of the Earth. You don't.
Right, Jimsy, I don't know what you're talking about. You're like very clearly not understanding what's going on here.
You don't know the age of the Earth, so why are you asking anybody in here? Everybody's clueless about the age of the Earth. Nobody knows.
Matthew is actually giving me something that definitely is an answer. Hi.
Oh, Matthew had like God's revelation.
No.
God told him
not
how
really
old it
touch on
is.
the age of the Earth. It's very fair there. The reason I ask is just because it seems like a lot of flat earthers promote their belief in flat Earth because they think that it is entailed.
Oh, this is about people in here. It's not about the topic. It's not about your questions.
I'm going to ask people what their view is on that too, because I want to see a broader picture of their world model, as opposed to just like one random aspect.
There is no model for reality.
There's no model.
Yeah, reality is not a model, dude.
I didn't say reality was a model.
Yeah, you don't need a model.
You want a flat Earth model?
When did I say that reality?
Flat Earth is reality. There's no model for reality.
What did I say that you're contradicting when you say reality isn't a model?
It's not.
I said reality has no model.
If I said that's the house of my friend, you wouldn't be like, your friend's not a house.
That's completely non sequitur.
Right, it would be completely non sequitur, which is why it was completely non sequitur, and you did that when I said, what's your broader model of reality? You said reality.
Your friend's house is level.
I said your model of reality, not your model is reality. So like, it's a very simple distinction there.
You want a flat Earth model, and the Earth is flat, and there's no model for the reality of the Earth that we live in.
Can I ask you, in the northern and some southern hemispheres, does the sky turn in different directions, like one's clockwise, one's counterclockwise?
The sky is not the ground below your feet.
Is that an answer to my question?
The sky is doing what it does. Has nothing to do with the surface of the Earth.
Right. I've asked you which of the things it does. Does it have this property where when you're in the northern hemisphere,
the sky can spin
in the southern hemisphere,
clockwise
the
and
okay, let me ask you a clarifying question.
No, you can't ask me anything. You can answer my question or you can kick me. Those are your options. Kick me now or answer my fucking question. Otherwise, I'm going to re-ask the question over and over.
Yeah, no, you can go kick rocks, bro. I'm not going to kick you. I'm just going to keep you server muted, and I'll just server mute you from here on out.
I wanted to hear what he had to say.
I don't care what
anyone else or just me.
Can we bring that person?
Why don't you take his place, Retro Mind?
Oh no, well,
I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt.
Thought that he that synth gave like a good response, right? We should bring them back.
He was saying, you know what he was saying? He said, let's talk about the surface of the Earth while looking at the sky.
Well, I think if you listen to them for a bit longer, maybe it would have been more fruitful.
No, because here's the thing that he's going to say. He's going to steamroll. Look. I'm going to tell you what he's going to say. He's going to say, "Oh, when you're in the southern hemisphere, the clock rotates rotates clockwise, and when you're in the northern hemisphere, it rotates counterclockwise." And what the thing is it's not about what hemisphere you're in, but whether you're looking south or you're looking north, that the sky rotates in a specific
that's fine.
direction.
You might have had a good response to that, right? But
right, it only happens over a flat Earth. It's only happening over a flat Earth.
Maybe they could have expanded on
it. No, I wasn't afraid, Will.
Well, you should give them.
Like I said, it's only happening over a flat Earth, Valenta.
Pardon?
Do you? What?
I don't know what you asked me.
I didn't ask you anything. I said it only happens over a flat Earth.
Okay. You should unmute them.
Right. Why?
Oh, because I think that they're one of the only people here that are giving good pushback to other people here. And I think it would be an interesting conversation.
You've got evidence of the curvature? Bring it on in.
That was my point. I know you guys don't agree with me, but he was engaging. You know what I mean? And he claimed to know. He claimed to know the curvature of the Earth, and I wanted to hear what he had to say.
No, he was going to claim that the curvature of the Earth is dependent on looking at the sky. That's what he was going to say. I think this is the first time that anybody comes in here and makes that argument.
Mag-ano kasi ng argument mo why Earth is flat?
So if you have direct measurement for the curvature of the Earth, we would gladly take that on display. If you don't have perms to post images in the chat, you can DM one of us and we'll put the image in the chat.
They actually didn't have perms. They wanted to, but they actually didn't have perms and asked for perms. But I'll give it up now. They're not coming back. It looks like so.
Nandyan to kasi nagko-connect sila.
Follow his logic. Let's talk about
My question is
the Earth by looking at not the Earth.
So what qualifies as a measurement?
You see. Yeah. Wait,
You might want to mute this BMO kid.
Okay.
So when you ask for a measurement of the Earth, what qualifies as a measurement?
Okay, so what are measurements?
Yeah, that was my question.
Why don't we define measurement? Why don't we define measurement? Let's go to the dictionary.
Well, when you say like the Earth's measured to be flat, like what does that mean exactly? This hypothetical.
So when you're standing out over water, large bodies of water, and you look out over the distance and you see the horizon, right? You understand what I'm saying so far?
Yeah, but
I'm gonna have to check in with you from time to. Hold on. I'm gonna have to check in with you from time to time.
The definition of a measurement or the calculation?
No.
Oh.
But we're looking out at the horizon, and what do they say is the horizon, right? It's the physical curve of the Earth, correct? Correct? Is that what the horizon is to you?
I'm sorry, is this an answer to the measurement question?
We need to. I need to establish a baseline. Yeah, I need to establish a baseline with you because I need to know that we're on the same page when we have this conversation.
Well, no, like I was just wondering about the measurement. When you say like a measurement, do you just mean it looks that way? Like, because I could take a measurement with a ruler and then say, okay, well, we've defined what an inch is, and then this is 6 of those things.
But 6 of a ruler is one way to measure. What are some other ways to measure?
Well, if we just like look across the horizon, it's just like, well, it just looks like it's 12 inches. It's just like, that's weird. You would probably want a better way than just like eyeballing it.
What are you talking about?
Because when you guys say it's been measured flat, you just mean you eyeballed it, which I would. No one, not even no carpenter would say they eyeballed it to like say they've measured it perfectly.
Okay, so if I look out over the horizon, and the horizon's supposed to be 1.225 miles away from my eye.
Wait, it's not. It's not though.
Why not?
But what's weird is you guys when I demand you factor in the refraction formula because you provide the Glober.
How much refraction is needed to see something 10 miles away? 10 miles from 1 foot of the
unless the Glober like corrects you to say you used the wrong formula, like you will run with the wrong formula and you will end up in obviously like
okay. So then how do we put satellites into space? If we don't know the curve, if we don't know how big the ball is,
when the space station flies over you and you can see it.
Hold on, RetroMind, because Reductio is steamrolling your conversation. I know this is way over your head right now.
Dang it, Reductio. I just want to know what a goddamn measurement is.
Right. So we have known distances from observations, correct? Reductio.
Oh, sorry. I didn't want to be characterized as steamrolling or stealing a convo from Retro. If RetroMind wanted to talk,
well, I mean, I was trying to have a conversation with RetroMind, and then you interjected on me and tried to redirect the conversation into whatever direction you wanted to go in.
I'm curious. I want to know.
RetroMind has never had this conversation before. So
yeah, I feel like you're dodging his question, and
you have no idea what I'm talking about. You have no idea what I'm talking about.
Oh, since
this isn't the first conversation that I've ever had with Reductio. We've had hours long.
Oh.
So Sheepdog, Cinta is back. If you wanna, let's try to hopefully have a one-on-one, since it looks like these guys want him to speak. And they're not answering your questions. Let's try to speak with one guy, and Synth wants to speak, so let's just have him.
Before we unmute Synth, I just got to ask you, Gemsy, do you want to take the lead on this conversation, or would you like me to do it?
You'll do it.
All right. And then just so y'all know, Reductio, Retromind, do y'all have anything you need to say before me and Synth have a one-on-one discussion, or do you feel like you need to interject in case I'm making a point and Synth needs to be redirected?
All good. You engage with Synth. All good.
Okay. All right. Cool. All right, Synth. I'm going to unmute you now. I hope you understand why I muted you to begin with. You're now
because you were running away from my question, and I'm going to ask the question again. In the northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere, does the sky rotate clockwise and counterclockwise in different directions in both? Yes or no?
Depending on which way you're looking, it rotates one way in one direction and the other way in the other.
Depending on which way you're looking in the northern hemisphere, it'll stop rotating in one direction and rotate in the other?
Correct.
Is that what you said?
So the sky moves east to west.
Right.
So if you're looking north, the sky will rotate counterclockwise. Will you let me answer, or do you want to continue to talk?
Go ahead.
All right. If you interrupt me while I'm saying this, I'm just going to mute you and finish what I'm saying. So when you're looking north in the northern hemisphere, the sky rotates counterclockwise. When you're looking south in the northern hemisphere, the sky rotates clockwise. That's because the stars move east to west. Your globe does not refute this.
Actually, when you're in the northern...
I'm not done.
Oh, you're not done? Go ahead. Keep going.
No, I'm not done. When you're in the southern hemisphere and you look south, the sky rotates clockwise. When you're in the southern hemisphere and you look north, the sky rotates counterclockwise. That's because the stars move from east to west. No matter which hemisphere you are in, the stars move from east to west. Based on what the globe teaches us, it's because the Earth is spinning from west to east. That's why stars move east to west on Earth, according to the globe. But what we see in reality is that the sky moves from east to west. So if you're looking north, no matter where you are on Earth, the sky will appear to rotate counterclockwise. And if you look south, the sky will appear to rotate clockwise. This is all happening over a flat surface.
Yeah, so that's just wrong. So, yeah, I don't know why you're still talking. You seem to want to ramble a lot. Are you not done yet? You want to keep going? Mute yourself. So, in the northern hemisphere, you said in the southern hemisphere, when you look south, the sky rotates clockwise, and when you look north, it rotates counterclockwise.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's wrong. When you're in the southern hemisphere and you look straight north, you look at the ground because it's below you. So, if you look in any direction in the sky when you're in the southern hemisphere, it's not going to switch back and forth between counterclockwise and clockwise. If you think it will, here's my challenge to you. I will bet you $1,000 you're not going to be able to do this successfully without editing the video. What you should do is give me video recording of you, I'm guessing you're in the northern hemisphere, rotating the sky and it going counterclockwise, and then give me another video where it goes clockwise, and make sure they're unedited. That's it.
Okay, how about a 360-degree camera that demonstrates it?
A 360-degree camera that's going to demonstrate the sky stops rotating in one direction and moves to the other one, depending on where you're looking.
It doesn't stop rotating.
Okay, yeah, give me the 360 camera footage. We'll do it together. We'll look at it right now. If I take a clock and I see the way the hand is moving, right, it rotates clockwise, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. If I take the clock and I put it up on the wall above me, it still rotates clockwise, right?
Yeah.
If I put it on the wall behind me, it still rotates clockwise, right?
Yeah.
So no matter which wall I put it on, it'll still rotate clockwise?
Yeah, the clock, yeah.
Right, the clock will. So if instead I put it directly overhead, is there anywhere I can look in that room where the clock will no longer be rotating clockwise?
Is there anywhere in that room? No, why? Why would it?
Right, the same is true for the sky. When you're in the northern hemisphere and you look up at the night sky, it's not going to rotate in both directions. Oh, and this is supposed to be your video proof?
Yeah.
Okay, this is a time-lapse footage, right, of it going... Let's take a look at this.
Okay.
You understand these are not from the same hemisphere, right?
Those are from Santa Barbara.
They're all from Santa Barbara, and they're showing you the sky rotating which two directions? So far, I've only found counterclockwise. Where does it rotate? It rotates clockwise when it says south. Yeah, it's not in Santa Barbara. Brother, your video shows it being in the southern hemisphere.
Cognitive dissonance at its finest.
This isn't cognitive dissonance. You're just lying.
I'm not.
Yeah, you are. This is like really, really a sad response. Do you genuinely believe that? That you actually think if you looked up in the night sky right now, you could find me? If you looked up, you're in the northern hemisphere, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. It's the nighttime where you are right now?
Sure.
Okay. Are you able to set up a camera that can run for more than like an hour?
I could if I wanted to.
Okay. You could. This is genuinely my request to you. It will debunk your entire fucking worldview. Just do it. Set the camera up, look at the night sky, and see if you can find any angle at which it changes which direction it's moving.
Hey, can I ask a quick question? Sorry, Sheepdog, but Mr. Sithy, dude, what's with the attitude?
I thought it was a one-on-one.
It
is.
What is
all the retarded flat earthers who always want to jump in to help out their buddies when they're losing? What is wrong with you? What is wrong?
All right. Sorry, man. You overstepped the line. Yeah, not going to speak like that.
It is so condescending and ridiculous, dude. Like, I get what you're trying to do.
Yeah, you heard that, right?
Yeah, no, he's condescending.
Pompous horse shit there?
No, you can tell by his profile picture he's a degenerate, so it is what it is, man.
Oh, yeah.
He's mad at God. He's mad at God. That's what his problem is.
Almost did that. My apologies, man. I'm sitting here kind of cringing in my pants here. I had to at least ask.
I was good for at least 20 or 30 minutes.
I could have been wrong, right? Maybe he was genuine, but he sounded like a piece of shit, right? So I just wanted to ask you, why do you sound like a piece of shit? Oh, and he's back. Maybe he can answer for himself. All right, Mr. Sithy, right? How about this, right? Oh, no, he's gone. Oh, he's back. Oh, how about this? Maybe you can answer for yourself.
Oh, right? Hold on. So I thought, look, Sheepdog, you guys wanted to complain that there were too many of us.
All right. Now you're going to let me ask my question. Or leave. It's up to you. All right, so
no,
this in and out.
He's going to glitch his microphone open.
Yeah. Good, nice try, dude. So either you're going to like...
What's the point? Come on, I opened the floor so they can talk. I didn't open my mic and interrupt it. Why are you doing it, 20K? Like, just let them have the conversation. He's being a dick.
I can do that. Yeah, you know what? All right. If you want to take it away, Sheepdog.
I mean,
yeah, pipe down like your friend just told you to. Sheepdog, so you think if you're in the northern hemisphere and you look north, you look exactly north while you're in the northern, like you're on the fucking north pole.
I was trying to moderate at the moment. I was moderating the other guy. So let me just finish what I was saying.
Oh my god, you're fucking. What's the point of you guys? Like, you're doing this thing where you want to pretend you want to have a one-on-one and then you want to talk and.
Can you let him moderate the guy that interrupted you?
You had nothing to say about the guy who interrupted me until Jimsy fucking piped in. So pipe down, Sheepdog. I'm asking a very simple question. You're in the North Pole. You look straight north. Does the sky? Does it rotate?
What he doesn't realize is that I'm a moderator too, so I can moderate as well. Synth, go ahead, Jesse. Say what you got to say, dude.
2 seconds, guys. Synth, kindly mind your language. You're being muted and excluded from the room because you're losing temper and you're using profane language.
He's gone.
Yeah, forgive me for my language too. I almost forgot where we were.
Sheepdog can manage himself with this type of people, guys. Come on, come on, guys.
Oh, you're right. Easy, man.
You're right about that. I almost forgot you were a mod in here too.
These people are easy. Yeah, I've just recently got mod privileges and whatnot.
That's true. Okay.
The angry people, they're the easy ones, man. They just don't know what they're talking. Like, he's just like, "Oh, you're just outright lying." It's like, refute me, bro.
That's true. Yeah, thank you for that, Jemsy. I forgot he was a mod now.
The thing is that sheepdog will let it sleep until they hang themselves. So you just gotta let them get the rope.
Exactly. And there's a razor blade underneath them too. So.
Good point. Good point. I just jumped in. I forgive me there. Couldn't help it.
You're good, man. I appreciate you being a homie and all that. But if he comes back in, I'll open his mic up again or whatever. I don't care. Like all it's doing, just so y'all know, for those in here that don't understand what's going on, it's showing how belligerent people who defend the globe are. They take it so personal, and for whatever reason, it upsets them because they can't fathom the idea that somebody would think that the Earth would be even flat, let alone go out and measure the surface of the Earth just to say, oh, there is no measurable curvature, because the horizon's supposed to be a certain
I do know
distance away.
Synth. I think the frustration came from Synth was pinged to come back and said it will be a one-on-one, and the moderators here guaranteed it would be on a one-on-one, and then some random moderator just joined and started over talking and then muted and kicked Synth. So it was like,
right.
I opened the floor for Sheepdog and him. You add in the guarantee. Remember, people in here can unmute themselves, and that's gonna happen. Then we just moderate it. That's the way it goes. The goal was
the moderators who set that up were going to enforce that, but they didn't. So I think
Gemsy was moderating 20 cups.
I moderated the other guy.
Yeah, that was my fault, man. I retract that. I didn't know the context.
I was keeping silent because my attention was directed towards Synth, where it was supposed to be, because that's what y'all all wanted to see, was a one-on-one between me and Synth.
Right on.
There's no reason for me to moderate somebody else when my focus is on Synth. So Gemsy did the right thing. When 20 Cups thought that I wasn't able to do any moderation, he interjected. Gemsy said, hey, look, Sheepdog's got it. He's also a moderator. He was being moderated, but Synth couldn't keep his mouth shut. So that way 20 Cups could be moderated and we could get back to our conversation. Because as you interrupt when somebody's being moderated, now the moderation gets extended even further and we can never get back to the conversation.
20 Cups, if I were you, I would ping Synth is inside chat. I would ping Synth and just apologize, just say you didn't realize it was one-on-one, but you will.
I would never apologize.
You can come in. If they can come back.
He's your friend. You can ask your friend to come back. If he doesn't want to come back, just whatever. We'll move on. We're not gonna be begging for him. If he really want to have
she's not gonna believe me if I ping her because
he was completely disrespectful to me. There is no reason to apologize to that person.
I only apologize for not knowing the context and butted in. While I was butting in, though, I mean, I think everything was well founded. Apart from the context mismanagement, everything whole. So for that I retract. But everything else, now the guy's an asshole.
Remember, the guy has a YouTube channel, so he's gonna be recording and clipping this stuff. So just have the conversation. And
shit. Yep. Go right ahead.
I mean, we're recording too, so it didn't matter.
But he's trying kind of like doing this soft, triggering way of speaking, so we get triggered and then he can clip it. So just.
Are you a snowflake?
Oh, snowflakes? No, that's actually found during winter time. It's kind of summer at the moment.
Just so you know, Synth has come back in. So.
I didn't know this channel was filled with so many snowflakes. I had no idea.
The sensitivity is unreal. Look, Sheepdog, I had a very simple question for you.
Every time someone says something.
In the northern, if you're on the North Pole and you look straight up, Sheepdog, do you think the sky rotates clockwise or counterclockwise?
Do I think the sky rotates clockwise or counterclockwise? I don't know. I've never been to the North Pole.
You don't know? Okay. If you're in the...
I only know what it looks like from Santa Barbara or from Dallas, Texas.
You couldn't imagine what it'd be like from anywhere else. That's very interesting. You might be retarded. But the imagine you're in Santa
like
Barbara.
to be imaginary.
Oh, wow. You don't like to like think about things in your head. So imagine you're in Santa Barbara and you look straight north. Are you going to see the sky rotating clockwise or counterclockwise?
If I'm in Santa Barbara and I look straight north, it's going to rotate counterclockwise.
Okay. If you look straight south, what will you see?
Clockwise.
If you look straight south, you'll see it rotating clockwise?
Yeah, because if I look east, the stars would be going up over my head. And if I look west, they'd be going down towards the horizon.
Okay. Could you provide me with video proof that you can look straight south? Show me the compass, show me looking straight south, and then show me it rotating clockwise.
It's a 360-degree camera.
Yeah, do you have a normal camera?
That camera
you can like use in your hand and just record it?
That camera is what somebody else posted. It's a 360-degree camera.
Right, you have somebody posting. You have somebody posting it from like multiple different hemispheres. But I'm asking you, can you do that in your hemisphere? Can you just find me a video?
They only live in Santa Barbara, California.
How much money would? So your time is worth money, right? Like how much time would it take you to do that?
Several hours. I don't know how to set up a time lapse.
Several hours. So probably like what, 2, 3?
And I live in the city, so I'd have to go out to the country.
Right, so you have to go out to the country. So it takes you how many hours in total?
Several hours, because I have to be able to.
Yeah, how many is several? What's your rough estimate? Overestimate, estimate high.
I have no clue, man. I've never done it before. The last time I tried to do an observation, it took me all day to do the observation because I'd never done it before.
So you have no.
You ever actually like plan something out, and then you go out to actually do it, and it doesn't work out the way you planned it?
Can you do it in one day?
Probably.
In like 8 hours,
I'm not going to stay up all night, though. I have
to do it in 8 hours?
I have work.
Could you do it in 8 hours on an off day?
What does this have to do with the surface of the Earth?
Because I'm going to pay you money. Well, obviously, it has to do with the surface of the Earth. If it's the case that we see this observation, then the Earth isn't flat. It's like, duh. If it's the case we don't see the observation, the Earth would be flat. It would be like really good evidence for it. So it's evidence in favor of both hypotheses. And I'm asking you just to prove it. And you say it's not worth my time. Well, your time is worth money. I'm asking you how much time would it take, and then I'll figure out about how much do you make per hour. I'll throw that down.
Oh, I'm $10,000 a day, dude, for sure.
You make $10,000 per day?
No, that's what I'm charging.
That's what you're charging to do what?
Yeah.
To do what?
That's what I'm charging. If you want me to go do this observation,
to do what? What do you? That's how much you make doing what?
No, that's what I'm charging.
Yeah, that's what you're charging. That's how much you're charging per hour. Doing what?
That's my fee.
You're charging how much you make per hour at your job, right? Like how much you make per day. That's how much.
That's a different job. You're asking me to do
this is evidence to me is that for some reason this thing is something you don't want to do way more than your job. And this seems like a pretty easy task. So I would assume the only reason is because you're too emotionally invested in the idea. For some reason, you decided to interrupt right now. So what I'm going to do is just talk over you indefinitely until eventually I get server muted because you guys don't have arguments. What you have is talking over and fallacies, and you have no way to engage with anything that's being said. Very simply, if you're in the North fucking Pole and you look straight up, what you're going to see, if you're in the North Pole, you look north, is you're going to see that the sky is
moving. You're stuck on this argument, and you're not going to move.
You're not going to see from the northern hemisphere, looking straight south, the sky moving in any direction. Because if you look straight south, what you're going to see is the fucking ground.
Why don't you go do it?
Do you have a response?
Why don't you go do it?
That's your response, really? Your response is, why don't I go do it?
Yeah.
Okay, how much will you pay me to do it?
Valid question.
Nothing. Zero.
Right, so that's the difference. I'll pay you money to do it. You're broke, so you'll not pay me any money to do it. So that's why
$10,000.
My time is worth money. Your time is worth money.
$10,000.
$10,000?
Yep.
Okay, and you want me to do what? Go film this? Go look south?
I'm not paying you. You can pay me. You can do it for free.
Right, so this is why I won't do it, but you would do it, right? You say $10,000. Obviously, nobody's going to pay you $10,000 because you're like worth minimum wage, maybe at best. But what you have instead, so this is what the issue.
All I have to do is go look out over water.
If you're in the northern hemisphere, and you look straight up,
you need to really watch your language. This is the English.
Watch my language. You can't say watch your language when you're not going to watch your language with me.
I am watching my language with you. I've been.
You better watch your fucking language a lot better than you're currently doing. You better pipe down. You better pipe down and be humble.
Now you're getting server muted, and we'll work on the band as well. Don't worry, we'll work on the band since you can't hold your tongue.
What the hell was that? Who let that woman in there?
A goblin.
Incapable of having a normal conversation, this guy.
Oh, that was a dude?
I accidentally server muted the person, so whenever they come back in, they need to be server muted again. But yeah, no, my goal was to try to be as kind as I could to this person to prove a point, and they proved my point.
Well, he's running away from his claim, like he's looking away from the ground and making assertions about the sky.
Yeah.
That's what I was going to say, Chumsy. Is like, why are we staring at the sky, man?
Even though the sky debunks the globe as well. Let's not get too far from that. But still, the question is the surface of the Earth. Let's check that first. Is that curving?
Wait, how does the sky debunk the globe?
No parallax. Even though the globe claims there are 5 different motions, 5 different vectors, 5 different speeds.
Redshift and blueshift isn't always doing what they say they're doing.
Okay, but I think Synth was saying that the sky debunks the flat Earth.
I think that's false. Because the Earth isn't in the sky.
Assertion.
Well, you can't argue because they just mute you if you try to.
The guy, we're not supposed to be using like
I'm done
language
with you
here.
two, dude.
And
It's like
when you say no parallax, do you mean if you were to do deep space parallax thing, it would be like really small?
That's a baseless assertion as well.
What do you mean by? What do you mean by if? Has it been done?
Just gotta let Reduxio, let your friends know that there is certain words that are not allowed in the server, and they keep repeating it, and it's like they don't get it. How are they gonna even have a normal conversation if they cannot get simple rules about the server? They're actually doing it on purpose, it looks like.
I think thought he was going to get joined English Hub, so she might not have known.
He was told
knows. He's a native.
Times.
He knows. Don't. That's what you get for hanging out with degenerates, man.
What about the guy thought you were going to give him $10,000? He thought you were going to give him $10,000.
Yeah,
something that's not measuring the surface.
He was like, "How much are you going to pay me?" I'm like, I don't need to go look at the sky to prove the surface of the Earth." He's like, well, then you can go do it. And it's like, okay, you can pay me to go do it.
No, listen, he said 1,000, and then he was saying you are broke, but when you said 10,000, he said, he started stuttering, not 10,000, right? Because he's broke.
Yep.
Because if he wasn't broke, he will pay you 10,000 to do the job that he's here to do.
How much do you make an 8-hour shift?
Yeah, and it's not measuring the surface of the Earth. That's what we measure, the surface, please.
Yeah, it's a complete red herring.
Yeah.
I don't even work 8-hour shifts, y'all. I work 12 hours a day, 6 days a week.
I mean, if he's willing to pay you 10,000 to go do that observation, sounds good.
Yeah, I'll go out and do it, dude. I'll tell my wife, hey, babe, I got to spend the night out in the wilderness.
I mean, he said he's like he's acting all rich and mighty, so maybe he can pay you the 10,000.
He said he was broke.
That Sheepdog is broke, but that means that the guy is rich because Sheepdog is broke, so he can pay Sheepdog 10,000.
Yeah, you said Sheepdog was broke, so you could use the money, kind of shit. Then Sheepdog said $10,000. All right, we're going to go down that road. 10,000. I thought, yeah, that's a good number.
That's my fee, man. I even told Glovers that I will debate flat earthers for $10,000.
Yeah, that's a good number.
I'm a contract worker, man. What can I say?
Yeah, you're not stupid either.
It's the thing is, I saw that video that you shared, and it does look like the stars are rotating different directions. And if
then
those videos are about
so listen, Sheepdog, okay, yes, the stars are spinning, and then what?
Yeah, exactly. How does that prove the Earth is a ball?
And that was the whole point, Reductio. Did I not say that no matter which hemisphere you're in, if you're looking north, the stars appear to rotate counterclockwise, and if you look south, the stars appear to rotate clockwise? It doesn't matter where you are.
Yeah, but Synth was saying that video was fake.
Right. He can say that it's fake, but it's a 360-degree camera, and it's showing it all from one location in Santa Barbara, California.
No, they lied about the location.
Yeah,
So,
what we mustn't forget is...
Synth is a conspiracy theorist then.
Yeah, it sounds like it.
No, it's just they just lied about the location.
He is because he's saying it's fake. I mean, he's running away from his claims, looking at the sky. He's like a lunatic, looking at the moon and howling like, I don't know, like some type of crazy guy looking at the sky. Like, Earth is a globe because I look at the sky.
Yeah, but you have to understand it's also really easy to fake it, right? Like you would just reverse the footage, or you would just lie about the location.
Well, then it sounds like you need to go out and test it for yourself, then, right?
But dude, you don't even apply that. You don't even apply that kind of rigor to your own worldview. Listen, dude.
But here's the thing, Reductio.
You don't even
check this out, bro. Here's the reality, right? Everything that is presented, more or less everything, from the Globey side has to either do with photos or videos or whatnot, right? Or math backed by some video to justify it. Justify it with an observation from a video, right? On the other side, right? There are videos and photos and stuff like that, but they're also presented with methods for replication, right? So if you say photos and videos don't mean jack shit, so you cross them out on both sides, you're left with what?
Yeah, well, I mean, you get skepticism, right? You can be skeptical. That's a good heuristic. It's just the thing about that is
right.
with this video, it turns out that every time I've gone outside,
we already crossed out.
The other way.
Bro, we already crossed out videos and shit like that, right? Forget my language, right? Why are you what are you skeptical about? Just go reproduce it. It's not a problem at all. Doesn't
go
stop.
Out into nature. Go out into nature and validate it for yourself in nature. That's it. Then you know. That's all there is to it. And don't forget that the sun and the moon move clockwise, east to west forever. Every one of us will die. That sun and moon, the sun and the moon are going to be moving east to west, clockwise. That's how they're going to move. And again, we don't look to those two objects to prove the surface of the earth, whether it's curving or not. That would not be the standard. Clearly, you're on the surface. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, Jim. I was just going to say all that to say, indeed, videos and photos are not sufficient. They're suggestive of something, and upon further analysis, it can be validated or not. The problem is all the video footage that we're given, right? Videos from a satellite or something like that. All these things, there's no way to validate them.
That's right.
You understand?
Exactly right.
I understand.
And they don't support our findings.
Microgravity, you don't have
gravity is something that doesn't exist at this point. That's a non-entity, actually. Fantasy. Which gravity are you referring to anyway? Which gravity are you referring to? Two schools of thought here. Sir Isaac Newton and Albert Einstein. So which one are you referring to?
Which one is who?
When you say gravity.
I didn't say gravity.
You did. I heard you. You said gravity. Otherwise, I wouldn't be speaking.
Did anyone else? I wasn't even talking.
Did you not say microgravity? I heard gravity, but
I heard gravity.
Yeah. Microgravity. Like there's like experiments like you could simulate microgravity by accelerating the entire laboratory.
Would we have to prove gravity first before we go to microgravity? What's going on here? Bloody hell, man. We're all over the place.
Yeah, but you can prove gravity, right?
Yeah, so you're talking about like those, hang on, so are you talking about those parabolic airplane maneuvers and stuff?
The vomit.
Well, I mean, like, I could just.
Yes, sir.
You guys are going to reject this because it's just video, but
no, dude.
You know, there's like there's like the lighting a candle and lighting a candle in space. It's just a ball. Like the flame is a ball.
Dude, Reductio, can you just answer my question? Were you referring to the parabolic maneuvers that airplanes do?
No, there's this thing. There's this lab in Germany that the whole lab accelerates, and that's how they simulate microgravity. But there's there's a lot of ways to do it.
So the box.
You can do it in the plane too, yeah.
Right. Okay. So same idea, right? So the physical container of whatever's being, being simulated, right? People or things or whatever. That whole container is on some trajectory, right? To give the illusion on the inside, similar to what would be gravity, right?
Yeah,
Zero G.
Because like gravity is a force. So if gravity is a force with like I guess a vector arrow, then you would just match the vector arrow in that same way, which would neutralize
the current
that
standard.
I understand that, dude. I understand. So you're simulating an acceleration, right? That we all experience. You and I experience it because we're more dense than air, right? Creating an artificial environment that sort of simulates it, but in the kind of like in the reverse direction, if you will, to kind of cancel it out, right?
Yeah.
Fantastic. Okay, so you got an acceleration in one direction, okay, and you have this artificial thing accelerating in the opposite direction to counteract it. Great. So you have acceleration one way, acceleration the other way. What does that say about the nature of the first acceleration in the first place? You're just accelerating.
Oh, it's just to say that if we were, the kinds of experiments, you could pull up a bunch of them, but they're very similar to what, like the experiments in space, like the ones you guys say are fake, the NASA ones, because they've done tons of experiments in space, but you guys say those are all fake, and then so we can like replicate them by neutralizing.
By space experiments, I guess you're talking about the airplane ones, right? Where they actually go up and they dive bomb
there's
or
like
whatever.
NASA ones in the space station. The space station.
No, that's not up there.
To see when it flies over your house, and you can look at
Here's
it.
Here's the thing, dude. Right? In this room, you've been here long enough. We try and look at the fundamentals of all this stuff. So instead of leaping forward 10 or 100 steps and then talk about satellites or whatever's up there, okay, and how it's up there, what are the building blocks, fundamentals upon which people build to arrive at these, these constructions, right? So when we talk about gravity or the Earth radius and all these things, these are the cornerstones of it all, right? So pointing to, oh, there's a thing in the sky, how does that prove what's on the ground, or why, or the nature of the ground, I should say?
That's a cop out though, and honestly, a massive.
Why is it a cop out? Why is it a cop out? Why is it a cop
out? Because any model should account for all phenomena, right? If there's a phenomena you could point to that can't be accounted for, right, then that model just can't exist. It's not possible because there's some phenomena that exists that
the phenomena is being observed from the ground from many observers, right? Many locations. But the conclusion that you're drawing from the observable phenomena, it could be different from for each observer. You could write on paper any conclusion about the mechanisms of how that
could be,
that is happening.
It could be a brain in a vat. But like, for those of us who want to assume that we live in a world,
or you may not even have hands then in that case.
But the thing is, for those of us who aren't that skeptical, we want to actually like explore the world around us and try to understand it.
We are exploring it. We're just exploring it with more rigor, right? You're taking at face value the explanations given to you as to why something happens. We're asking, are you sure about that, and how do you know? Right? You're assuming that there's a standalone force, right, emanated from the center of the Earth that's pulling shit down, or rather that the sheer mass of the Earth, assuming it's a giant ball in the first place, is bending and warping space-time such that everything in the vicinity of the surface of the Earth is being pulled to the center of it, or pushed towards the center of it, however you want to phrase it. You're asserting that explanation as being true, right? Because you witness things fall down. You haven't investigated it.
Well, yeah, we have. I mean, like, there's the vacuum drop experiment, right, where you take a feather and a bowling ball, and you drop them in a vacuum, and they drop at the exact same rate, which is G, right? They accelerate at G.
So here's the thing, right? So
you understand that G is just the gravitational constant we're talking about?
I know that's what you're calculating. Okay, so you have to assume it's a ball. You have to assume there's a standalone force. You have to assume all these things. Now, the observation, we can all replicate and witness that what you're talking about. Now, it's questionable whether they're exactly the same rate, because then there's contention on whether or not it's the same rate based on the composition of the material, like the density of it, all these things. That's neither here nor there, right? They might be fractions of a percentage difference or whatever based on the element itself, but that's neither here nor there. Okay, the average acceleration downwards, we can all witness that. That's not a problem. Your story or your explanation as to why that's happening is what's in question. Do you see the difference?
No. So okay. So let's say.
Let me ask you this.
I'll take where I'm at.
Watch this. Watch this. Okay, I'll give you a silly example. Right? You tell me.
You guys always want to go first. It's so weird. Like you guys always do this. Thing, but
no, it's not steamroll, dude. You're in this room. You guys are under interrogation. Okay, I'm sorry if you don't like it. You don't have to be here. But we'll keep it simple for you, right? I know you're kind of soft and shit. Yeah, fine. Don't worry about it. I'll take it easy. I'll take it easy. No, you understand because I have follow-up questions, dude. Okay.
Hey, Reductio, hold on, 20 cups. I need to say this because I'm like kind of sort of getting ready to head off to bed. So I went and found a star trail image in New South Wales, Australia, at Sydney. What it is, it's a side view of the star trails, right? And I went ahead and posted the link, and then I took a screenshot just for quick reference for you. So what you're looking at is you're looking at an eastern look of the star trail. And if you look to the right, if you took that position and you faced yourself to the right, you would look up and you would see star rotation clockwise. If you took your position from this image and turn yourself left, you would see star rotation counterclockwise. So therefore, in the southern hemisphere, you can see both clockwise and counterclockwise rotation depending on the direction that you're looking at.
Wait, I'm confused.
I don't know why this is so hard to understand.
How can you see counterclockwise?
Because when you look left, the stars are moving from east to west.
Yeah, so but there's going to be like, okay, so you see how
look north right now. Can you find north if you're in your bedroom? Can you find north and look in that direction?
I can, but like the thing is, okay, so these stars.
Do me a favor, real quick. Do me a favor. I want you to stand facing north in your room right now, and then I want you to draw a circle from east to west. And repeat it over and over and over again and tell me which direction that is.
Okay, but what I want you to do is the actual experiment that tracks what globe earthers keep telling you, which is if you look at the stars.
This is a real photograph time lapse.
Just let me get this. This won't hurt that bad. See, letting me finish the sentence will literally just help both sides get their points out. And so we can have a productive conversation instead of steamrolling. So in your picture, right, there's an arc to those stars. Now those stars are arcing, and they actually are, you could, if you traced them along like beyond what you can see, you would actually do one great circle, right? And it would actually end up rotating in the same, you would actually like just do one big circle, then it would come back. So there's some focal point at which these stars, the axiom at which either they are rotating around the Earth or the Earth is rotating to make it look like the stars are rotating, right? Either or. And then you take that, and they're just going counterclockwise. You could say, well, this half of the record of the circle is rotating east to west, but the problem is the other half that you can't see are rotating the other direction, and so that's why we use appropriate words like clockwise or counterclockwise, which account for all of that in one easy way. When you say east to west, it doesn't actually get at the important thing, which is that if you look up, it's going to be going in the reverse direction depending on which part of the planet you're on.
You're assuming the planet.
There's no way you could face that would make them like rotate in the other direction, right? If a record is spinning counterclockwise,
that's not true. We don't see that star above us.
Where in the room can you go to make?
It's always at an angle.
I'll tell you what. I'll give you another video.
It's at an angle, but if you were at the poles, it wouldn't. If you were at the North Pole, you would actually see the full thing rotating around, right? Now, if you're lower, like if you're on the equator, you're not going to see that, right? So it's going to depend on your latitude, but presumably, if you're at the North Pole, you can see Polaris, and you'll see them all rotating around Polaris. So if you can see Polaris in the center of the sky, if you look directly up from the North Pole, Polaris will be right there in the center, and then all the stars will be rotating around Polaris counterclockwise. Now, if you were in the South Pole and you look up, all the stars are going to be rotating clockwise, right? They're all going to be rotating the other direction, and you're just looking up, right?
Has anybody done that?
You could do this. You don't have to be in the South Pole. You can be in like anywhere in South America, like the lower down you go. Now, if you're at the equator, the stars actually do just go east to west.
You're not answering my question. Has anybody done this? Gone to the pole, set up a camera, pointed straight up, and got a time lapse?
Well, I think it's not. I mean, all of us here take it for granted, where we just say that it rotates around Polaris. But
dude, you're the one. I don't think there's flat earthers who like deny that. You're the one asserting this bit. Okay, I'm asking you. Do you know if they've?
I haven't gone to the North Pole, but you would just have to go high enough.
Bro,
has anyone
watch this, dude. Watch this slithery nonsense. Dude, I didn't ask you if you did.
There's no.
I asked, has
I don't know. I don't know who has. I'm pretty sure someone has.
Thank you very much. Sure. Thank you very much. So you haven't done it. That's fine. Whether it was you or not. Okay. You said this can be done, or you're speaking as if it has been. I'm asking you, has it been? And you say you don't know. So why are you asserting
that? Okay, but here's the thing: is
hold on, Reductio. I gotta ask you really quick, dude. Why is this so painful for you?
It's my turn. So
why is it so painful for you?
You don't have to be in the North Pole to see Polaris, though. That's the beautiful thing. Now, as long as you can see Polaris, that's going to be your center point. Anything around Polaris, anything above and below Polaris, that's going to be the center point.
That's fine. That's fine. That's all good and fine and dandy, dude. I'm asking you about the details of the claim that you made not 30 seconds ago, maybe a minute now, because you're skirting my follow-up question, because you know you can't answer it. So I'm asking you, can you at least be honest and retract your statement about if this, then that, when you don't have any support for that?
It's just a claim that like all humans affirm. Everyone affirms this.
I know everybody affirms it. Everyone affirms, quote unquote, everybody. A lot of people affirm that we're on a ball. It doesn't mean it's true. You saying someone goes to the North Pole, looks up, will see this or that. I ask you, has it been done? And you say you don't know. Everyone affirms it. Does it mean it's true? No, I don't know. We don't know. You're saying something that's
on an ultimate truth. Everyone could have been lying. You're correct, right? But I mean, we don't have
everyone
to.
Could just be, I didn't say that.
We don't have to go to these ridiculous levels of
nobody has to be lying. They could just be wrong.
Exactly. They could just be misconstruing or
we all could be brains in a vat. We all could be brains in a vat.
But here's right. So this brains in a vat thing, I want to address this. Okay, let's say we are quote brains in a vat. Okay, I don't think we are, but if we are, all these questions that we're asking about the nature of where we live, right? This experience that we're having while we're just brains in a vat, all these questions reside within that quote unquote simulation. So there's no hopping in and out from context to context, inside or outside the simulation, right? When you get uncomfortable with a question, okay? There's no need for that. Let's just assume we're inside a simulation. All questions moving forward are context specific within the simulation. How about that? You happy with that? Right? Does that make you feel better?
Yeah, but the point is that, like,
right. So therefore, there's no point.
Do you want me to grab footage?
There's no point in invoking that. So that's why I'm asking you, while we're in this quote unquote simulation, if you think that's reality, right? Who's gone to the simulated North Pole to look straight up 90 degrees at the simulated Polaris to watch simulated counterclockwise or clockwise rotation and vice versa in the south, looking up at whatever it is, Sigma Octantis, simulated Sigma Octantis and watching the opposite direction? Who's done that? You don't know. And that's okay. I'm not going to grill you that you don't know that. I'm grilling you because you're asserting it as if you do, but you can't back it. That's all.
Yeah, I'm just.
And why does this even matter anyway? You're talking about the stars. You're talking about the stuff in the sky. It has no pertinence to what the topic of conversation should be, which is the nature of the ground. Right? You can make inferences, right, and model stuff according to what you do see, right? But those inferences are just that. They're basically your best guess, right? So long as it fits your construct, you're happy with it. But it's not proof of jack, sweet, F all. Okay? You're bitching about being skeptical and stuff like that. Damn right. Bring the receipts, bro.
I mean, I could go outside and film it. Like it's a little bit cloudy tonight, but I could go outside and just film Polaris and film it I could view the footage myself.
I got a better idea.
It's not in contention.
So, like, when I
got a better idea, 20 Cup.
I've gone outside.
Hold on, Reductio. I got a better idea.
This phenomenon of it rotating around Polaris.
Instead of filming Polaris,
what will be good enough for you?
Instead of filming Polaris, why don't you go outside and film towards the south and tell me which way the stars are turning?
Yeah, but I would be filming the ground then, because if I'm trying to,
why would you be filming the ground? All you're going to do is look due south.
Just face south, dude. Like your friend was trying to. Your friend was trying to squeeze that in before. Sorry, Sheep. I was just going to say your friend was trying to squeeze that in before when Sheep said something about the north while he's in the south or whatever. He said I couldn't do that because I'd be looking straight through the ground because that's where north is. You idiot!
That's what Polaris is.
That's what you're saying. That's what you're asserting, right? But when he said face north, he means face north where the compass would point you, right?
Compass is the ground, dude. Don't be ridiculous. Don't get caught up in a silly troll.
I know, it's crazy. I'm trying to bring it back to
We can't know anything. We might be a brain in a vat in a jar. I don't even know if I have hands. Like, I'm only 99% sure of anything.
Yeah. And that's their out. Sure. That's your out. Hey, everybody grab it. I don't personally drink, but every time somebody says brain in a vat, simulation, have at it. Because you're probably going to get hammered tonight.
The thing is, like, if I were to do what you're saying, here's the proper way to structure your question about, okay, well, what if you just look towards my south question now?
If I told you to travel south, Hold on, 20.
I waited my turn.
Reductio. If you were at your location, Reductio,
this is not a way
I told you to travel south, would you dig a hole into the earth or would you move directly?
This is ridiculous.
Yeah, I know it is ridiculous. You literally have pain in your head because you can't fathom the idea that the earth is flat because we're proving it on a regular basis. And all you want to do is look at the sky instead of the earth. That's the problem. So if I told you to look south,
right?
And if I told you
to my turn,
travel south,
I waited my
from your
turn.
current location, would you travel through the earth, or would
let me
you
know when you're done. Let me know when I can
the
say
surface
my
of the earth?
sentence.
No. Sheepy's not listening to you. He's waiting to talk.
No, he's not.
No, I'm listening. The thing is, I was listening. I waited my turn. I started talking, and then I got talked over.
What did I say then?
Which is really rude.
What did I say then?
Yeah, for the sake of the conversation, just let each other finish a sentence. It's audio chaos at the moment.
Of course.
Sorry, Doksha, you're gonna bring a point? Go ahead, finish your sentence. Go ahead.
Okay, so if you were to look at Polaris, the stars are going to rotate counterclockwise around it. Now, if you were to look directly away from Polaris, there's going to be an opposite axiom, which is the Southern Cross, or like very close to the Southern Cross. Now, if I were to try to look at the Southern Cross, I would be looking through the Earth. Now, if I were to just look away, right, I wouldn't see any stars, right? I wouldn't see any stars. I would be looking at the ground. That's like ridiculous. Now, if you were to say, "Oh, how can I look at the clock while making the clock spin counterclockwise?" If you say, "Well, just look the opposite direction of the clock," well, that doesn't really like engage, does it?
May I ask a follow-up question to that? You said you would have to look through the ground. Same thing as before, dude. I don't think you caught it. You weren't listening, whatnot. How do you know you have to look through the ground? Right? You're assuming you're on a ball and we're rotating facing away from this as you move up or down, and that thing is going below your feet. Same thing with the sun would be going over your head and then wrapping around under your feet and coming back up on the other side. All this stuff, you have to assume you're on a ball in the first place. How do you know that you would have to look through the ground, sir? You keep making this claim.
You want me to give other argumentation for a globe? Like, do you want to move on?
No. Unless you can concede it. Hold on. Wait. No, we can. By the way. Watch this. We can move on if you retract everything you've been saying about the stars that you have not been able to back up. I can point out two at least. Looking through the floor, right, and be able to see the other pole star or whatever, and then going to either poles, looking straight up, and see movements in a particular direction. Called you out on those two earlier.
That would require other argumentation for to substantiate, right?
Sorry?
Which would mean we would be moving on.
Right. Repeat that. I missed
it. You could say, well, how? Like you're saying, you would be looking through the ground. Well, how do you know that? And then I would give some argument for the globe to show that's how I knew that. And then we would be talking about some other topic. Then at that point,
so all this other, no concession. So at the moment, you haven't been able to provide that. You can provide an argument, but is that argument going to be?
I haven't been able to provide it because we're talking about this right now. But look, for the sake.
Hold on, dude. Are these arguments going to be equally as fallacious or inferential as these ones that you've provided so far?
Sorry, what's the fallacy?
Dude, you have no support. You're affirming the consequent with all these questions, with all these
affirming the consequent is a very specific term. So plug in what I did. Plug in what I did.
You said if I want to look at a star, I have to look through the ground. You're assuming that you're on a ball in the first place. Either way, dude, you have no support.
That's actually just not true, right? Like I could have other argumentation for that.
They're all inferential so far, dude. So I'm trying to point out to you.
Yeah, the star point could just cohere with other argumentation I have that's coherent with the globe model that is like I have evidence.
Are they all inferential?
Observations are inferential, like yes.
Okay, so you're inferencing something. You're not proving something. It's your best educated.
What do you mean? What do you mean by prove? Like science is confirming
best educated guess.
Science is like
this is not
observation.
But here's the problem:
or refuting.
Now I understand, dude. Now I understand. You're misappropriating the term.
What do you think science is? Like, do you think science proves anything?
Now you're misappropriating the term science, dude. Okay, you're not doing any experiments here. You've probably had this conversation hundreds of times with people in here. Okay. You're not doing science here. You're just performing an observation, and then you're modeling, okay, the observations through time and whatnot. Okay, you're not manipulating any particular variable to see if that variable has a direct consequence of an outcome of another variable. Right? The scientific method.
Wait, could you? Okay, I want to get clarity on what you said there because like that seems a little bit too nebulous for me. Can you spell that out a little bit clearer?
Too nebulous for you? Do you know what the scientific method is, sir? Can you walk me through the steps?
I could, but I thought I was asking.
So go ahead, please.
About what you just said.
High level. Go for it.
So if I ask you for clarity, suddenly I have to answer some other irrelevant question?
Dude, you don't have to. You don't have to do anything. But the method of communication is walking you through the steps, right? So you can see where I'm coming from. Okay? You good with that?
Okay, well, I mean, yeah, I mean, it's kind of similar to where I'm coming from, hopefully. I mean, let's see where we diverge, right?
All right, so let's do it.
Yeah, you have a null hypothesis, you have an independent dependent variable, you go test and see if it's wrong.
Step one.
You have a null hypothesis.
Of what?
Of something that you think you might observe.
Right. Okay, so you observe something first, right? You're jumping to step 2 already. Okay, so you're fumbling already.
You have a guess of.
You have to observe. Hang on. Let's roll back a little bit. Let's roll back. Calm down, dude. Roll back. You observe a natural phenomenon.
You seem very excited right now.
Of course, yeah, I am. Right? I love this shit.
Okay, great. You better calm down too, then.
You guys fumbling over yourselves and shit. It's hilarious. Right? So you observe a natural phenomena. Step 1. What's step 2?
Step 1 is a null hypothesis.
Dude, no, you're saying step 2. What the fuck? Dude, I just told you.
Hold on, 20 cups. I'm just gonna walk him through it, dude. All right, step 1 is the observation. You have to observe something in nature. So then after you observe it, then you ask the question, what's making it do this thing? And so then you formulate a hypothesis. Once you formulate a hypothesis, you also have to give a null to counter your hypothesis. And then what you do is then go establish your dependent variables and then determine what your independent variable is going to be. And you manipulate that independent variable through certain methods that you establish in your experiment to determine what the hypothesis is, or if it doesn't prove that, then it becomes the null. So then once you've done your experiment and you've attempted to manipulate the independent variable, if you have and it proves your hypothesis, then you have a sound theory. If you don't, you have a null and it's back to the drawing board.
Well, to be clear, it's not necessarily sound, right? Like it's like currently not necessarily confirmed. That might not be the right word, but it's just
you repeat it over and over and over and over and over again.
You can repeat it,
and then when you get a very high percentage of
for example,
the
you
same
could
thing over and over.
Other methods, right? We could say it seemed like this was actually true, but later on we did a better analysis, which like ruled out some other factors that was a weakness in our other study. And this one was just far better and more well-powered. And it actually turned out that it was false. We just, didn't have the power in the study to prove it.
Okay. That's one way of doing it.
Just like,
you can do a secondary.
Science is like, it's like we try to erect like a straw man. We try to blow it over. And it's like, okay, well, this air gun wasn't powerful enough. But it actually is still standing. So it might actually be true. But later on, it might blow over. We don't know. It's just kind of like science. These are just like inferences. It's just, this is the best that we have. That's all science can really do. These are out of our inference structures, the best
that's not how it works, man. Right. If you do science to determine the shape of the Earth, right? Like long distance observation. Remember how I always talked about doing a tangent line over the surface, and if there's a drop over distance, then you'll notice that there's a curvature rate. And if there is no drop over distance, then you have two parallel lines, right? That's one way you could do a science experiment to determine whether or not you have any curvature over that. But really, it's just a geometry question at that point, because you're not manipulating anything. right?
Yeah, like one of the things that is weird that you guys say is
so it's not
it's
science
measured as flat, right?
on the
Because
shape
like
of the Earth.
when you say it's measured as flat,
Right.
what do you mean by measured then? Because
Right.
are we
So
getting
what's your
rulers? Like, do we have a flat ruler that shows that this ruler is
absolutely
on the ground here, it's level, and then like
absolutely
1 mile out is
absolutely
like
absolutely
we have a 1 mile long actual physical ruler.
absolutely.
Well, not a ruler per se.
No, we have observations. We have known distances to objects from specific locations, right? They're known to be there.
Because you know that light bends and does weird shit. You gotta either factor that in as best as you can.
There.
It's not going to be perfect.
They're physically stuck into the ground. They're
Using
not
lasers
moving.
even is going to be full, like at least full.
Are you not hearing anything that I'm saying? Are you not hearing anything I'm saying? These are known locations.
I'm hearing what you're saying and like giving a
These are
response.
known locations from the beach. If you know something is
Like
9 miles away,
before, you know my position on this, right? Like you guys give the 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height and feet. Like you guys give that, but then you forget that it's actually the real formula is divided by 1 minus the like r or whatever, right? Like it's different.
No,
but once you factor that in,
It's not our formula, ding dong. We didn't come up with that, bro.
Yeah, and you're screwing it up too, right? You're conflating the 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet thing, right? The alleged horizon from any particular observer height with the parabolic approximation. Yeah, I know you do 1 over what is it, r over x squared or something like that. Yeah, that's for a perfect circle. Using the parabolic approximation is perfectly legitimate in our context up to 1,000 miles if you want to be at least 99% accurate, right? You guys arguing over this stuff. I mean, I can show you the math if you really want to. Okay, it's not worth picking apart.
And I'm going to add this real quick for context. 20 cups. I'm just going to add this real quick for context.
The actual correct formula in chat, by the
Reductio.
way.
Hold on, reductio. The 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. All that is a tangent line calculation based on a circumference of 24,901.
Yeah, right. But the thing is, like, and here's my position, which is just if you use the formula that I'm giving, right, it's not 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height. It's 1.225 divided by the 1 minus k times the square root of the observer's height. This factors in refraction.
Why don't you give us the reference for that formula?
Have to factor in the effects.
Give us the reference to that formula.
Common terrestrial phenomena. If you don't factor now, if you do factor this in, and you still see objects, then you can actually claim that these objects are too far to see, and you could be correct. But
so if there's refraction happening all the time, who measured the curve of the Earth?
I'm just like no one got a fucking ruler out and did it, right? We have to calculate it in some other way. We have to use inferences.
Bro, I gotta ask you something.
We have no curvature measurement. Got it.
Where do you get this K from?
That you can derive that from in the field measurements from pressure, temperature, and humidity. It's a great
much. Thank you. I understand that, right? Now, what test has been done to actually attain this K with real world values? Because the only things I've seen where K has been used
citations for like there's they've observed.
Hang on, dude. I just want to point something out, right? All the Ks that have been brought into this conversation in the past have been basically backwards engineered, right? You take an observation, right? You say, oh, we're on a sphere of said size. We should not see this thing, but we do. So what must the K value be for us to actually see it? And then they use a sliding scale or whatnot until, in some sort of simulation, until something comes into full view to match the actual real world observation, and then assert that this K must have been, the K that would be the product of whatever humidity, temperature, and pressure and all that, throughout the line of sight. But they don't actually go out and sample all these different data points and model it with that. Do you have something where they actually go out and do this sampling?
Right. So you actually are correct, where if you are to misappropriate that usage, like the way that you could reverse engineer and not do the like fallacy version or whatever, the wrong, like the misunderstanding version, you could say, okay, well, if the K value, the true K value is unknown, then in theory, the K value would have to be such and such reverse engineer number in order to be able to see this, or the Earth is not a globe, right? Or the like our value of the Earth is like way bigger than we thought. And
not necessarily though. Not necessarily.
Because that's actually the true K value and not the hypothetical. What would it have to? How high would it have to be in order to see that? Then they're doing obviously they're just lying, right? Because they didn't.
No, they're just assuming, right? They're assuming two things. They're number one, they're assuming the R, and then they're assuming the K, right? So they have two unknowns in this, but they assert one of them is known, right? It's a similar operation as going on with the whole Eratosthenes thing, right? They assume the light rays are coming in parallel. They give no reason why, it just must be because the sun must be super far. Right? They just take that for granted, and then they backwards engineer R. In this case, they're taking R for granted and backwards engineering K, right? So I ask you again, right? Because you didn't answer the question. Do you have something, right? Some citation or whatever, where people have actually gone in the field, sampled all these necessary values, temperature, pressure, humidity, et cetera, right? And then modeled according to that. I need your story, your explanation. I want to do it.
If you open up these links, you're going to have to actually calculate K for yourself based on their measurements. But
I don't want that.
These have the raw numbers.
I don't want the whole article, dude. I don't need an elephant hurling. Okay, I need you to cite something for me. Paragraph, formula number, whatever it is, data table X, whatever it is. Okay, demonstrating that this K was derived from real world data sets, right? Samples from the real world, right? Matched up with an observation, observer height, object at whatever distance, et cetera, et cetera. Now that would be a lot better, but the problem is you're still assuming R, right? So you have a little bit of work ahead of you, right? But at least get that K, that real world K, please. It would move us a step forward. Right, I don't need a Walter Bislin calculator with a slider.
I got the citations here. I'm just pulling them up, so I'm getting the exact paragraph for you as asked, as requested.
Thank you. So have you looked at all this before?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll take your word for it. Somehow I doubt it. Somehow you just probably just got this off Google real quick. Right? You don't have to lie. But if you're not lying, then take your time. Critical stuff, then. So while he's doing his research on the fly, anyone else want to take over for a minute? Probably going to take him some time.
Yeah, so I'll just say this really fast just to kind of bring up some clarity for those that are listening. When it comes to measuring the surface of the Earth, right, you're looking for a direct line of sight without impedance or interference. You can also use a laser. Lasers shoot in a straight line. Can refraction occur? Yes, but generally speaking, lasers will shoot in a straight line unless there's severe conditions that are occurring. And in that instance, right, there's your tangent. Now, you're not going to just shoot one observation and then call it quits and say, oh, good enough for me. No, you're going to want to do several observations because maybe there's conditions you didn't account for in the first. So you're going to want to take an average of all your observations, maybe plot them out, see which ones are tight within the bell curve, which ones are on the outliers and things like that. see how much. I forget what the term is called now, but you want to find what your. I guess you couldn't find what your p-value is because you only have one statistic. So your p-value would be low anyway. But basically, you want to find your standard deviation in that, right? So you're looking at all of these observations, and when you do these observations, you have known distances, right? Whether you're using nautical miles because you're traveling by boat, or you have things that are like firmly embedded into the earth despite being out over the ocean. They're not going anywhere. They're known distances. These distances are traveled all the time. People go out there to these locations to, go do their jobs and things like that. So these are known distances from the shoreline. And what's happening is you're looking out over the water, and you're seeing these objects in their entirety. And what you're noticing is that the horizon where the sky and the earth, in this case water, apparently meet, appears behind the object, when we are told that the geometry of the earth is the reason why boats go over the curve and why we have sunset. So if the location of the horizon is at a much further distance than what we're supposed to be experiencing on the geometry of the earth, then it can't be the physical earth that's blocking things bottom up. It's got to be something else. Because the physical location of the geometry of the earth is much closer than what we're seeing. It has to be. Otherwise, it's not a globe. I don't get no round of applause, CB.
Oh, dude, my perms are all jacked in here. I can't do that.
It's all good, dude. But yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it, man. And like, measurements. Look, if you draw a straight line and you draw a curved line, you're going to know the difference between the straight line and the curved line. Now, if you want to like take the straw man and say, oh, well, one's slightly curving and one's straight. Okay, well, if it's slightly curving, but there's no apparent deviation in the curvature, then you still have two parallel lines. But you're going to have to extend that straight line, that one straight line all the way out, and you're going to have to demonstrate the other line is curving in order for there to be any measurable curvature. Could the Earth be a much bigger ball? Sure, anything's possible, but you're going to have to show me the curve to prove that it's curving.
But even if it was a bigger ball, you will be requiring different physics of water, gas pressure, motion. It will be this. The globe is still jumping around and skipping a bunch of steps before coming to the conclusion. Earth is globe. What about the physics of water, gas pressure, those things? Why are you skipping that?
Yeah, because I mean, like, from what the apparent observation
how this worked was they flew planes they can measure pressure, temperature, and humidity. And if you look at table 2 in the first citation there, that's how it worked.
I sure hope you don't have me muted.
They have 200-kilometer coherent ducts that form. So it's if you can derive K from the measurements that the planes took from that. So it's not reverse engineered, basically. That's what the point of it is. And then from there, you can say, okay, well, if this is a phenomenon that does in fact happen, a K value of this amount, like 0.97, 0.98, or 0.99, obviously is going to explain every single black swan event. Now that's a problem because if you want to say then that, okay, well, then how do these black swan events happen? You actually just have to know what the K value is for each black swan event in order to say that look, this is the K value, and yet the K value is low enough that you should still not, after factoring in refraction, be able to see the like whatever object you're looking at.
Yeah.
The thing is, none of these black swan events do that. That's the main problem with them. That's why, I suspect they're all like faulty.
Do you have us turned down on volume?
Hang on a
It will be
second.
perfectly explained.
Hang on, Reductio. Give me a second. Do you see my 2 photos posted at 2 o'clock at the hour? No screen caps.
Sorry, did you reply? I didn't hear your response.
Do you
He's
see
got the volume turned down.
Yeah, dude, you gotta raise this up, man. Don't lower mod volumes down, dude. You're talking over sheepdog.
No,
and shit.
I didn't. My audio cut out for a second. Legitimately, sorry.
I mean, you completely talked over me. I was in the middle of talking. And you talked over me.
Yeah, suspicious, but I'll let it pass. The point is, dude, do you see the 2 screen caps I posted at the hour?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know what this is to model? Have you ever seen this argument yet?
The events curve calculator. I've seen this, but I haven't seen these specific numbers plugged in. No.
Good. I didn't think so. This is my work. Okay. Does anybody have the black swan on hand? You've seen the black swan argument? The oil rigs? Hello?
Someone's got it. I can post the GIF of it. I think I have it somewhere.
So you've seen it before, right? Or you've heard it?
Yeah, it's... there was one that was 8 foot, and one was 3 foot. I don't know which one you're talking about specifically, but yeah, there's a couple.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Yeah, this is it. The 1 foot observer height. Okay. So here's the reality. That platform habitat, 9.41 miles away. Okay. This is what I'm trying to model in the Walter Bislin Earth Curve calculator. According to his calculator, on an ideal day, right? No conditions, screwing up the view, right? Or interfering with the light, right? You see in the first image there, refraction of 0. Right? I've highlighted everything pertinent for you. Okay? Let me know if you're following. I don't want to jump ahead too much. There's a lot of numbers.
Yeah, there's like 2, 3, or 2 -3s, or it looks like -3s in green, and then there's refraction.
Those are, excuse me. Sorry, those are not numbers. Those are supposed to be brackets. Okay, my apologies. They look like 3s. You're right. Okay. Total target visible, right? 44.68 feet. These objects are 98. This object is 98 feet tall. So just under half of it should be cut off from the observer's height, from the observer's view, when there's no refraction, right? Because it's purely Earth curve, purely geometric horizon, cutting off the thing about just under halfway, or just over halfway, excuse me. Whichever. Yep. Okay. Go to the second image. In order to obtain a full view of the oil rig, okay, and you can see in the second image, the first thing that's highlighted, where it says target, the little purple line at the top, right, the purple background, visible 98 feet, hidden 0, right, where the full thing is in view, okay? The thing has to be lifted up perceptibly by the same amount that it was being cut off before, right, 44.6 something, to get into full view.
And then the refraction has to come out as basically 0.989.
Yeah. And did you know that basically at a refraction of 1 in this sort of modeling makes for basically an infinite radius, i.e. a plane?
Well, an infinite radius.
This is how they describe it, right?
I say it as you could see your own ass. Like you could see all the way around, and you should be able to see your own.
That's so ridiculous, bro. That's so ridiculous.
Of course, it's ridiculous. But the way that this is modeled, right? Because you're talking about K and all this stuff. Okay, I can get the math out for you. It's on the page. But basically, what's happening is that refraction, that K, right? K in this case is 0.989182, right? This is used in the denominator in the calculation. So when it uses 1 over or some value R, I think, I forget it off the top of my head, divided by a 1 minus K. Okay, the 1 minus K is in the denominator. If you have 1 minus 1, right, you're dividing by 0, and it's basically undefined. But the way that this calculation interprets it, it's basically an undefined, or i.e. infinite radius. So it's a plane, okay? This thing is basically like 1/1000th approximately, or 1/100th or whatever, away from being basically an infinite plane. Statistically speaking, people go out and observe this phenomena, the oil rigs, right, significantly more often, right? I think there's been at least 2 or 3 different observations. I couldn't cite them here, forgive me for that. But people have gone out and repeated this. Compare that to the statistical likelihood of a refraction index of basically near 1, okay, creating an infinite plane. Like, are you?
Well, there might be some like confusion about the statistics.
Do you know of any combinations of temperature, humidity, air pressure, et cetera, that would yield such a refractive index over such a short period, or over such a short distance?
Yeah, I think one of my citations gives you like very close to 0.99 in the citation that I gave that was observed with the airplane.
Very good. Over what distance?
I'm not sure how far it flew.
Thank you. Could you get that?
The thing is, I don't know like where it's more common. Like I know that like from land to water, there's like a temperature differential there, so that like there's going to be miraging for sure.
Yep.
Depends. Location is going to affect statistics.
I know that, dude. I know. You don't have to throw up maybe this, maybe that, likely this, likely that. I'm asking for concreteness. Okay.
I'm asking for concreteness too, though. The thing is, I'm just asking when you take these black swan events.
Dude, here are the numbers. This is what would be needed to see what we see. But this thing is repeatable. It's not a statistical anomaly, is the point. Right? But this refraction is basically a statistical anomaly. This is like whatever, like a high sigma off from the standard, which is what? 0.17.
What was
that standard refraction, right?
I want concrete stuff. So what was the pressure, temperature, and humidity at the time of this photo?
That's a good question. I don't have those values on hand. Right, I'm not making the claim to know them. That's
why
I'm
make an inference one way or another. Then, right?
That's why right. That's why this. Okay, it's an open door to ask if anybody is aware of what combination of these values would be necessary to yield this, and what is their statistical likelihood.
I agree with the math here. By the way.
Yeah, I hope so. I hope so. You can replicate it if you want. And this is Walter Bissell's calculator.
What is the statistical likelihood that you can have water in a vacuum, in the outside of a spinning sphere?
Of course.
Okay, well, this guy loves this question. He loves this question. He asks it like 3 times a day at least.
Well,
it's a pivot in this
because the globe has to keep all of those fundamentals to be able to make any nonsensical assertion.
Are you ready to pivot to this, or?
No, I'm just getting into the weeds, Gemsy. Forgive me if I'm taking too much on this. I just want to point this to Reductio.
That's a good one. I like what you're doing. I like what you're doing. Do you have an answer for what he asked you, Reductio?
Well, the thing is, he doesn't have an answer. I don't like. We don't know what
the globe has no answer. That's the whole point.
We both want concrete answers, and so I think we're on the same page in that.
Not
in
really.
The future, going forward, we are going to need to know the actual K value in the field at the time of black swan photos. Otherwise, we're not going to be able to to determine one way or the other, right?
But the problem is, dude, you guys use the K, okay, in conjunction with your presumed R. This K that you guys use is backwards engineered, right? In this case, I'm taking your R. I'm taking your R.
You don't have to do it. That's baked into your math.
I am showing you the absurdity of the necessity of such a high refraction index to yield something that is so common.
You don't have to backwards engineer this reductio, but it's baked into Walter Bislin's math.
Yeah, the R is baked in.
Unlikely doesn't mean false, right?
You're right. But
we can give demonstrations on a flat surface of bottom-up obstruction. What do you have for the globe Earth?
Yeah, this is not to say that light does not kind of, alter its trajectory under certain circumstances. Okay, that's not an argument for this. This calculator has an embedded R in it. So, for example, the reality could be that we're on a plane, right? And this refraction index in this calculation is totally horseshit because there's no R that's necessary because there's no R to begin with. So that whatever
Actually,
could be,
I gotta correct you on that one. You can find horseshit. You can find horseshit in nature. You cannot find the R value in nature for the globe.
I like that one. I like that one.
Bullshit. That's bullshit, Jimmy.
Right? My point is, dude, okay, because we don't have a K value, okay, using your standard math, we come up with an absurd value, okay? And to simplify it, if you take out R, I don't know, I wouldn't know if there's any models out there that would do this sort of thing without an R. I'm not even sure if they even exist yet. I don't know, so I couldn't really provide anything. But the point is, okay, unless you have the data, right, you can't really tell. So you can't, no one can state, even though Walter Bislin himself on his webpage, he has a specific page talking about the black swan. Okay? And then he backwards engineers a necessary temperature gradient and all this stuff over certain distances, et cetera, to yield it. Okay, the problem is it produces an inverted image, which is his software kind of reverts, and kind of just bears that under the rug. And the temperature gradient is something like 15 or 20 degrees in a matter of like 5 to 10 feet or something like that.
I don't know who that guy is, but if
some professor,
if he's just saying, well, you would need such a K value, such and such a high K value to make this it's plausible if the K value were that high. Now, if he's just saying that much, then that's fine. But if he's saying, the actual K value was that much, then that's just ridiculous. He's just making that up.
That's the whole point. But here's the problem, dude. What he's framing as being plausible. Okay, you can look at that and you can see real values. There's a graph. I don't know. I can probably search for it, or if I come across it, I'll send it to you. Okay, shows the graph with positive real numbers or whatever. But upon scrutiny, dude, the expectations of what this graph is presenting, it doesn't happen in reality. You don't get 10 to 15 degree Celsius swings or variation in a matter of 5 or 10 feet in altitude difference. Right? Imagine if you're
skeptical. Like, it's perfectly fine to say you're skeptical,
that doesn't happen, bro. That does not happen in reality. Can you show me one of those? He doesn't provide a. He doesn't provide a.
I just showed you one where the first
we'll
one.
We'll look into your.
By the way, the first, just to be clear, like the two citations I gave, the first one was a K value of like 0.97 something, 0.973 or something like that. It was 200 kilometer ducts. Now the second one over I think that was the Persian it was some islands. They found 2,000 kilometer ducts. Like, we're talking 10 times there, and so it's not impossible. Like, it's possible.
Do you think ducks are happening all the time?
No, I'm fine with you guys. You guys are perfectly within reason to say, yeah, like,
no, but
it's just so unlikely that I just
happening all the time everywhere, Reductio. How rare is a duck?
If you had to guess, your best guess would be that.
How rare is a duck? How rare is a duck?
I I don't have that answer. All I can point to you is that this does happen. It's rare.
Okay, well, you need to find out how rare or how often a duct occurs.
Yeah,
a duct with an extreme observation.
If it let's say it just happens 1% of the time. Well, what if it happens every day? It just happens at one time every day. Then it's like very common. It's just how you look at it that depends on how rare you're going to think of it.
Reductio, I hope you realize, right? You didn't actually provide what I asked for. Okay, this is an 18-page paper. Hang on, you didn't provide.
Exact table, by the way. I referenced table 2. It has all the measurements.
Oh, did you? Okay, I missed that. Thank you.
Yeah,
table.
And so table 2 has all the pressure, so basically all the measurements the plane took.
Gotcha.
And obviously the second one too. You can scroll to the table as well. It's the 2,000 kilometer one. Now, I only cite this as evidence to say, okay, well, these black swan events are within this. It's actually very close, if not these are the 2,000 kilometer ones further, right?
Hold on. Where's the conclusion on this? And these are at high altitudes, right?
Well, it's a plane, right? It's high altitude.
35,000 feet. Dude, this has no pertinence to what we're talking about. We're 1 foot observer height, bro.
Yeah, but the thing is, refraction gets more intense or less intense with height. That actually just makes my case even stronger if you're going to make that point, right? So
how do you know?
It's just I want to be fair to you. I don't want to have to
how do you know that?
Plan against you.
Wait, how do you know that?
When you're because let's say that you were looking at very hot concrete. Well, the concrete is very hot. And
Just say that you assume that's what's happening because
so the mirage effect is very strong, directly over the concrete. But there's not going to be that much of a temperature difference higher up because there's less effects, right? But there's a strong differential at the concrete.
Yeah.
How about
Go
ahead.
No, take it.
How about I show you a bottom-up obstruction over flat concrete? What would you say to that?
I'm going to just say it could be top-down, bottom-up, whichever way. The mirage can make it look whatever way. It's going to be confusing.
Have you ever seen top-down obstruction on a mirage?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it can flip over. Yeah.
No, I'm saying it can flip over. Have you seen top-down obstruction from a mirage?
Yeah, you can look at how concrete it looks really weird and magnified and strange, and so that's why you got to be careful with these long-term.
Top-down obstruction is?
Yeah, when it starts to disappear, but top-down.
Right.
But that's because it's inverted.
I'm not disagreeing with you about mirages flipping things upside down. I'm asking for a top-down obstruction.
Well, I'm just there might be some talking past each other. Just to clarify, I meant if the thing you're looking at is inverted, and then it would disappear, the top would actually look like it's disappearing first when it's actually just going bottom up. But just because it's inverted, it just looks that way.
Have you ever seen that happen?
Of course, yeah. Mirages do lots of weird things, dude. Yeah.
Show me top-down obstruction.
I've seen it. Well, when you say top-down, you mean the mirage is the top of the mirage or the bottom of the mirage or the actual inverted image? I think there's some confusion there.
Show me the inverted image, the image flipped upside down, thinking into the horizon.
Hang on.
This is something you're just. I think you're just confused about what I meant. It's the mirage is disappearing bottom up, but the actual thing you're looking at was inverted, so it looks that way. But it's just
what I'm asking you to show me. That's what I'm asking you to show. Hold on.
Sheep, can I get in here quickly, dude?
Hold on.
I don't need
I'm just saying. That's what I'm asking him to show me. I'm not disagreeing about the location of the horizon. I'm just saying I want to see the object that's flipped upside down, thinking into the horizon.
Sheep, if I may just get in here quickly. before he goes on his little escapade to
I just
find
want a
whatever.
demonstration because he's talking out of his ass.
Yeah.
And I've never seen this Mirage flipped upside down, sinking back into the horizon.
Well, if he's talking out of his ass, dude, it wouldn't be the first time. Okay, because check this out. Reductio, where in table 2 shows the values that you were asked to find?
I was asked to find the temperature, pressure, and humidity. I mean, that's what I thought I was tasked with. What do you think I
and
was
we're
tasked with?
and then the K values, right? Where's
Yeah,
the
you have
K?
to- you have to calculate. You have to calculate the K value, but K value is derived
Oh,
from.
so it doesn't. So it doesn't show
I
it
gave
in
you the
here.
raw numbers. Yeah, I gave you the raw numbers, which just to show that this is not some reverse engineered K value. These are the raw numbers which you can use in the field, and that's what you need to use to calculate the K value. You have
I
to do it
know they
manually.
can, bro. I knew all along that they can be. Okay, thank you for providing raw data. In here, there's not the raw data with the result. The result being
You have
the
to, it's correct. You're correct. You have to manually calculate the K value. Sorry about that. It's a little annoying, I know, but you could do it.
Well, that you do that. This is your claim. The whole point here is, you looked at. I see the table here. There's T, but it's measured in Kelvin. That's why it says K. It's not K like the K, the lowercase K for a refractive index.
I'm not that confused. I didn't make that mistake because it's uppercase, but that's fine.
No, you are confused.
No, I told you have to.
But I asked you for the data and the K value resultant from some sort of calculation using these values, right? Showing a single index, refraction index, that would yield a similar result for whatever, right? And we would compare that with what we see and see if it actually makes much of a difference, whether it's within some sort of bounds or not. But there's no K here. There's K as in Kelvin, but no K as an index. So how about you do the calculation, right, to back your statement and show that it's actually pertinent. I'm not going to do the work for you, dude. I already did the work to look through the table instead of you actually just taking a snapshot and put it in the text chat. And I had to dissect it and show that you're talking about the wrong K.
No, I think you misunderstood what was posted. I'm
looking at table 2. Looking at table 2
again. If it's a uppercase K in Kelvin, that is not the refraction coefficient. That is not what we're talking.
No shit.
I gave you the raw.
Shit. No shit. That's what I just said.
Yeah, thank you. I'm glad neither of us made that mistake. But thankfully that neither of us made. Thankfully that neither of us made that mistake, and hopefully you don't think I made that mistake. I don't think you did. But the thing is,
of course, I know the K is not this K here is in Kelvin. I just said that.
But you could tax. Yeah, it's just a little bit. It's like almost.
The thing is,
if you want me to do the math, I can. I can come back. I'll come back later with the math about that.
So now you have to go do the math instead of finding something that already has it done.
I did the math some other time. I don't have it on hand. Like I just moved away from that page. Yeah, I did the math though. Yeah, I did. But
Huddy.
You can tell me. I mean, look, I think I've been good faith. I haven't been like synth calling you guys slurs. I've been nice. I have other than the one time my phone glitched out and cut out the audio, I haven't over talked to you guys.
You're such a weasel. You're such a
come
weasel.
On.
No,
look, if you well, I'm not calling you guys that, right?
20 cup. Hold on.
Go ahead.
Where's the weasel? The numbers are literally gonna pan out exactly as I said they would, right?
No, they're not.
And after they do, I want an apology. Actually, you guys are being extremely rude.
Reductio. What do you got to say about the gift that I posted in the chat?
The Horizon ship home test.
Yep.
This is showing some miraging.
Sure, you can call it that if you want.
I don't know what's happening here.
What's blocking the bottom of the boat?
I have no idea.
You think not loading for me?
Not the curve of the ground, right?
I love the research flat Earth label they have at the end there. Oh, it looks
I took a video and I made it
distorted because he's so low to the ground that it's such an extreme refraction that it is distorting it.
Oh, extreme refraction, huh? It doesn't take much refraction bending the light upward to create bottom-up obstruction. You know that, right?
By the way, look, I'm not. Other globe earthers might like push back there. I'm not denying that.
Do you agree with that though? On a flat surface.
And the point is, like, that's why I'm just saying. I agree, and that's why the essence of my point is.
Right?
I do, yeah, and the point, and like my conclusion, or you could call it a repugnant conclusion.
Okay,
it's just that these like looking at things observation is really bad at trying to do that to measure. Like, how far can you see? It's like that. Well, light bends in weird ways.
So the reason why I put this in here, and I'm glad that you agree that it doesn't take a whole lot of refraction in order to make something disappear bottom up on a flat surface, but it takes a extreme amount of refraction in order for things at a very far distance to pop up on a ball.
It's trippy. Whoa. Holy shit, dude.
Wow. Light works in cool ways. Awesome. But the point just being that
those kind of conditions are very, very, very rare indeed. That it's going to be lifting an object 10 miles up so you can see it from behind the curvature of the Earth. Those conditions
he's able to do really cool things like in his driveway.
They never exist, as Earth is not a globe. Earth would have to be a globe first. No one's got that. No one's living on a globe. It's got globe experience. We don't see refraction from a globe. It's just not happening. All actions to date.
This guy. Well, I mean, look, I'm gonna but like again, my closing thoughts.
What the heck?
The closing remark is just.
Reductio.
Yeah,
hold on.
Yeah, light works in weird ways, and so you gotta make sure you aren't getting.
That is not bad, okay?
Hang on, Junkie.
Hold on.
1 second.
So, real quick, I want to tell you, Reductio. I want to show you an example of light bending upward over a flat surface. Okay.
Oh my goodness! Everyone is uneducated.
Junkie.
Everyone is uneducated about.
Sorry, Junkie. I'm putting you on server mute because you didn't listen the first time. Hold on, please.
So here is what I'm going to show you. All right, there's an image right there of a laser bending upward in natural conditions. Right, and then here's a GIF of it, just so that you know that this is something that does occur naturally. Right, so we have demonstrations on natural conditions of refraction conditions upward, right? And we can demonstrate bottom-up obstruction over flat surfaces using upward deflections. Would you care to show us things bending around the ball under natural conditions where the horizon appears behind the object?
Is that really common when, I mean, you guys are aware?
He cut out for me. Did he cut out for y'all?
Yeah.
Sorry, I cut out. You guys are aware of it though. It's the the power lines bending downwards.
Yeah, here. Let me go ahead and drop that GIF for you too. Bear with me. You're probably talking about this observation right here.
Yeah, there's like one day they go and it looks like it's going straight. The next day they go, it looks like it's curving. There's like a one spot.
If you pause that GIF when it's zoomed all the way out, it looks like the power lines are curving over the curve. And then for the image that you're talking about, where it looks like it's curving around the curve, right? The one thing I'm going to ask you for is the observer's height. And then the other thing I'm going to ask you for is where the geometric horizon is. Yeah, how far away is the horizon in that image?
Well, look, like the thing is, I'm not making a claim about that, right? That's why I think you guys shouldn't either. It's silly. Like, look, the light could be bending down. There could be a curve. There could be so many things happening. This is why this is just a terrible way to see if the Earth is actually curved, because light could just be bending down, right? And you guys would have to affirm.
I'm giving you demonstrations
the
of
light's
light
bending downwards. That's downwards refraction. You guys would say that, right?
I'm giving you demonstrations of light bending upward. Where's your demonstration of light bending downward in natural conditions?
Do you see that? Do you see the red lines?
All right, I'm asking you for like a science experiment demonstration, like with a laser or.
Just forget what this like flat Earth debunker wrote on the image, right? The point just being that
maybe you can put a coin on a basketball, and then maybe you can blow some cold air in. Then you can blow you can blow some cold air into the room, and then create some refractive conditions where the coin pops up over the curve of the ball, and the horizon of the ball is behind the coin. Maybe you can give me some kind of demonstration.
Well, what I will say about this is now, like some other glober, who I would actually say is in bad faith, would just say, "Oh, this is the curve," right? Now, they're not factoring in that it could have just been refraction bending, looking like they're bending downwards, right? And so I'm sharing this with you. When you share the laser, I'm sharing this because it could just be that this is bending downwards. Now you don't want to affirm the curve, so like we can just agree, like at minimum, this is just like refraction.
Yeah,
refractory.
Dude,
now, it's yet to be determined whether that refractory effect is greater than the like when accounting for refraction, if there's actually a curve or if it's flat. We don't know, right? The point is that we just don't know, and this is a terrible way to determine whether it's flat or not. Because you just don't know, unless you understand the K value in the field, you factor that in, and you're doing all that, which is a shit.
We know it's not Earth curvature, bro. You're trying to prove it is Earth curvature, remember?
Yeah, the ultimate claim in the room, Reductio, is you have an R value. Period, end of story. If you don't have that R value, everything that's been presented that has that embedded R is taken on faith. You know what I mean?
Stop trying to get us on equal footing, bro. It's not going to work.
You know my epistemic sense, right? That's the framework I'm approaching this from.
Yeah, exactly. So that's why, okay, if you've been in this room enough, okay, at some point, if you haven't been, you'll realize that ultimately at the end of the conversation, things tend to swirl around you guys finally presenting an R value that was measured in the real world and not assumed and not inferred, right? Because all this stuff that you're talking about, right? But refraction and shit like that, When you look in history, dude, the Alberunis of the world and what's his name, Eratosthenes, they did all. Well, maybe not Eratosthenes, but Alberuni, for example, he did his thing and derived his stuff via observation. Right, he went on a mountaintop and looked over and measured, an angle or something like that from a mountaintop to a horizon or whatever. It was, for all we know, everything that he was looking at was optical, but he would have approximated the value that we have today, supposedly that they've gotten from other means, right, by some method like that, right? But what you're talking about here kind of falsifies that in the first place, or at least makes it not reliable. But everyone's running with it. So where does this R value actually come from, if not that, right? Hopefully something legitimate and concrete.
And I'm going to put it in another text. Okay, real quick. All right, 20 cups. Reductio.
Go for it.
So you've got this K value, right? And you're trying to explain why you see the objects that you see, and you see the horizon behind the object. So in this K value, when you're calculating for it, you have to have an R value. So who measured the R value? That's the question.
That's what we've been all been asking, dude. Very simple, Reductio.
I'm fine with calculating the K value. You just got to give me an R value measurement.
Didn't I ask him that like 20 minutes ago?
You're asking for a radius value?
Yes. Who measured the radius of the Earth?
Yeah, no, we know we got the value. We want the measurement of it.
I mean, fuck, dude. Like, look, it's way too late to go into all that, but haven't we just measured it in so many different ways? Like, we could talk about the different ways, how they compare with each other.
No,
what ways?
We can do it. We can do it tomorrow, though. I'm gonna head to bed.
All right. We need one official full measurement that is repeatable, that we can do anywhere, all the time, everywhere. The globe depends on it. Seriously.
Oh my god.
If you don't have a radius, you don't have the distance to satellites, you don't have the distance to the moon, you don't have the distance to the sun. The entire fucking
I agree.
Oh, I'm so sorry. The entire story is wrong.
How many times do we have to go over that, man, with these guys? It's the same thing. We're just getting at like from different angles. Ultimately boils down to that. They don't get it.
That's it, man. Like, some people don't like when I say this, but I'm just going to say it for the sake of it, and we can talk about it later or whatever if we need to. But I get it. On the globe, the math in a lot of different ways. They can make anything math out to the globe based off of observations. That's what they've done for hundreds of years. I don't have an issue with that. What I have an issue with is a direct measurement of the R or the C. Give me one of them, please.
C being like a light constant?
Were you here earlier, 20 Cups, when I talked to the guy that sparked all of this conversation right before Reductio talked and some other other couple people talked? This one guy came in. Right? It was like A7 something.
Oh, and I missed that one.
He was I think he came in right after him. He was we were talking about the geometry, and I asked him, I said, have you ever heard of the equation C equals 2 pi r? And so he looked it up because this is a second language, so it's obviously going to have a different equation in a different language, probably for the different names and stuff. But C equals 2 pi r, you've heard of that equation, right?
Circumference, yeah.
Yeah, circumference equals 2 times pi times the radius. Or you can say pi d, right? But I use 2 pi r because it has r in there, and that's what we're talking about. the radius of the circumference. So C equals 2 pi r. Can you solve for C without knowing r?
No.
Can you solve for r without knowing C?
No.
So if you can't solve that equation without knowing at least one, then you have to have one measurement in order for this globe to really stick.
Yeah, no shit.
It's as simple as that.
Of course, yeah.
It's the same thing with like when they talk about the angular size of the sun. Well, the angular size of the sun is fine if you know the distance to the sun or you know the size of the sun. But you have to know one of them in order to calculate the other ones.
Yeah.
It's just like statistics, right? You have to have at least two values in statistics in order to calculate all the other statistics that are involved with that. I don't know, man. I know it's complicated because like there's so much emotion tied to it. They told you it was science.
The math is super simple. This is a basic like grade 8, grade 9 algebra. It's not an issue at all. They're just clinging to something in from philosophical motive, right?
Yeah, emotional
motive, or whatever, and they're hell bent on asserting their belief that the method used to infer one of these is legitimate. Period.
I mean, think about it. How many cool science movies have you seen, sci-fi, where they were in outer space? In your
all
life?
of them. All of them are pretty cool, man. But they're fantasy. Like Dune. Right. Dune's a good one. Recent one. Pretty bad.
Dune's Pitch Black was really cool.
Star Wars was fun.
Yeah. Star Trek, the beginning.
Baseball.
I never watched Star Trek. I never really got into it, to be honest.
I did. No, in the very beginning, back in the 60s, I was a kid, so I was well into it. I was a child at the time.
Alien.
I'm 63, remember? So as a child, I saw it and got into it.
Independence Day.
Yep.
Yeah, Independence Day. That was an interesting one. Was that the one with, what's his name? Willis?
Will Smith?
Yeah. Yeah, Will Smith.
Keep my wife's name out your mouth.
Out your mouth, yeah.
Sigourney Weaver. Right?
the fake slap.
It's hilarious. What else? What are some other good movies? Deep Impact, Armageddon.
Armageddon, that's the one I was thinking of. Armageddon, yeah. And then, of course, the recent ones like Gravity recently.
Gravity was a good one. Did y'all see? Oh gosh, it was a Tom Cruise movie where he thought he was like saving the planet or whatever, and he finds out
that was called Oblivion. Oblivion.
Yeah, that was a good movie.
Yeah, that was really good.
Yeah. That was a Honda XR600, by the way. The bike he rode. That was a Honda XR600. Yep. I used to have one like that.
Hey, Jimmy, you're hot mic and Bub.
Armageddon.
Gattaca was a good movie too. That was about.
I'm going to get him.
Moon space. It's a good movie.
Armageddon.
What you doing, Jimmy? You sound like you got background noise.
Yeah, that'd be Jim Studio One coming through.
You know what I mean? Like, look at all those cool movies, and those are all the recent ones, man. Like, I mean, it goes back further than that. Like, even They Live. That was a cool movie.
Yeah.
In space, no one can hear you scream.
Guys,
Did you
I
know
gotta
that,
apologize, man. Over these last few days. Sorry,
Y'all
guys.
remember Total Recall?
Yeah. I was
Yeah,
gonna say,
total,
quickly, man.
total
I just
retard.
gotta-
Yeah.
May I?
Total retard.
I was just gonna say, man. Like I've noticed in the last few days, dude. I've been getting really uptight and shit. So anyone who's like, put off by that, my apologies. Trying not to, but these days, I don't know why, but people are being really fucking annoying. So please forgive me.
Well, that's why I tried to interject where I could, because I know.
It's all right. No, you know what? You come across like a what's the word? An attorney. You really do the attorney role really nice. Okay, and you dismantle them. So don't worry, man. It's all good.
Appreciate it.
Great attorney. Great attorney.
I'm trying to keep it as down to earth as possible, man. But when things get heated, sometimes, right? Doing my best not to, though.
Yeah, but you're still. The thing is, you're still polite when you do it as well. You're still polite when you say you're a piece of shit. You're saying it politely, and that's cool.
Yeah, you're you're a polite asshole.
All right. Well, that's good to know. Appreciate the tolerance, guys. Honestly.
Well, no, I enjoy the attorney approach, and wriggling on the line. So it's beautiful. No need to worry, man.
But anyway, y'all, I'm gonna head off to bed, and I appreciate all of y'all tonight.
Sheepdog, you did a good job as well, Sheepdog.
You too,
did a
Jim.
good job as well, man. Yeah, you did a good job, man.
Later,
Well done,
bro.
man.
Yeah, you have a good rest.
Cheers, man.
Yeah, nice, man.
I'm gonna sleep in my flat bed on the flat earth.
Right on.
So, did you guys know? I wanted to get in earlier when it was still relevant. Roddy Piper broke Mr. T's collarbone, I think it was, or elbow or something. Right? Broke a bone. Yeah, and in response, what's his name? His friend, the wrestler friend, another famous one. It was the dude in the fairy movie, the Tooth Fairy movie. What was his name? Hulk Hogan. Thank you. Hulk Hogan beat Roddy up for it.
He died recently. Yeah.
Yeah, right. Yeah, he beat Roddy up for it.
Oh,
they got into a big scuffle in a hotel room over it because Roddy came to apologise to Mr. T, who was recovering in this motel room, and his family was there. And this is a whole story told by his daughter, right? Is apparently now a stand-up comedian, right? And she's telling this story, and Roddy comes to apologise to the motel room to apologise, and and Hulk Hogan just grabs him and puts him up the wall and starts beating him up. Oh, it's a funny story, man, the way it was told.
Yeah. Piper, he died rather young as well. Did you know that?
No.
He died young as well.
No, it was Mr. T's daughter, sorry.
Yeah, Mr. T's daughter. Yeah, Mr. T's daughter. I heard that story. Yeah, Roddy Piper died young as well. He wasn't that old when he passed away.
In Rocky 3, when Mr. T says to Rocky's wife, "Hey, why don't you come with me if you want to experience a real man?" When they were watching it in the cinema at the premiere, Mr. T was sitting next to his mother, and when his mother saw that, she turned around, she started hitting him. He goes, "Hey, what you doing talking to that to a woman? You did." He's like, "Mama, it's for the movie."
Yeah. I didn't bring you up like that. That's the umbrella's hitting him.
I didn't bring you up talking to women like that. Boom, boom.
Mr. T's
People are crazy.
Getting knocked out by his mum. Can't we all just get along? Can't we all just get along?
No, I want problems.
Yes, well, the Globers have certainly got it in spades.
Hey guys, you think Earth is flat?
Hi there. Yeah, we know it's flat. It's measured flat, you see. Why do you ask?
Because I believe the Earth is round.
Why? What proof do you have of this round oblateness of the Earth? What proof do you have?
Nothing. Just believe.
Well, belief is nothing then. I mean, clearly obvious, ladies and gentlemen, when you have a bag full of beliefs, you have a bag full of nothing. So you have nothing. There you are.
So you can
have no
prove
proof.
Earth is flat?
Yeah, you didn't listen to the English language. I said it is measured flat. So in order for something to be measured flat means some action must take place. That is, we've gone out to measure it. You see? So that's the proof, isn't it? When you measure something. Do you understand now?
No.
You don't understand. Okay, let's take it from
I'm
the
not
beginning.
understand about the Earth is flat. Because my boobs is flat.
I cut out there for a second. I do apologize for the technical hiccup out of my control. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Well, like I said, now, do you know the size and circumference of the supposed ball you live on? Do you know the size? Do you know the size? Has the guy I'm talking to gone?
Yeah, he dropped out.
Ah, okay. Never mind. Yeah, he obviously knew he'd bitten off more than he could chew there, ladies and gentlemen. He was choking on it. Because clearly, when we say it's measured flat, clearly some action would have happened to determine this. Do the observations and make the measurements and then come to that conclusion. That's the gold standard, as we call it. So clearly he knew he didn't have anything when he was just believing. Believing is nothing. It doesn't prove anything, your beliefs. And Carl Sagan, he stated that a belief without validation or confirmation is a mistake. Well, there you have it. So, hence, I don't believe anymore. I did that for 48 years where the Earth was concerned, and it was a 48-year mistake. How many of you can make that claim that you made a mistake for 48 years and are brave enough to admit it? Because that's the other thing. Yes, I made a 48-year mistake. Right. That should make you think as well. What was the mistake he made that moved him towards the flat Earth from the globe? What was that mistake that he made? 48 years. What could it have been? It was clearly not going out to measure the circumference of the Earth. That was my mistake. I took it on belief. I took it as a given. I took it on trust. See that? All good qualities, but the number one standard, if you really want to know, is for you to check it. Hence 48 years of a mistake right there. That's simple. purely because I trusted the information I was given to be the truth when it wasn't. There you are. So now you know why I don't believe in anything now. I seek knowledge, truthful knowledge. If I don't have it, I don't start believing in anything. You see? That means I carry less junk in my brain. Lots of important things. Like the flatness of the earth. And the fact that when I look back in my history, there is no recorded experience of living on a globe. The brain is capable of doing that, going back and rewinding your life. You can. And you would see the big things that are missing. There are no curvature experience, no circumference, no radius, no rotation, none of that. It's all horizontal, everything. So all you've got to do is just rewind your lives and you will notice. I can say that because I'm an expert at rewind. You cannot rewind your life, then you've lost a lot of data, which you can use to confirm and validate what is true or not, whether what you're being told is true or not. Because your experience is very important on this earth, especially regarding the redundancy of this ball we're supposed to be living on. It would be impossible not to notice it. Impossible. A curved line and a straight line are very different. Very different indeed. And that's what we're talking about, basically. Horizontality versus curvature. Spherical. Spheroid. A distinct shape. When you actually compare the two, a flat earth and a ball earth, it is easy to fall off the ball because the ball is not level. You don't fall off a leveled surface. You just don't. Curving surface now, right, requires your body to adapt and start to produce some balancing skills. Hence the clowns on the big ball when they're running around and sometimes they fall off. Of course they're going to fall off. It's not level. So easy to fall off a ball, not a leveled surface, by the way. Easy to build your house on a leveled surface than to build it on a curved surface, because you'd have to build a leveled foundation on that curve before you build your leveled house. See? You'd have to factor in the curvature. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Flat Earth Truth. You're carrying that data in your subconsciousness all the time. You've only got to tap into it. You've lived a life of horizontality all the while. Well, I'm glad we got the refraction thing sorted out. Yeah. The air can play tricks on what you see, that's true. But when it comes to the black swan, you can't bring in refraction at all. Sorry. I always said that at the beginning. They're lying. They have to lie. You are indeed seeing the horizon behind those oil rigs. No refraction going on there. All from just 12 inches. In some cases, 8 feet. Still seeing the horizon behind the oil rigs. 8 feet observation height puts the horizon, your geometric horizon should be at 3.46 miles. Okay, 3.46 miles. That's it. And yet we see well beyond that. Well beyond that. That's why the black swan is such a killer for the globe. It just ends it immediately. The numbers. Can you imagine they're trying to evoke a 30-mile refraction, 30 miles long refraction, or 275 miles refraction. The air doesn't do that. Doesn't do those perfect refractions for those given distances. Silly idea. We're talking about the air that is constantly in flux, constantly changing. Doesn't do tricks like that. God designed it so well. Water is a solid medium, isn't it? Water, solid medium. You put your pencil into the glass of water, you see it kink, boom. There's that kink, noticeable instantly. You pass light through it as well, it kinks. Okay, but the air is different. The air is, it's a mixture of different gases, and these gases have different densities. So to create a perfect, refraction over 275 miles, that's an impossibility for the air to do that. It's just too much in flux. Too many gases having to intertwine to come into line perfectly for that. Silly. And it gives you a great sensation, for example, ladies and gentlemen, when you can stand at the coast of Worthing, outside the Worthing Sailing Club, right, which is a south coast of England, okay, not too far from Brighton and that, but there is Worthing. Been there several times during my army life, right, Worthing. And then you can see the Isle of Wight. I never knew you could see the Isle of Wight when I was in the army. Never knew that. But recent videos that I've seen, images, you get a great sensation that you're looking 38 miles and and you see action going on 38 miles from where you're standing. Such is the feeling you get there from that. Bloody amazing. Real time. And vice versa. You can look from the Isle of Wight and see Worthing as well. Brilliant. That's 38 miles. With a camera. Brilliant. Absolutely.
Yo, what's going on, you guys? Why are you guys so silent?
Just waiting for you.
What's up?
It's what? It's 2 a.m.
Something like that.
Yeah, what's this doing? So you guys don't have a debate at 2 a.m.?
Yeah, make a claim.
No, I don't want to debate.
You don't want to?
No, I need to debate. You believe in God?
Well, I certainly don't believe that all the organisms on Earth spring up out of the rocks with no help.
What?
So in
No.
other words, yes, I believe in a creator.
Yeah, you believe in a creator?
Yeah, because it requires a great deal of faith to believe that all the life on Earth sprang up all by itself with lucky time and magic wind.
So which creator do you believe in?
It's not really the topic for the room, I guess. Doesn't
It's not
really
God. Do you
matter.
believe
There's only one creator of the heavens and the earth, right?
and you don't know?
What?
And you don't know the significance.
Is he breaking up for everybody else?
No, he's just in a different room than his mic. He's in a different room. he has to get in the same room as his mic.
That might help.
What? Which one?
Well, we're having trouble hearing you, dude.
Oh, maybe because of the network, the mic is fine.
It might be like a
Do you
trifecta: the network, the mic, and language.
A trifecta of.
do you hear wind noise?
What?
Do you hear the noise of wind from my side?
Wind noise? No, I don't think it's wind
Yeah.
noise. We just couldn't understand you.
Oh, my accent?
I don't know if it was your accent or your connection or your mic or all three. That's why he said trifecta. Because it might be all three.
No,
But it sounds like
I
your
was
headphones are in your pocket.
no.
Yes, it does.
All right, good night, guys.
Feliz Navidad.
What?
It just means peace, bro. Peace.
Yeah, peace, yeah.
Hey guys. Uh, hey guys, what's up?
Yo.
Oh, Hydron, this video is dead as fuck, bro.
How you doing, man?
It's a bit quiet at the moment, but yeah. Oh, there you go. Look, yeah. Mike's here.
Yeah.
What?
How you
Glad.
doing?
Can someone
Hello?
enlighten me?
Bro, this video is dead as fuck, bro.
No.
This video is dead, bro. Let's ask a question. Ask a question, bro.
Yeah, what's going on?
Nothing, bro. Nothing.
Did they just run away?
I think so. Excuse me.
Lame. It sounded like mischief anyway. Still like little teenage little girls here. Oh, no, you ask him. Oh no, you ask him. Oh,
Yeah, pretty much.
What's up? What's up?
How do you do, man?
Not bad, thank you. Very quiet this morning.
It is. Finished off some rounds a few hours ago. Just hanging out.
Yeah, I'm just catching up on the show QE put out yesterday, day before.
Yeah.
There's a lot going on, brother.
Oh, yeah. I didn't watch the whole thing, I'll be honest. But there was a bit of a, I don't know, debrief shit show that happened in here. So, you know.
Yeah, it's a real clash of, I don't know what to call it, clash of philosophy, clash of styles, but yeah, I'm interested to see how this all pans out. I don't like the lack of cohesion, you know?
Yeah.
I like to see us all on the same page. I know it needs to happen to hash out these things, and maybe it'll be a good thing. That's my hope.
Yeah, 100%. I think there was some, what do you call it? Some reconciliation a little bit afterwards between some of the boys in here. The whole QE thing, I mean, forget it. You know, like, lost cause. I don't know. But we'll see.
Yeah, I don't expect him to, you know, start being cordial. I don't think that's his style. But when it comes to the refraction argument, I definitely would like to hear more opinions, more discussions on the whole boundary argument, on the gradient argument, because I sit somewhere, I understand both sides of it. What I don't understand is the reluctance to address, you know, some of the observations, particularly from the FED side. So I'm trying to hear or find where they are, or in those discussions where they are willing to discuss these things. Otherwise, it just leaves everything murky.
You know, it really seemed like it all boiled down to the term refraction. You know, yeah, the term refraction that's most commonly used in the context of Snell's law, right? But if that term is invoked in a sense where it's trying to elucidate the notion of just light bending, even though it's not going through two distinct mediums, right? That attempt itself is hand wave dismissed, right? Because it's not the right term, right? Refraction is supposed to be reserved for Snell's law exclusively, supposedly, right?
I understand, yeah. It reminds me of the level argument with the Bev guys, right?
Right.
It's got a hint of that style, you know, the anal sort of approach, which I do respect. I do respect it, but at the same time, when it comes to communication and when it comes to just you know, being able to describe what we see, there's a lack of language, or there's a lack of words, or a lack of explanations to replace refraction.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, what are we calling, for example, Skunk Bay? What are we calling this if it's not refraction?
I've heard the term, it must be turbulence, right? But someone clarified, hey, no, the turbulence is the term turbulence is meant to describe the raw phenomena of the variation of temperature and pressure and all that stuff with like pockets of air and stuff like that throughout the line of sight, which is then supposed to have the effect of refracting the light. Right? Like they're two distinct things. One is a property of the mixture of air and all its attributes. And then the consequence of that, whereby light is passing through it, is where, the term refraction can come in. Like that's the argument, right? But that second part seems to be glossed over. It's like, oh, well, it's not refraction, it's turbulence. Well, that's conflating the two things, no? Wouldn't you think?
I really need to sort of get my head around the effects of what turbulence can do, because if it's giving the same effects as what you would expect from refraction, then there's either two things going on. Either there's a misunderstanding, or basically either refraction does suffice or it doesn't, and I think if it doesn't, then does turbulence suffice, to give the same outcomes or effect as refraction? And at this point, from my knowledge, I don't think it does, but I think there's more going on there than just turbulence. But I really need to brush up,
Yeah. But in general, that's where the squabble comes in. You know what I mean?
That's why I liken it to the level argument, because, you can find a position of level on a curved surface. That doesn't make the curved surface level, right? And I think it's similar, where you can find the effects of refraction, but does refraction cover the whole atmospheric long distance observation? So I was using atmospheric refraction, and I'm happy and willing to be corrected, but only by those who have the right words and the right explanation to replace it with. Otherwise, I'm going to use atmospheric refraction, just like I'm going to use level and flat Earth. I'm going to use flat until you replace that word with something that suffices. You know what I mean? Like, I know they say independent is falsification is independent of replacement, but when it comes to communication, how are we supposed to talk about this? You know what I mean? Like, if somebody's not willing to lead, if somebody's not willing to use the right words and correct them, then what's the point in being anal about it when it's such a nuanced thing? At this point, atmospheric refraction is the word that everybody understands. Do you know what I mean? Like, if I say atmospheric refraction different from Snell's law, you get what I'm saying, right? Regardless of whether you believe atmos and sphere and shapes, you know what I mean, and all that comes with it, right?
Yeah.
It's like, are they being pedantic to just be pedantic, to just sort of flex, or are they actually trying to educate people, or are they trying to trip people up? Because I don't want to be led by someone whose whole job is to just poke the bear and cause drama. You know what I mean?
Yeah, of course. Seems like that. Really does. Unfortunately.
I mean, it does, but they've allowed it to seem like that by not explaining themselves, explaining observations. You know what I mean? They're the ones who have put themselves in a position to look like the bad guy, which is fine. That's what they want to do, but it's not really a leadership quality. It's not really a position of trying to help people or educate people. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think they'd be surprised at how open a lot of us are to change our positions potentially, but even the ones who are directly clashing with them, are definitely open, but after being in the space for so long, it just seems they're unwilling to address it. Just like, like the other guys, the Bev guys, they're not willing to address certain points. And then it turns into a circle jerking sort of situation.
Right on. I'd encourage you, man. If you have the willingness, maybe go back a few hours, maybe about by now 6 hours or so on the live stream. Maybe have another listen.
Yep.
Yeah. I missed it, but I heard a good bit of it.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to do that. I'm really interested to hear everybody's opinions. I don't want to drag it out. Everyone talk about it 24/7, but this is 24/7, of course. So, why not?
Yeah.
Why not make sure this needs to be put to bed, right?
Ideally, I think so.
I don't know about you, but I don't really like those semantical arguments. I just find them a little bit pointless sometimes. But willing to admit there might be something we've missed, potentially. But at this point, it doesn't seem like they're forthcoming. Yeah.
That's why I can appreciate them in a certain sense, because, to iron out some of the terminology, right? They're necessary, but sometimes, like, especially with guys who come in here to argue against us, it's more used as like a rhetorical device more than anything else. Like, what do you mean by the word is? Like, what do you mean by that word? And then you're caught up on that shit. You know what I mean? Like,
exactly, brother.
That's the risk.
It's a bit childish, I think, in an educated sort of way. You know what I mean? It's like, aha, I found something that will cause a problem and wedge. I'm going to wedge it right in, and they can't take it out because theoretically I'm correct, but actually, in the context of the argument, it's not that helpful.
Yeah.
And I'm all about context. Context. I think context rules content. So, yeah, you may have the correct content, but, in the context of the situation here, then go ahead, then go ahead and lead. Here's the floor. And then that's when you get the, what's happening in Skunk Bay. I don't know. It's a fallacious, approach to ask me to replace it. It's like, well, that doesn't help.
It's not going to stop.
You don't see an amicable ending to this, T-Dub?
No.
Really?
Not where parties agree.
Tito, what do you think about turbulence covering that effect? You think that covers it? Because I don't think it does, but what do you think?
I kind of agree with AI, because at the end of the day, it's the effect that they're appealing to, that someone's going to appeal to, not necessarily the terminology. Right? Although that, yes, semantics words mean things, and it's important, specificity, all that stuff, blah, 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 blah. But what really matters is what they're claiming is happening, right? The effect. Whether it's got a misnomer attached to it or not, or a misterm, or that's not real. That's secondary, really. Right? It's what they think is happening. So light's being redirected. Is it okay? For example. All right. Okay. Let's deal with that part of it.
Yeah, it's like if
you know what I mean?
Yeah, 100%. This is what I'm saying. If DJ, for example, made the exact same argument but didn't use the term refraction or atmospheric refraction, then I guess they would be absolutely fine, right? It's just that word that they have the issue with.
Well, there is some contention with what is being said as well. Demands to demonstrate and blah 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 blah. I mean,
but I'm not comfortable, looking at certain observations like Skunk Bay and then just saying, "Yep, no explanation, don't know, move on, next." How's that helpful? I mean, we can understand, right, that there are effects over long distance through the atmosphere that gives the same effect as refraction. But we know it's not Snell's law. That's why I think atmospheric refraction is the word that is used. Yeah. Just like it's a bit like gravity, right? We know that things go down. I'm happy to use the word gravity, you know what I mean? But then we could be in the exact same situation with types like this by using gravity. So it's like, okay, where do we all sit on that, and instead of gravity, because relative density covers a part of it, but what's wrong with using language that everybody understands? That's my argument. And if not, then what's a better word? Yeah, I'm definitely not trying to get involved either. I'm just early morning, just taking stock of what you guys think.
Well, that's it in a nutshell there.
Well, hats off to DJ, he's definitely pushing the conversation forward. We definitely need people to challenge these little nuanced situations. So I'm glad he's got the energy, the time, and the space to do it. I really hope he does go on the show, and I really hope he does step up to, debates and stuff, and win, lose, or draw. It doesn't matter. Hats off to the guy.
I mean, I think a lot of it, I can't speak for him, but what I get from a lot of what DJ is saying is it's more of a hostile witness situation than anything. You know what I mean? But he's saying, hey, here's what your textbooks are saying.
Yeah. And even Andrew Thomas... Even Andrew Thomas Young alludes to it, but he doesn't have a word for it, right? He alludes to the fact that, it's not, there isn't layers of gradient, but we get the effects of it.
He says there is a change in refractive index. It's just not distinct separate layers like this thick, discrete layer, so many meters thick or whatever, and then boom, suddenly it changes drastically, to this next level. It's just very, very slow and gradual. That's what he's saying, and he calls it refraction.
He does, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. But he does make. We worked out today. We passed out today. Thanks, QE. Bringing it up, and the other guys too in the chat here later on. Andrew Thomas Young does make a very clear distinction between mirages and other types of refractive effects. So he doesn't class looming and stooping and sinking as mirages because they don't necessarily involve, though they can involve miraging, but that would be multiple things going on at the same time. So you could have looming and superior miraging or something like that, right? Happening simultaneously. But he's saying that looming and sinking is not a mirage. But it is a refractive effect. He's claiming, so Andrew Thompson is claiming that is a result of refraction of light changing direction in the medium of air due to differing density, gradient, whatever, temperatures, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, but, or whatever whatever he claims about it, but he calls it refraction, nevertheless, right? And these miraging effects, he will also say, is the result of light changing direction, right? And put it in category of refraction. But so you can have the mirage caused by refraction, but you can have other effects which are caused by refraction that aren't mirages.
Right.
Go figure.
Yeah.
Go figure. Because he says that. So he stipulates that miraging is specifically to do with mirroring. So in these mirroring effects, whether it's inverted or the other way, it's like that. If there's no mirroring involved, then it's not a mirage.
Yeah.
Well, that's why he calls it superior mirage, right? Or inferior mirage. He doesn't say a looming mirage. He doesn't say a sinking mirage, right?
It's a bit like the bottom-up disappearance argument as well. A few people have issues with the idea of things disappearing from bottom up. Yeah, technically, it doesn't. Does it appear that way though? Sometimes, yeah. So what do we call that? You know what I mean? Like there's so many subjects you could do this to. It's like, well, is this for the right reasons? Are we questioning these things for the right reasons? Because I don't see it being an issue. It's more of an issue from some flat earthers than it is from globers. Do you know what I mean? Like they say we're enabling globers. Well, not really. These arguments are appealing and help the globers to understand what we're saying. You know what I mean? Because isn't this about waking people up?
Out of this, right? Is from their own side, right? We've got the quotes from their own side, from their own subject matter experts, saying that there's another reason for apparent bottom-up obstruction, not necessarily Earth curvature. So when they come in and say, why can't I see the bottom of the boat? Well, your own side has already given us, your own side has already given you an alternative reason why. When an object which is in your line of sight and would not necessarily be geometrically hidden by anything, curvature of the Earth or a mountain or anything, right? Anything, it will appear to be obstructed bottom up. They give it that, and they call it refraction. They call it a refractive effect. Sinking. That's what sinking is. Right. That's the way sinking is described. So, that's a bonus, isn't it? Really, because we can use that as a hostile witness. Say, why are you asking us for alternative reasons when your own side already has one? You don't accept it. It's just always Earth curvature is the reason. You didn't check to see if your own side gives you an alternative reason. That's unfortunate because we've done it for you. Here you go.
To me, that's already ruled out because they don't take into account angular size change at all. That's not even involved for them. So that's easily, to me, that's done. Earth curvature just doesn't cut it. And Earth curvature with refraction is not consistent enough. They don't have, like we said, that linear uniform gradient to account for these observations. They don't take into account angular size. So for me, earth curvature is completely out the window anyway. So how is it enabling when that argument is dead? They even admit that themselves. That argument's been dead since 2016. They can't even claim angular size. It's not involved in their calculators.
I know, right? Yeah, there is a variety of ways to tackle a lot of different arguments that globes have, right? And you can do it from outside of their narrative. You can do it from inside of their narrative. You can just hold it to account on its bare own and just ask for the evidence. What's the data that supports this claim? There's just there's a lot of different ways to tackle all different types of arguments that they present, right? Not that they're even arguments, they're just claims, right, that they make. Certain people that, have been in the limelight the last couple of days do know this and do it themselves, right?
Yeah, I think that's where my issue is, that when it suits them, a lot of these people are willing to go along, and accept. But then when QE says it, then they switch sides, and they're like, oh yeah, we don't say that, that's not that, but they say it themselves. So it's like, that's where I think clarity is needed. Like, look, guys, there's no need to jump ship and swap sides, and there's many different ways. And if you're speaking to a glober, or if you're talking internally, then fine. But if you're speaking to a glober, it's a different context. You know what I mean? If we're hashing these things out in the background, then yeah, fine, great, love that. Sharpen the axe. But the axe is fucking sharp already. You know what I mean? The tree's already cut down when it comes to earth curvature. What's the fear? Why the fear? You know what I mean? Let's move forward now. Earth is not curving, and the globers can't account for the curvature at the observations. So now let's move it forward. But yeah. With all progress comes a bit of pain, right? I'm all for it, as long as it stays controlled. Did T-Dub, or 20 Cups, that conversation a few hours ago, which I am going to go back and have a look at, was Jedi around?
Yep.
Brilliant.
Sorry, mate, I was just talking to my son. Could you repeat that?
I was just asking if Jedi has shared his two-piece on this. I'm interested to hear his thoughts.
Yeah, he chimed in, man, but I'm sorry, I couldn't tell you what, I can't remember. But I don't want to misquote him. I wouldn't remember exactly what he said.
Yeah, because I know Jedi is pretty strict with his terminology, his use of language, and the way that he does things. So I can imagine him sitting on the fence a little bit on that one.
Yeah, I remember him being pretty reserved on it all. He let them hash out. He had some commentary, but it was more like at the end,
Yeah, as I expected, yeah. As I expected. T-Dub might be right. This is going to be a drawn-out conversation, I think.
Yeah.
Got a few new people joined over the last 5-10 minutes. What's up? Anybody who's joined, you're welcome to open your mic. Get involved, ask a question. More than welcome.
There's also a social element to it a little bit. You know what I mean? Like, well, actually, not a little bit, a lot.
That's my fear, T-Dub. That's my suspicion.
One might even say a power struggle that might only exist very, look, it's not really for discussion here. I shouldn't be talking about it.
I don't know. I think you should. I think maybe not now. But when the time comes, I definitely think everybody's input is valued. I think it definitely helps. It helps more than doing the opposite. You know what I mean?
Hello.
Hello,
Howdy,
hello.
how's it going, man?
How are you guys?
Absolutely fantastic. How are you, sir?
That's delusional.
That's delusional.
I'm trying to say, that's great.
Good. Yes. How are you?
Completely, absolute perfect.
That's delusional. I'm joking. I'm joking. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth. What brings you in the channel?
Thanks so much. Before I was in the last community from the server English, very much people. Then I joined here in the English hub. It's kind of crazy. It's kind of cool. Everyone's kind of funny.
Yeah, this is a great topic to sharpen your English, learn a few concepts, a few new words. So we've been invited here to, help people realize the some of the observations and the fact about the world we live in.
Wow.
Do you know much about Flat Earth?
Yeah, I know it. I know somebody called global and globe and flat and many things. Someone call it donut, someone call it cheese. But I respect everyone. It's kind of cool though.
It's only the trolls that call it a donut or cheese. Flat earthers don't even make a claim to a shape. Flat's not a shape. It's just a description of the surface of water.
Yeah, it's kind of true. That's kind of true. Kind of.
Yeah. And we know the Earth is the majority water, right? So it kind of makes sense. I can
see it's only straight line though. I just only see when the wave come, because the air was like coming from the north and south, kind of like that.
Maybe. Yeah, when it comes to measurements, there are no globe measurements in reality.
Wow.
And when it comes to taking angles and measurements and looking for the evidence of curvature, which is curving at a specific rate, apparently there are no measurements for the globe. It's all sort of theoretical.
May I ask if there's another continent over our planet, like our planet Earth?
What was your question?
Like I heard about like the TikTok I saw that there's a lot of continents. It's kind of cool, right? There's another living creature in another, like we are in an oval, then there's another nation. Like
right.
It's kind of cool.
And how do they know that?
That is true. I wish that is true. So we can see another creature around our oval.
I mean, that's interesting, but how would we know that?
They said it's from our Antarctica wall of NASA or blah blah blah. Yeah, that's kind of cool, right?
I mean, it's a cool concept. It's a cool idea, but do we have any evidence of that?
Well, some of people like showing some from websites, but it's kind of cool for me. It's kind of interesting, same as here, because you can meet up another personal people, then another living creatures, and yeah, they're kind of cool. I guess so.
How is that any different to believing planets and galaxies far, far away exist?
Well, let's say galaxy is maybe. Well, some people call it's our planet has a dome. Some people call it there was no another planet. Some people has a lot of planet, Milky Way, galaxy, and rocks. That's crazy, bro.
Yeah, but here's the thing about the dome. You can't have gas pressure without a container, right?
Yeah.
So
if there's a dome,
if there's a container,
there was no. We don't have any air right now, I guess.
Yeah, I think the dome word is it's loaded because the dome refers to the firmament, which is a biblical claim.
Yeah, some of people say that.
But it carries more weight than other continents because there are certain anecdotal things within our world that we can say, well, that would align with a dome. You know, the fact we have gas pressure, the fact we see rainbows lower in the sky in the south. You know, there's the odd thing here and there that would allude to that. But when it comes to other continents, it's you know, completely anecdotal. We have to take the stories of individual people who claim that, but there's actual logic behind the idea that there's a container, which some would call a dome. So I think that's slightly different. But when it comes to beyond Antarctica, the Antarctic Circle, I mean, that's completely speculation. As much as I like the idea, it isn't something that would convince somebody that the Earth's not a ball. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's kind of. Even me, I never goes to space station. I cannot tell that our Earth was a globe, or something like that.
Right. Yeah. I mean, there's a handful of astronauts who have said to have left what they call low Earth orbit. So, you know, 20-something people is the maximum number, I think, that they say has left so-called, in quotation marks, low Earth orbit. So we don't even have that anecdotal evidence, really, you know, because the average, or the 99.999% of the world's population have never experienced an outer space at all. And I'd argue that without NASA, nobody would believe that shit. Without these rocket launches and without these missions that they so-called do, there's nothing. You know, we don't get the meteor showers, we don't get the asteroids, we don't get anything really that interacts with the outer space idea.
Yeah, I wish like there's another humors. It's spreading humors. There's another people in the future. They're gonna make some elevator. They said it's all like they said like when it's like 2010 and 2012 ending of like they made a elevator, but till today I never seen on YouTube or any platform medias. I'm trying to wait for that moment.
Yeah, you'll be waiting a long time. I remember in school in the 90s, because I'm old, they said we'd be in they said that there would be public tourism in space by the year 2000. By the year 2000.
2025, maybe we don't still have that.
Yeah.
But actually, I saw like when you're born, like 90 some plus, some kind of more than they made a vehicle out of hoverboard, then made a plane. That's kind of cool, right? Like, wow. It's more rather today. Maybe the old-fashioned years was very might be futuristic rather today. I'm very interesting about the old town, old cities. Yeah, I'm very interested.
Yeah, it's fascinating. Some of the technology from the early, 19th century is as advanced potentially as, what we have today. Some of the technology.
Yeah.
It's very interesting. Seems like something happened, right? In the past.
Yeah. By the way, what country are you from?
I'm from the UK.
Nation? Oh, UK, United Kingdom. Oh, you Britain.
Yeah. What about you?
I'm from Asia.
Right, Asia.
Asia. Yeah.
Big place.
Big place. Yeah.
Big continent.
The Philippines and I have blood Japanese. Actually, I'm mixed.
Nice.
Yeah.
And do you consider yourself a glober in the sense that do you believe that we live on a ball with outer space?
Well, I cannot believe as well on that because if our globe is if the globe was globe, why the waters go straight?
Right. Yep.
Same as
and have you heard of any explanations for that from the globe side?
If we have plus, negative, and positive magnet, even water just gonna be a globe thing. Because the water from the sea was salt, and our body was salt as well. It's maybe That's why if we get sweat, we have like taste like let's say salty.
And what about the freshwater lakes?
Well,
they're not curving.
They're not curving. Even lake, even river, I didn't even see it was a globe or oval or a circle. But for me, it's kind of interesting. There's a globe, there's a planet, flat Earth. For me, it's very interesting for me. It's kind of numerous futuristic things.
Yeah, there's just no direct evidence for curvature, for motion, for outer space. It's like a religion.
Yeah.
So people have a choice, really. Once you've been made aware of these things and you've done your research and you come to the same conclusion that you have to come to, which is there is no direct evidence for any of this, you have a choice. You could choose to believe in the globe religion, or you can choose to step back.
Yeah.
And that's what flat earthers are, those who have decided to step back and just admit what we experience and what we see,
Well, that's good. That is a kind of great suggestions for everyone, and that's kind of great. It's very cool.
Yeah, I think so, bro. I think it helps you with your critical thinking. It helps you with logic. And it will give you an interest. I wasn't interested in these things before Flat Earth, and now, I make the effort and time, and I'm actually interested now in science and in the questions of geometry. And it's good. It fuels that interest.
I'm interesting to anything. Kind of crazy.
Anything.
Some people we are from, like, some people they burn from their mom. They burn from the heaven. Someone burn from species. They burn from monkeys. They burn from Africa, and they burn from Japan, bro. For me, I from my mom.
I like it. Yeah, that monkey story doesn't add up. I'm sorry.
Same. I'm not gonna say I'm from monkeys.
Your great ancestors, right?
Yeah, great ancestors, right? As well, I didn't even understand where we all from. Even so, me, I cannot know where men came from, where women came from, where monkeys came from, where chicken were from. Even trees, even same. Neither I.
And that's honest. That's fair. Seems pretty apparent, though, that we were, wherever we came from, we were fully formed. This is how we've always been, by the looks of it.
But I believe I believe in conspiracies from humors. Like, there was a very cool time machines that someone built it. But for me, I'm interested as well in that thing. Mm-hmm.
What did you say? Time machines?
Yeah, time machine means look like if you're gonna travel to your old self or your future self. That's kind of cool. That's very cool. When I was a kid, I'm watching every movies has one. But it's kind of cool for me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a big. That's a lot of speculation there, but who knows, right? Yeah. Stay open-minded. I think that's the key. Don't rule out that which is possible, and the globe isn't possible. I'm sorry, but that's off the table for me completely.
Same.
A ball with a radius of 3959 and a supposed curvature rate of 8 inches per mile squared, with motion where the ground rotates under the atmosphere, and a vacuum in the sky. It's off the table. It's impossible. Open to other interpretations, but that one, I'm sorry, that one's been debunked.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, what everyone like to drink? Is it coffee or tea?
Kool-Aid.
I'm a huge coffee drinker.
I drink both. I drink tea, I drink water, and drink coffee. Yeah, I can mix it up at the same time.
I drink so much coffee that people call me 20 cups. Let's put it that way.
Great. Wow.
No, obviously it's an exaggeration, but there's a reason. I'll put it that way,
That's kind of fantasy right there.
I like to go 1 coffee, 1 tea. 1 coffee, 1 tea.
1 tea, yeah. Do you like brewed or has a sugar on it? Liquid sugar or
1 small sugar. Why not?
Right, I'm gonna make 1.
Gotta live.
Here you are, sir. I served the coffee for you. Made by Caption. 1 second only.
What about other hot drinks? I am impartial to a nice honey and lemon, and I'm not talking about when I'm sick. On the evenings,
Well,
honey and lemon.
We have lemon tea on it. With it, the honey, with delicious bread on it. It's called breakfast.
Nice.
Nice.
Yeah, honey and lemon, great combo.
Yeah, great combo. That is best for summer. Yeah. Lemonade.
I think after a day of drinking tea and coffee, I think honey and lemon's a good clean out for your body.
That's very clear. Yeah. Bottomless or bottom up?
Flat.
Flat. Same. I just made some that it's kind of best and things. Just when how do I share screen here? So I just made some another things, that shortcut things. When I lose the charger, it's gonna say your phone input has been closed, and when I put my input, the charger cable, it says you are charging to the shortcut. Then when it's like above 50%, it's gonna say your phone is 50%. Just made some shortcut things. Rambling at Contact. Yeah.
FE boss, you there, bro?
Yeah. Hi, I'm here. Yeah, but I'm just about to start working and loading the van.
Oh, nice. I was just wondering if our crazy friend from the other day who wanted to meet up reached out to you. Was it Cosmos? I think it was.
Yeah, Cosmos. Yeah. Yeah, he messaged me. Yeah, and he was saying, "Oh, what's going on? What are we gonna meet up or what?" I didn't respond because I didn't want to entertain that nonsense.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, it's to me, Roots. To me, it's stupid because we're discussing the nature of Earth, what the Earth looks like, and then Cosmos wants to take it too far. To me, that's stupid. So I just chose to ignore it.
Yeah, it was extremely butthurt. I know it's ridiculous, but I thought you were going to take it that far in terms of calling his bluff. You sounded like you were really going to call his bluff, so I was interested to see if you followed up on it.
No, I'm not following up that. I know I've dealt with many people like him before in the past. I just don't entertain it at all. I just let him calm himself down, and probably a couple of days later he'll be all right.
Cool.
Yeah, for context, guys, we had a guy called Cosmos in the home server who got extremely butthurt and wanted to meet up with flat earthers. He said it was for doing tests and experiments, but I think he was butthurt and was kind of threatening low key. It was quite funny. We get a lot of that gotcha. We get a lot of butthurt Globers who want to fight.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, 100%.
Wow.
Yeah, I think Cosmos is he's young, isn't it? So his level of comprehension is not up to standard. So I think he needs to grow up, yeah, and learn how to understand things.
Mm-hmm.
He needs to learn how to take an L.
Oh, my bad.
No, go ahead, bro.
By the way, how's Duke?
How's what?
Fine? How is Duke? Like, is he is he fine? I'm trying to say he's.
I don't understand.
Yeah. Never mind. My bad.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't catch what you said.
I'm trying to say how is Duke? Like, how are you? Like, how is Duke?
Is Duke?
Yeah. Duke. DUKE. Duke.
The UK?
Yeah.
Oh, what you mean? How is it? What is it like to live in the UK?
Yeah.
Yeah, no different from anywhere else, bro. What do you mean?
Well, it's kind of cool. I just saw many very interesting from let's say my friend from Britain and in a lot of country. It's very cool.
Grass always looks greener from the other side, my friend.
Wow. He's from Manchester. Then my friend from...
That's not far.
Yeah.
Not far from me.
Yeah. And my another friend from London.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's not bad. I think the weather can be very up and down. But yeah, it's not bad. We have a lot of control here. A lot of authoritarianism, but I guess everybody's got that now.
Yeah. By the way, if anyone has can I like suggestions? Should I get a Japanese woman or Korean or Chinese or any country from another nations? Like, should I?
The Japanese women seem respectful. More respectful than the Chinese, in my opinion.
Oh, they were.
The Chinese women seem a bit aggressive, from my experiences.
Oh, the wild. Wow. That's it's tragic, no? Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
I like how the Japanese women are always very well presented. The Chinese women, not so much, right?
Well, that's kind of true. You know, they for me, I like when I look on their face, I saw a real Chinese girl and Chinese and Japanese girl, and their eyelashes.
Real one?
Yeah.
Not one of them fake ones.
Yeah. The eyelash. That's the same. Like they have small things. But Filipino and Korean, they have
Like
big
in
ass.
Thailand.
Yeah.
That's well, I don't know. Never mind. So,
You never know what you're going to get with a Thai woman, right?
Wow. I didn't know.
Bit of a risk, bit more risk involved.
Yeah. Well, for them, they don't gonna lose anything. They do not gonna lose anything for me. Because actually they have like almost the same language. That's why they were lucky.
You get a lot of English men looking for Thai women. I've noticed. It's a popular destination for the UK.
Passport bros.
Yeah, that's it.
Before
I think it's easy pickings.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Brazil too. A lot of Americans go down to Brazil and just love it.
I've seen some beautiful Brazilian women.
back as one.
They are unbelievably so beautiful. Thing about the Brazilian women, they're very low, they're very down to earth, they're very like if some of these women, the way they look, if they were Australian women or American, they'd be horrible to talk to because they'd be so full of themselves. But the Brazilian women's so nice, it's so down to earth. I like to go to the beach and I'm going shopping and then I go to the gym and then I have dinner and yeah, they're just really almost dull. They're very nice. They're really I can't speak highly enough of them.
You mean they're not westernized?
No, they're very European-ish, very Frenchy, Spanishy.
Okay.
It's super friendly.
Yeah.
Yeah, beautiful women in Brazil, Argentina. There's some of the most beautiful women I've seen, and also Iranian. Some of the Iranian women, wow.
Oh yeah.
When I was kid, my type was a American lady, then or Russian lady. Very like they have like blue eyes, blue eyes. That's crazy. Oh my god, yeah.
No, not really. Pretty common for a Russian girl.
Yeah. Now for me, I don't get it. Maybe something.
I was on the site in 2020. It's called Tango, right? It was all entertainers, performers, musicians, singers. And they had all these belly dancers from Russia and Ukraine, and they were fantastic.
Ukraine? Oh,
yeah, Russia and Ukraine belly dancing is really big there. Oh, it's a thing.
You Building? For me, I don't watch belly dance things. I only watch like like holding books girl.
It's very artistic.
Yeah. Like I'm very pickable. Like I don't simply like if a girl trying to pick me up. Nah, I'm not like that shit. Like I'm not easy. Like I'm trying to say is I'm not easy to fall in love with a girl.
Why, you prefer men?
What?
Nothing.
Yeah.
Only on weekends.
Problem is, it takes 3 months to get to know someone, but it only takes a couple of weeks to really fall for them. So yeah, it's a problem.
Does anyone have like weekends in a week? In the weekends, how many times you drink teas or coffee? That's a lot of caffeine, maybe, or teas.
20 cups, brother. It's the way. It's the Western way.
Holy bloody hell! That's bloody hell.
We're all addicted.
Yeah, same as me. Does anyone love matches here?
I'm sorry, what? Matches?
Matcha. Matcha
Matcha
is like
tea.
tea. Yeah,
Green tea.
Yeah.
Oh, not really. I like herbal tea, but not green tea.
It's real taste so good, you know. But then,
I like ginger tea.
Yeah, it's good. It's very good for throat. It's best for the best. Yeah, I'm gonna say just that shit.
Ginger and hibiscus tea. Very good tea.
Uh-huh.
Welcome, Lucky Player. I think you just joined. Welcome to the channel.
Maybe some soon. I'm gonna find a Japanese food. Maybe I'm gonna fall. I don't know. I guess so.
Step 1, go to Japan.
What? Maybe. Yeah, I'm in Japan right now.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
Do you see?
Oh, well, you're halfway there.
Probably I'm in the elevator right now. Click.
Yeah, thanks for the running commentary. Enjoy your trip.
Actually, I'm living here. Like maybe like 7 years. All times like that. That's kind of bloody hell, you know.
Hey, Gotcha, you know what's interesting about...
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, you're very quiet at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
I was going to say, you know what's interesting about elevators on a globe?
Yeah.
An elevator on the other side of the world, or let's say 100 miles away, is no longer going vertical or horizontal. You realize that? Someone 100 miles away from you in an elevator
There's a lot of wheels.
is at an angle.
Is it? Goes and one goes like Tuesday on the outside. Tuesday.
Yeah, we can't hear you at the moment, Gotcha.
Yeah.
Juan Pablo, you there?
Yeah, actually we're here.
No, I'm talking to Juan Pablo. Juan Pablo Angel.
Yeah, probably. Maybe that's a problem if I'm gonna get a Japanese girl. Or
I'm here. I'm here, but I'm
I need
listening.
a wife. Maybe for sure.
Hey, I've never spoken to you before. I was just wondering, have you been around for a while? I haven't been here lately. Have you spoken to many of the guys here?
Yeah, I usually come here because I'm trying to improve my English and just need to listen to some conversations. That is why. and I like the
Just give me
subject.
50 seconds.
Yeah, sorry about that one, Pablo. I just got you on mute just for a minute. I think he's hot micing. Yeah, so you're here to improve your English, right?
Yes. That is why I came here, and I like the subject, so I like to listen to different people talking about that.
Brilliant. And is it working? Are we helping you sharpen your vocabulary?
Yeah, you're helping me a lot. I think I learned a lot listening the channel, so it's good for me.
That's great. Well, I'm glad that we're helping with that. And what about anything you've learned? Have you learned anything from the Flat Earthers while you've been here?
Flat Earth, I learned that a lot of people have different perspective of the subject, and I think in the way that everyone can want to see it, if they believe in that and they have proof for that, it's good for them. It's like I can't prove if the Earth is flat or round or whatever we are discussing here, but like it's good to discuss and hear the belief the people believes.
So what if I told you that Flat Earth is not a belief and very much provable?
Not a belief, it's a probable.
Yeah.
I think that doesn't.
Yeah.
I think that doesn't change a lot my life if the Earth is flat, or I think I'm gonna live in the same way that I'm living right now. It's like.
Well, that's an assumption. I think it can have a profound effect. By the way, gotcha. You're hot micing quite loud. Gotcha. Yeah. I don't want to mute you, so if you could just mute yourself while you're not speaking, just so we don't hear the cars.
It's fine. Don't worry. I'll catch up later.
All right, bro. All right.
I do.
All right. Juan Pablo, what if you were wrong about that? What if there was effects, very subtle effects that would have knock-on effects to your life that you haven't realized yet?
Yeah, I haven't realized yet the mass effect if the Earth is flat. I think the first impact will be economic, maybe.
Maybe not so direct. Maybe the impacts are psychological, spiritual. Maybe the impacts.
Why the spiritual?
Well, the average person believes we came from a Big Bang indirectly, and then from monkeys through evolution, and that we're on the edge.
What do you believe?
Of the
what do you believe about that? Do you have a belief about?
Well, for one, I know that's not logically congruent. It's not logically. It's not evidenced in reality. But also, a lot of people believe we're on the edge of a universe. You know, kind of meaningless, lucky to be here through random acts, a random occurrence, and I think that belief can have a profound effect on your spirituality. It can have a profound effect on your philosophy. And that can direct how you ask questions, you know, how you think, what you think of yourself, what you think of other human beings. Most people think we're animals, you know, no different from a cat or a dog, and that there's nothing unique about us. I think that has a profound effect to question those things. Wouldn't you agree?
Will be a profound effect. I will agree, but it depends on how you live your life. Because if you know that you have limited time to, what is the word? I can't remember what you have a limited time to mind about certain types of things. It's like if the Earth will be flat or a circle, it's not a circle, a sphere. In the way that I see the life, maybe I'm not gonna change a lot of things, but I know that the world will be so much different. I don't know if you can understand quite clearly what I'm saying.
Yeah, sorry, I have a push to talk, and if I press push to talk while my work phone's ringing, it answers the work call. So I didn't want to answer the work call. But
no worry about that.
I understand your perspective. It's not going to change the fact that you need to go to work. It's not going to change the fact that you need to be socially active to progress in life, and to be fulfilled. And it's not going to change the fact that you have certain obligations in life. So yeah, you're right to a certain degree, but it's not the content that will change. It's the context and how you live your life. Yeah, how you live your life could be changed just by the knowledge that we're not living on a spinning ball on the edge of a universe with a random big bang where all the ideas go against the laws of nature, go against logic. That changes the context in how you can live your life, I believe. And it did for me, and I think it has for a lot of people who have come to the conclusion that we've been lied to from the foundations of our belief system.
So I ask you, would you like to die for a change, or would you like?
Would I like to die for a change? Did you say?
No, not died. Would you like that? Would you like that? I don't know how to formulate that question. If that change, that is a good thing for you. If that way of living change.
Would I like to see a change in the world, or is that what you're asking?
In that way, yeah.
Well, yeah, I would. Yeah, I would, because I believe that we have lost the ability to use critical thinking. We've lost the ability to challenge authority, and we've lost the ability to stand on our own too and be honest. And I think that's come down to this whole academia cult that has been built upon the globe Earth belief. It's replaced our spirituality. We have a lot of atheism. We have a lot of nihilism, if you know what that is. Nihilism.
Yes, I know what is. Yeah, I know what is nihilism.
And now we acquiesce. We acquiesce to authority because we don't understand what we're being taught. We don't understand anything of our own technology anymore. And we could, but I think we've been bred to not ask questions, and we've been told stories that don't make logical sense. So most people's conclusion now is that I'm too dumb to understand this, right? And that somebody else more intelligent than me must understand it. And I think that is a mass psychosis, and it has led to greater and bigger lies, to the point where there's very little truth in a lot of what we're being told with our history, with our, the world we live in. It actually is a problem in other subjects as well. Food, medical, everything is affected by this this ignorance that we've been bred to operate under. And it all started, I believe it all started with the globe, my friend. If you look into the history of the flat earth, if you look into the history of the globe, it all started there. They infiltrated religion. They infiltrated everything, and it all stemmed from the globe. So for me, the globe is the cornerstone, and you build a house of cards. If a lie is a house of cards, well, the foundational card is the globe. You remove that one, and the whole house of cards can come down for an individual.
Yeah, it will be all destroyed by the ashes. That's right. You're right. But you think that is possible? It is possible to destroy that kind of things. I think it's bigger enough to control everything.
I believe in momentum, my friend. I believe there's a tipping point for a society. And when you get close to maybe 30%, 40%, things start to change. I do believe in what's happening in the micro is reflected in the macro. And I think that's possible for the individual. And if enough individuals have the courage to do that, I think it can create momentum within the wider society. But it starts with the individual.
I'm reading about momentum because I didn't know about that thing. And it's a great thing to study.
Yeah, there's something called the tipping point within society, ideas, and once a certain percentage, I can't remember what it is, but it might be around 30%, but once a certain percentage of a population start to embrace new ideas, it begins to exponentially speed up, and there's a point of no return where this idea will eventually, take the majority.
Yeah, I know how it is.
Yeah.
I know how it is because I live in a country that the political systems change every 4 years, maybe. And it's like, I live like 4 years in one way, and after 4 years, we change the whole system, the whole government to the opposite. And that's what was like that, like maybe since 1970, and it's like a chaos because we change, like, I don't know, very fast maybe, and you can't build something in that short amount of time. So I understand that the way that you see it, because maybe I don't know where you're from, but maybe in other countries, people can believe a thing for a lot of years, or no, many years. Sorry. Do you know?
Yeah, that can happen with good and bad ideas. Yeah, that I believe, regardless of truth, this is a rule within society, right? And bad ideas can also spread through momentum and can reach a tipping point. And I think that's how we got to the globe. I think if you look at the story of how it was introduced to the Catholic Church, how they introduced the heavenly bodies, turning them into planets, this took a long time, but they used this momentum. They infiltrated the spiritual side of our society and then introduced it through that till eventually it got to the education system. But it took them a very long time, and to undo that, it will also take a very long time. But one by one, as individuals, we influence the people around us, and I think we underestimate how much effect we have on the people around us. And I think that's because we've been taught to believe that the people who shape this world are a couple of individual celebrities who we decided to remember, when in reality, the average person, influences society just as much, or can influence society just as much. But it all starts with the individual. And for me, it doesn't matter what the shape of the the Earth is. It just so happens that most people.
The important thing is to work on the way you think, on your critical think, maybe.
Right, and there are other subjects that might lead to this, enlightenment, let's call it, but a lot of people, from my experience, the subject now, because we've gone so far down this road, a lot of subjects are not impactful enough to make a change. So there's a lot of people who know a lot of truth, but there's not many people who wake up the next day, you know, and then remember that. They forget about it, or they just put it to bed, because for them it's, you know, it's something they don't know to be true. They just, I don't know, they find it speculative. Whereas with the flat earth, it's something that can be proven. You can do this for yourself. You can go out, you can take measurements, you can go out and prove that there is no curvature rate of 8 inch per mole squared. You can go out and you can logically, you know, deduct that there's no atmosphere without some sort of container. And you can do an experiment and prove that the earth is treated as a state of rest. And I think the flat earth is a great place because anybody can go out and do this. And that's, I would argue, I don't want to speak for other flat earthers, but I would argue that's why I rally behind this subject, not because I care so much about what shape the planet or the, you know, the plane or the realm could be. For me, it's about having that empirical evidence to back, to give you the confidence to take away that foundational card. So flat earth is the king, really, when it comes to, and there are other subjects that I would say is similar, but with flat earth, you don't need hundreds and hundreds, thousands of dollars or pounds or whatever your currency is to be able to prove it. You can prove this with a simple camera, zoom lens, with a few simple experiments, observations, measurements. You know, you can do this on a relatively low budget, and I think that's why flat earth is so worthy of, you know, being crowned the foundational card, the subject to rally behind. And it can create so much momentum because everybody can prove this to themselves. It's not something you're going to forget the next day. You know what I mean? You go out with your you go out, take your observations, do your measurements. You're not going to forget that which you can directly prove through knowledge.
What kind of experiments?
Well, there's all sorts, you know, I say experiments loosely, observations, measurements. You can do laser tests. I mean, when it comes down to it, there's claims. There's claims of curvature at a certain rate. Well, you can go out and test those claims. You know, that you can use simple observations, zoom lenses. There are experiments to try and detect the motion of the Earth, which were done. And all of these have been done. You know, a lot of these have been done, and you can go out and find the information, even if you don't have the means to do these experiments, and you can find that even the greatest so-called proponents of the globe will admit, yeah, we treat the Earth at rest. Yeah, we can't measure the drop over distance of curvature. We can't observe the curvature. And then you start to recognize, well, actually, this is all the evidence is hidden in plain sight. Although we cannot detect the motion of the Earth, we know it's spinning. Although we have no way to prove that the Earth is curving because it's too big, we know it's a ball. And then you start to realize, oh, this is a belief, this is a religion. You know?
Right. That's right.
Although we can't prove Muhammad was a prophet of God, we know it's true. You know what I mean? There's no difference to that. The Muhammad claim, there's no difference than the geometry, the curvature, the motion claim. It's all belief and faith.
Yep, you're right.
And the question is, do you want to believe, or do you want to go with what you must believe and cannot prove, or will you go with what you can prove?
Do you think that people need a belief to make this life meaningful?
I believe a lot of people think that.
Who wants it decided for them, though? Or do you want the freedom to be able to choose?
Right.
I think people is afraid about to confront all that kind of things because it is easier for them to just strongly believe in something that keeps you like in the way.
Because you don't really need to believe in physical reality because you experience it directly. What is what is. You don't have to believe anything about it. It's just what it is.
That's what it is. You're right.
I think the real elephant in the room is what they're asking us to believe goes against what we know.
Sorry, can you repeat that last sentence?
What they're asking us to believe with the globe, with the curvature, the motion, the vacuum of space, the planets, the dark matter, the black holes.
Yeah. What is the next move? Yeah. What is the next move? I think.
What they're asking us to believe goes against what we can prove, what we actually experience. It goes against nature and the laws of nature. Now, from my understanding and from hopefully your understanding, science is, a process of, eliminating the false premises and proving, or some would say it doesn't prove, but identifying and explaining the cause of phenomenon. So the phenomenon we see through the scientific approach or through that method doesn't align with what they're telling us to believe with the ball and the globe. So now we have a problem. They've changed this word, science. Science is now theoretical, and it's not congruent with logic anymore. Dark matter, black holes, Big Bang, thermodynamics. This is all changing, or will need to change, to align with this belief that doesn't align with nature. And I'm personally not comfortable in calling that science anymore. That's not science. Science is supposed to be experiments to prove causation within the world. Well, you can't do experiments with black holes, gravity, dark matter, time, space. It's become theoretical. But like T-Dub said, it's not a choice. They've forced it upon us. And they've posed it as science, and the definition by claiming something to be science that isn't science is officially pseudoscience. So there is no science for the ball. It's just pseudo. Why trick us? Why force us? Why pose it as science when it's not? They're obviously hiding the fact that there is no science, there is no experiments, there is no proof of a ball. And that should unsettle even the most ignorant person, in my opinion.
Have you seen the what is the name of that series, Mr. Robot?
I haven't watched it. I know what you mean. I haven't watched it, no.
You haven't watched it? I think that series discuss all that kind of things, and it's like a masterpiece that nobody said, and it was like, wow. Because they confront the whole system. It's like in the same way that you saved the life, I think.
Yeah. I mean, it sounds interesting. I'll have to watch it.
Yeah.
I like the quote. Yeah. My son. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No. That I hear you talk about that, and it's like you need to see that series because they speak a lot like you, and it's like, well, I can understand that.
And this is what I'm saying. This is something that it's the same conclusion. Anybody who genuinely looks into these things, maybe not even flat earth, but other subjects are also affected by this. I call it the mind virus. There are other subjects where you'll start to realize we've lost the ability to use our own discernment. We've lost the ability to question these things, and we don't believe in our own abilities anymore. And they've changed us now into basically sheep. And we just nod along and pretend we understand. And everybody's too afraid to admit they don't get it and that it doesn't make sense. And I think that's the problem.
It is, but you're gonna fight your whole life with that. It's like, I'm just trying to save money and go to the woods and build a small house and fuck up with the whole system. It's like, oh.
But you've raised a good point there about the momentum. Shows like Mr. Robot haven't watched it, but it's in the subconscious of the people. The people know there's something wrong. For some people, it's the money system. For some people, it's the medical industry. For some people, it's the food. But these same issues are affecting everybody, and we're told things to believe without any direct evidence backing it. So this is a problem. This is a thorn in the side of society. But flat Earth is when it comes to those other subjects I've mentioned, the money, the food, the medical, blah blah blah, it's very hard to prove one, without a shadow of a doubt. But with flat Earth, you can take your camera out and you can disprove your lasers out. You know what I mean? You can do your experiments, very cheap experiments, and you can basically disprove the claims that they make. So flat Earth is like a vehicle, a vehicle to help people wake up. It doesn't need to be flat Earth that everybody comes to the conclusion of, but it just so happens flat Earth is the easiest and most sure way to make it stick,
Yeah, I know. It's not hard to believe, but it's really hard to change it. What would you do for a change?
Change comes from within. Like I said, it's the individual's life, it's the individual's philosophy that changes. And it's not until you change that you start to meet more people who have also been through that change. And you'd be surprised how many people are awake, and are aware. I don't think shouting out from the top of the roof about this is what's required. Maybe I used to when I was younger, but now I've realized, it's about vibration. It's about the energy. And I think context and content is the meat and potatoes, really, of this. People understand the content, but do they understand the context in which things are being pushed on us and being told? And I think once the context changes, that's when you actually see changes in lifestyle, changes in belief system, an increase in spirituality. We're losing our spirituality, in my opinion. And what can that lead to? You've seen The Matrix, right? I don't need to say any more.
Yeah. Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah. Hey, mate, I'm working from my computer. That was a great talk. And I'm gonna shut down my mic. And I'm still here. I'm hearing you. That's right.
Sorry about that, John Pablo. Had a phone call.
Don't worry, mate. Don't worry. I'm also working from the computer, so
Yeah. So what
it's
was
really.
the thing you said? Because I didn't catch it.
Also, I'm working from the computer. That is why I shut the mic sometimes.
Oh yeah, no, I caught that. Yeah, so Juan Pablo, I hope I've helped to clarify why flat Earth is the topic of choice. You know, why it kind of trumps other topics, maybe, for yourself.
It is. Thanks for that, and I learned a lot about that here. I'm gonna shut the mic down, but I'm gonna still hear the channel if it's that okay.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, hang about. There's always good conversations on the horizon, on the flat horizon.
Thanks, mate. You're the flat horizon. Thanks, mate.
No worries, brother. Talking of horizons, I heard you Matrix kicking ass last night. Hope you're well, brother.
What? Kicking ass? Horizons? Where? What? Who? What? You sure you had the right person?
Definitely, mate. Yeah. Last night last night for me, you were talking to some guy about the vanishing point on the horizons, and bottom up disappearance. Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of people don't seem to like that. They get upset when you point out the foreshortening and that, and it's just sort of like, nah, I don't like this, and they have a bit of a meltdown. But yeah. Anyways, other than that, man, I'm pretty good. Just went down to the noodle bar, got me some big feed of noodles, so now I'm as full as a boot. And I thought I'd sit in and have a listen to you guys, and you're having a chat with that other nice fella. He seemed pretty decent.
Yeah, Juan Pablo. I'd not spoken to him before, so I thought I'd just sort of see where he was at. He's a pretty logical guy, man. Very logical guy. His English is great as well.
Oh, that's what they're here for, to give that a bit of a practice, so that's all right. Win for everyone.
Yeah, he said he was learning a lot in here, so I was happy about
that. Ah, cool.
Thanks, mate. That's right. I'm learning a lot here, but also I'm studying English. I'm improving that because sometimes you said like some words that are a little bit difficult for me, and I'm just working about that and learn more. And I learn a lot about critical thinking in this channel. That is what I like to hang out here.
Top man, yeah. Top man. And that's what we're about. We're about critical thinking. It's what's important for the subject. Have you seen Mr. Robot Matrix? He quoted Mr. Robot. He said it reminded him of some of the discussions we have in here.
Yeah, that's right up my alley, that show. I'd put it on. It's one of those cult following type shows. You either love it or hate it. I don't normally watch much TV, but for some reason, someone else suggested that and said the whole like computer hacker take over the world type thing. It'll be right, your right cup of tea. And I'd give it a watch, and I thought, I actually do quite enjoy that. So I'd recommend giving it a crack. And I'm not going to say it's like other shows that have been suggested to me. There was one TV series that I got told, you've got to watch the whole first season before you warm into it. And it's like, bro, that's what the first episode's for. That's why it's extended, so you can get into it. If you don't like it after the first one, you're probably not going to like it at all. But yeah. But no, I actually have seen Mr. Robot's pretty cool.
Yeah, I don't buy that whole you need a whole season to get into it, but come on. If I have to watch a whole season to get into something, it's probably not for me.
Well,
I don't have that kind of time.
Well, the funny part was I didn't watch any of it because at the time I was working away and I'd miss shows here and there, and my whole life's been like that. But anyways, they got up to about season 5, and one of my mates had all of them on a hard drive. He goes, you've got to watch it. I watched half of the first episode and just went, this is shit, I'm out. And everyone's telling me, no, you got to watch it, it's great. This is Game of Thrones.
I did the same, bro. I tried really hard because everybody was talking about it. I just couldn't do it. It's just not for me.
Yeah,
too long-winded.
Just didn't do it for me. And that's what I said. Sorry, here's your hard drive back. Didn't do it for me. What do you mean? It's awesome. I'm not fighting you for it. I'm not stealing it off you. You can keep your awesome.
Yeah, it's got like a cult following now, hasn't it? Game of Thrones. I like a couple of characters. I think they've got some cool characters in there, but it takes to watch hours and hours. I don't know. I just can't get into it.
So I watched X-Files years ago. I've seen True Blood, all that vampire stuff. Outside of that, Breaking Bad. I haven't actually watched many other like apart from the occasional show here and there, I've not actually watched like a full season of anything. There's not much that really does it for me. I just sort of skim through it. And most of the time, I'll just look at the TV and go, yeah, I haven't really got anything on YouTube I want to watch at the moment. Or I'll go and play some computer games. Or, the TV just doesn't really do it for me. Probably because there's too much advertisement. Advertisements flip me out, eh? You think I'd wind up in here? You should see what I'm like if I'm watching a TV and the bloody ads come on, fair income, I flip my noodle. I can't stand that shit. That's probably why I don't watch it.
Yeah, I remember back in the day, you could turn the channel over and you wouldn't get the advertisements. But now all the channels have aligned their advertising. So if there's an advert on one channel, you turn it over. There's an advert on the other channel. They time it so you can't get away from the adverts. So the motherfuckers.
It used to be what was it years ago? It used to be 7 minutes of program, 3 minutes of ads, and now it's about 5 minutes of program and about 4.5 minutes of ads. It feels like, but yeah, I just can't do it.
It's relentless. Even on YouTube, for like 12 months, I paid for the premium version of YouTube just so I wouldn't see the ads. And then after a while, after a year, I was like, I'm not paying for this shit, man. Like, I don't need to pay. But now I don't have premium. And oh my God, what a big mistake. Like, I'm considering getting the premium again because I'm just so sick of this shit. Same ads.
Are you watching YouTube through your TV or through your computer?
No, it's mainly the phone, to be honest.
Oh, right. I was going to say, if you're on your PC, there's quite a few good programs out there where you can log into YouTube, download the show, and then you can just watch it at your own leisure. You don't have to worry about ads and shit. And then you can just delete them later on. It's so much cleaner. You can pick and choose where and when. But since you're on your phone, not much I can do about that.
Yeah, I know. I've looked into it. I'm screwed on the phone. So that's why I'm considering getting it back. But have you seen, somebody recommended an animated show on Netflix called Inside Job? I watched like the first 3 minutes of it and I was like, I don't know if I'm going to like this, but he insisted it was good. I don't know if you've seen it, Inside Job.
No, I haven't heard of that one.
It's about a conspiracy theorist.
English shows that I used to Misfits. There was an English show called Misfits. I watched that. That shit was funny. It's about all kids doing community service, and for whatever reasons they're doing it. And all of a sudden one day this crazy ass storm comes over with this mad hail and lightning and just went absolutely berserk. And they all got these strange like magic powers from this storm, and their abilities reflected their lives. So one of the guys was just basically invisible to everyone. No one noticed him. So when people weren't watching, he could turn invisible. Just weird shit like that. One guy was an athlete, and he'd done some dumb shit when he was younger, and all he wanted to do was turn back time and go and fix it. So his ability was he could unwind time and fix things. So, yeah, just really weird shit like that. One girl thought that she was God's gift to men. So every time any bloke touched her, they were just instantly attracted to her, wanted to be with her. And it absolutely drove her insane because she couldn't touch anyone. And she's like super affectionate. So all of her shit got messed up. It was just, everything was just a backfire from their lives. So, yeah, it's really funny, some of the shit they get up to.
That actually sounds pretty good. Somebody did recommend that to me and I didn't watch it, but that does sound pretty good. It's pretty highly rated as well, I believe.
No, I don't know what its rating was, but I had a good laugh watching it.
I have to add that to the list. I'll be right back though, I've got to make a quick call.
Cool.
What's up? What's up?
So has there been any decent attempts today at trying to bring forth proof?
No, we've had two since I joined. Two people, very open-minded. I'd say one of them was pretty much on the flat side, and then the last gentleman we were talking to was very open-minded.
Oh, so you haven't been on that long?
A few hours. I spent a bit of time talking to T-Dub and 20 Cups about the whole refraction thing that's going on. I think that's really fascinating.
It is, but it isn't. It's sort of like...
It's a bit painful at the same time, yeah. I agree.
Look, my... I'll try to be as political as I can about this. We're all supposed to be on the same bloody side. That's what I'm going to say about it. That's about as far as I'm going to go with it.
Yeah, I agree. Problem is, there's attacks coming from one side, which is warranting a response.
I listened to 15 minutes of it, and that was enough for me. Personally, if they've got an issue with the way something's delivered, the material that's been delivered, they could have actually called him in and said, look, this is where you're wrong. You should be saying this instead of that. They didn't have to put anyone on show or say anything stupid. It's just grab that person, mate, this is incorrect because of XYZ. Here's the data that backs that. This is what you should be doing.
I get that. The problem is I think they're using the whole falsification as independent of replacement idea, but that doesn't help us explain certain observations.
That's right. And the other side of it too, I know some people like shutting down conversations, and I'm going to say I'm not free of this. I sometimes do my very best to, but when you're running a channel that's supposed to be running 24/7, shutting down conversations ain't exactly cool. So, yeah. I was actually having a chat to someone about this today, just privately in the background, and that's what he said. I don't understand why. I said, look, I am guilty of this myself, but we have to get the conversations to last more than 3.2 minutes. Blah, 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 refraction, here's Snell's laws, sit down, shut up, game over. And then the room goes quiet. We can't do that. It's best to get as much information out. But, yeah, I'm not going to pretend I'm a saint. I'm probably one of the worst at shutting people down for... But, yeah.
No, but I understand. Yeah. I understand that, but it's like we need to... Some conversations should be shut down, I agree. But at the same time, there are unanswered questions that I think, even if it's just us flat earthers, that need hashing out. You know what I mean? And I understand if you're going to shut it down because of the forum, or don't talk to Globers about it. Let's at least address these things internally, rather than standing in a position of, what's going on in this observation? Don't know. Next question. That can only go so far. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So normally the response will be, why are you running from it? So that's,
right.
I get that.
And I'm here to learn, I do love it when, certain people, you can get sporadic to talk about these things, and, a couple of others will talk about these things, and I'm here to learn as well as help people wake up. So for me, I get a lot of benefit out of knowing full well that, there's no equation you can put to it. Like Thomas Young says, there's no uniform gradient, but the acknowledgement that there is these other effects that give the effects of refraction. Like, I don't know, I don't feel comfortable not having a replacement word. So for me, until there's a replacement word, I don't think turbulence covers it all. So for me, atmospheric refraction is like a encompassment of, okay, there's more going on. There needs to be an acknowledgement there's more going on, and it's worth a talk. You know what I mean? I don't know. I don't see why we can't talk about it in the right circumstances.
Well, that's why I'd prefer to try to push people to use the correct terminology. So if you're looking at a Fata Morgana, state that. If you're looking at towering, state that. If you're looking at sinking, whatever you're looking at, be very specific. This is what I'm claiming, and happy days. Don't just use one broad word to cover everything. And that's what my sort of thing is. I'm not really a fan of just refraction. Okay, now we've got to squeeze out of them what refraction they're talking about. I get that, but yeah, it's just one of those just nitpick areas. Everyone's got a gripe about a particular component of it. So for me, I just wish people would, if they're talking about a specific effect, talk about that. Don't just hit it with this broad spectrum, one word covers everything deal. But anyways.
Yeah, the term atmospheric refraction, is that something you would use, or would you stay clear of that word yourself?
I've got no problem with them using it, but there's a catch. And the catch is a very simple one. You've got to prove the radius first. Once you prove the radius, then you can claim your atmospheric refraction, because the R is baked into the equation for it. So they've got to actually prove their radius prior to using atmospheric refraction.
Yeah, this is what I mean. There isn't an equation. I know there's an equation connected to atmospheric refraction. I think that's where everybody's on the same page. That's wrong. There isn't an equation due to the nature of the atmosphere, i.e. there's no gradient.
Well, what I mean is, in order for you to claim refraction is bending around the globetard, you have to prove the globetard. So I'm all good with them claiming that it's there, but that means you're already using the ball as an excuse that this light is bending around. So you have to prove your radius. You have to prove this prior knowledge of this ball before you can have your refraction to say that it is refracting or bending around this ball. It's an antecedent. If you're claiming that this is happening, then you're just instantly assuming that the ball's there.
Oh no, brother, I'm on the same page. I'm more talking about flat earthers that use the term atmospheric refraction.
I'm not a fan of the term. I would prefer people to say looming, towering, sinking, Fata Morgana, Fata Brumosa. Be very specific about the effects we're talking about, because they are actually quite well defined.
Yeah. It's a great point, yeah. Using the word to encompass those points that you've just mentioned, those different types of refraction, is a bit misleading, because there is an equation for atmospheric refraction. So it can be misleading, and I suppose it can be misinterpreted as the equation for atmospheric refraction. It's a globe defined term.
Yeah. But yeah, to me, it doesn't really worry me. Like, if people want to try to bring the whole refraction claim in, good luck. We've got video footage of physicists saying you're not going to get any better than a high number would take you up to about 10%. So they reckon, between 7 and 10%. I think, I can't remember who put that up. Was it Mick or DJ or someone posted up? It was it Dave Weiss having a chat to some physicist. And just in their conversation, his knee-jerk reaction was, refraction would get you this, and then he went, oh, hang on a minute, no, it wouldn't really. It'd probably get you maybe 7%, at maximum 10. So yeah, he actually brought himself down by capping it at 10.
See, that's the bit I struggle with, because 7 to 8% means based on what? Based on what numbers do they get that 7 and 10%?
The way I'd work it out, and I'm quite happy for anyone to go, no, that's incorrect. Let's use a 30-mile observation. At the end of that 30 miles, there should be 600 feet of drop. That's what it calculates out if we're on a ball-tard with a radius of 59 miles. So let's give them their 10%, 60 feet. So they've still got to acquire 540 feet of curvature.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's 7 to 8% or whatever. It's based on the globe. Whereas if a flat earther was to use that, that's based on the globe. That's not based on, like, there is no numbers when it comes to, and I'm talking from a flat earth perspective here, atmospheric refraction, and you know what I mean, the stooping, the looming, the Fata Morganum. There is no way to put a number on how far we would be able to see, or how much of displacement there could be over a long distance observation, because there's no formula. Without the globe, there is no formula, there is no numbers, you know what I mean?
Because it's all over the shop. Now check this out, I'll show you something. So this will give you something to think about. Here's the standard original Black Swan. When it loads up, loading. All right, so there's your original Black Swan. And hopefully I can find this other one. Now, the claim is for the globers that squawk refraction is causing us to see further. All right. I'll just make this bigger so I can find it. Now, let's have a look at that image there. So, squawk, refraction, blah, blah, blah. Now, have a look at the horizon in the original Black Swan, and then have a look at the horizon in that there. Now, as you can see, the miraging effect is greater in the second one, but yet the horizon's closer. So when they come and whinge and bitch to me that refraction is causing you to see further, and then they say that the refraction is extreme, whether ducting or whatever other bullshit excuses they've got, I'm going to drop that second picture.
Yep.
And you can see why. Now dig your way out of that.
Yeah, there's no simple way to explain it in terms of this effect would give you this, distance of horizon. You know what I mean? It's almost random, isn't it? Every observation is unique, and
it's based. There's a few.
There's
factors.
no gradient.
So humidity levels, temperature differences. There's a whole handful of things that can go into it. So you can have the same temperature, perfect flat conditions, so no waves. So let's just stick with one temperature. I'll just pick a number, 30 degrees, and just by the humidity levels changing, that will change the effect, or vice versa. The humidity level can stay the same, and just the temperature changing can give you different effects. But you will notice that it always seems to happen in bands. So if you have a look at the original Black Swan, there's a band that's running through the middle of the left-hand crane. Not that this has got anything to do with where the horizon is, and it doesn't touch the horizon. It's actually clearly above the horizon. You can see the crane on the left-hand side of the left oil rig. At the top, it's got an angled bit, and then it has a wobbly bit, and then it goes back to its original angle. That band is where it's been stretched up. So there's a tiny little bit of towering in that left-hand image, and in the right-hand one, it's very slight. But whereas in the bottom one, you've nearly got, or you do have a mirrored effect, and you can see the mirror line where it's actually goes through the middle of it, and it flips the image, which looks pretty awesome, actually.
Yeah, horizontally.
But,
so that's to do with the
one thing
vertical.
I've noticed. So what happens is that band, when the temperature gets right, that band seems to start at water level or start at horizon level and then lift up. Its actual distance from the observer wouldn't have a friggin' clue. But I've always noticed when I used to weld on the rail that band would start at ground level, and then it would, the temperature went up, that band would lift up higher. And that's what I noticed out in the real world. And at the time when I was working on the rail, so like 15, 20 years ago, I never thought much of it. But that's how I used to tell what temperature the rail was. And a lot of guys were just amazed because you'd see the heat haze coming off the track, and as soon as that started, you knew the track was about 30 degrees. And I'd be just like, hurry up, you bastards, let's start knocking those pins in to tie the track down, because I knew it was going to be over temp really, really quick when you started seeing that distortion or heat haze or whatever you want to call it. But yeah, it's just something I've noticed in my time. But when they come in here and squawk refraction from now on and say that the original Black Swan is heavily refracted and all this bullshit, I'm just going to drop that second picture and just go, well, grab your K factor now, boys and girls.
Right, yeah. Different from atmospheric refraction, yeah. So this is actually an inferior mirage due to heat haze, or is it turbulence? That's turbulence, isn't it? Yeah.
Same thing. Yep, distortion, heat haze, turbulence, all the same thing. If you want to look more into it, you're best off looking at long-range photography videos, because a lot of them, not that they know much about the specifics of it, but you can get some really great examples of photographers doing their best to avoid it. So doing long-range photography and having a roadway between what you're trying to, your subject matter and yourself. Just things like that. When you start going over, I think it's 400 millimeters zoom capable zoom, that's when you also start to notice it. It's just like really long-range stuff. So, yeah, that's probably my advice to anyone. If you're not sure and you want a non-biased opinion, then yeah, have a look into long-range photography or filmography and what they're doing to avoid it. And at least you can see what it is and what they're talking about quite clearly. They do have some pretty good shots.
This is why I struggle with the whole. I think this is why the Globers struggle with the whole bottom-up disappearance. Remember the conversation you were having last night, and the guy was struggling with the whole vanishing point horizon argument?
Yep.
And I think something I need to work on myself is not using that term atmospheric refraction and actually using the correct terms, the heat haze, the turbulence, and then making sure I bring that up, because man, the cognitive dissonance from the Globers just on the way that the horizon works, like it's like they deny the merging or the bottom up disappearance that can occur at the horizon, because they've seen these odd observations where it's not that, it's the heat haze, or you know what I mean? It's the different effects.
Yep. Now, if you want to test out the convergence point, find yourself a long corridor, a motel that's got a really long corridor, something that's nice and clean, and set your mobile phone up upside down on the floor. Like say the lens is as close to the floor as possible, and just get someone to walk along it, and then set the lens to the left hand side of the corridor, get someone to walk along it. If you can, to the ceiling, get someone to walk along it, and to the right hand side, get someone to walk along it, just so you can compare the differences of having someone walk down the center of a corridor, so it shows what obstruction, bottom up obstruction, and how it will converge from the left, right, top, bottom, what it actually looks like. It's a very simple observation you can do.
Yeah, 100%, bro. So, what would be a better way to describe the compounding difference in density of the air over distance without using atmospheric refraction? How would you describe that without using that term?
Humidity.
Humidity. Yes, AV. Nice.
Yeah, more humid day, yeah. But in saying that, if I'm looking outside and I'm going, oh, wow, that particular building or object is a long way away. Last time I checked, the air was pretty clear and I couldn't tell with my eyes if it was more or less humid or more or less dense. So unless you've got some kind of meter that you can tell that with, good luck.
Yeah, that's why I said there's no numbers for this. There's no equations. It's
but
random.
What you can do if you've got with your camera and you're like filming something and you zoomed out a fair way, like you've got a P900 or one of those kick-ass cameras, you'd probably see the heat haze or distortion because it gets this crazy wobbly effect when you're trying to hold. When you've even more noticeable if you're on a tripod and you're holding it perfectly still, you'll see it quite well. But if you're wobbling a bit, then you don't really notice it. So yeah, that's probably when you would notice it, but you're talking a couple of mile distance. You're not talking only like 20 or 30 yards type thing.
So if you wanted to check the humidity each day, there's a way to test that. I mean, there's ways that you can find out what the humidity is, then go outside and make your observation. There's a lot of things that will cause distortion, but humidity is the contributing factor. Because of the fact that, how humid some day is, and, how dry the climate could be, like in desert climates. So you got to think about that. It's all to do with how you can see far in the vantage point from where we're at, across the surface. So, yeah, your weatherman will tell you too what visibility you have. So there's a way to gauge that with using humidity.
So would it be safe to say there could be a humidity like gradient?
Oh yeah, consistent of like remember the there was a GIF where it shows the sun going down to a pinprick, and there's others where it shows like it's like dipping. Like it has this dipping effect, and it looks huge on the horizon. I don't know if you've seen that.
Humidity.
Like, really big. The sun. Yeah, the sun looks really big on the horizon, and there's others where the sun looks like it goes down to a pinprick.
Mm-hmm.
But we haven't actually looked into like the humidity of the day when the sun is doing that. But I would say, if you haven't ever looked at that, I want you to take a look what the humidity is whenever the sun goes in both of those directions, whether it goes down to a pinprick or it looks like it enlarges itself. We've never talked about it like, expounding on these points, but I would like challenge you to go and check the humidity of the day when it does that. So I don't know where you guys live, but usually the humidity is always up. So that's why mainly we always see the sun looking like it's enlarged when it's at the horizon. It's very rarely that we see the sun going to a pinprick as it moves away.
And that would be the cause of magnification, that gradient.
Oh yeah, So
yeah,
on a really hot day, you've seen like it looks really wavy. Like in the far distance, things look really wavy.
Yep.
Yeah, and the humidity is like really thick. It gets harder to breathe too when the humidity's up as well. Yeah, your phone has the gauge of how it knows, like with the weather apps that we have.
So when humidity is over a long distance in the form of a gradient or gives the appearance of a gradient, that's where you'll start to see the magnification in the atmosphere.
Yep.
And that's where the argument between what's going on at the moment with refraction is this shouldn't be called atmospheric refraction.
Yeah, do me a favor, Roots. If you have a robot, type into the robot like what you think the contributing factor for humidity and the visibility would be. So humidity and visibility. Try challenging the robot to see what kind of answer you get. If the humidity increases, what happens to the visibility? Yeah, just put that in the robot. See what answer it gives you. I say robot because I don't know what type of AI you use.
Yeah, if I'm going to use it, I'll just use ChatGPT. What happens to visibility?
If the humidity increases or decreases.
It depends on low or high humidity. Can lead to a swell in size for low to moderate humidity, low swell in size, but for high humidity, a sharp drop in visibility. Special cases over water can cause a horizon haze, making distant objects look blurry or vanish altogether. So in rising humidity, particle swell, light scatters more, visibility decreases. At 100% humidity, fog or mist forms, and visibility can drop dramatically.
Yeah, so if it gets to humidity versus temperature, you hit dew point, and that's when you get fog.
Yeah. Correctamundo. Yeah, we rarely talk about humidity. So I'm bringing it to you guys. Like, it needs to be inserted within the context of our conversations.
But
it's a contributing factor. Go ahead.
In side chat, I posted up a thing about setting rifles up. But if you have a look at that, some of the images that are in there, you get to see heat haze effects on targets. So these are guys looking through scopes, so you can get a good look at that. I think it's a pretty decent example at about a minute 10, minute 15, somewhere in there. So a minute 10 to a minute 20, you see a target and you get to see how well heat haze affects targets.
Yeah, what heat haze would be the category of inferior mirage that you're saying occurs, but what contributes to that would be humidity. So you're only giving it the name, right? You also have to find out why it happens. So the name is,
correct,
considered to be heat haze, but why it happens is because of the humidity. So that's important. Don't sleep on humidity. That seems to be like something I haven't heard being discussed when we're talking about long range distance, views. And it seems so prevalent within the idea that we're actually utilizing this every day, and people have already known that this is the case. So it's well known and established.
This in previous conversations has been thrown into the term atmospheric refraction.
Yes.
I feel like this is where the problems are happening. This is like the crux of the argument, isn't it?
Yes. But it takes more adaptation for the conversation to sway in a direction because of the fact that there hasn't been a lot of conversation surrounding this. The terminology seems to be like where we're lacking. And I say we, but I mean like individually. I don't often hear people talk about humidity, and it seems so prevalent within viewing distance. Think about it. If you do a study on humidity, that's something that's already well established. Then you start to find out how people see through the air, for a long distance, what it causes. And that's not to mention that you could see from the the sharpest angle, depending on the vantage point of the height of the observer. That's also contributing to that as well.
Oh, 100%. And I feel like we understand, and I say we, I mean, some of us who have been using atmospheric refraction as a buzzword, and maybe not atmospheric refraction, that could just be me. But this is the word or the term I've been looking for as a replacement. Happy to stop using refraction or atmospheric conditions as a buzzword. But wanted more clarity on those long distance observations that give that gradient feeling, that feeling like there is some sort of gradient in the distance on certain observations, like for example Skunk Bay. And I feel like flat earthers, or maybe some of the more prominent flat earthers, have been unwilling to go into that topic, go into heat haze, go into turbulence, and then now the what we're discussing now, the humidity. And I don't know why. I don't know why the reluctance to talk about it.
Yeah, because it's something that's not how can I say, it fluctuates. Humidity fluctuates. The cool thing about it is it's not static. And you can't actually say the humidity will be this on this particular day. It is constantly fluctuating. And not only is it fluctuating, it fluctuates between observer and target distance. So you can say, hey, I saw this and the humidity was this at this day. That's great. But like you're looking, the longer the longer you span your view, the more variable change there will be between you and the target distance. So for example, you're over land, right? And then you're seeing over water and then over land again, where you're going to get different humidity fluctuations between you and the target distance, because you're going to have variable changes within the air because of the temperature of the water and the air and the land and the air. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's you can only give it like an S. You can. That's correct. You can only give it an estimation, which is what meteorologists do. They give it an estimation. It is a very complex thing, but it is something that is established that when a humidity reaches a specific numeric value, that things will change off in the distance where you try to look over, horizontally, of course.
So, AV, would you say this conversation is meaningless, and not meaningless, but not needed in a sense that it's enabling Globers, or do you actually think, and I think you do think, because you said you don't hear people talking about it, do you think this is important and should be, dove into a little bit more?
I've always thought it was important, but it seems to be sidestep for the fact that we're talking about the geometry of the Earth. And what I'm saying is humidity has never been like a crux in an argument. It's always been like a very small, minute side point. It's never been brought up to the forefront and said, hey, let's examine what humidity does to a viewing distance. And then when you do that, you actually find out that there's more than the conversation, that we've been having, so it adds a lot of value. And not only that, is that it's well studied so that we can talk about like whether or not we can say it's an estimation or a specific value that's like sharp and like we can, if I stand on the beach of, California, I will know the humidity of that day on that morning, like let's say, 10 o'clock a.m. on the beach on, California. And, we look it up geographically where that is and what the humidity is there. We'll find out that it's not just a specific target. It's a like overall value kind of fluctuating, and it changes. The value changes. So there's it's like a ballpark that we're going to give it, So an estimate of like what it would be. But that value changes throughout the day, just like Skunk Bay video. Like it changed throughout the day. The time-lapse footage shows that throughout that day, you could go look at the humidity on that day and what it was throughout the whole day for Skunk Bay. I'm telling you, that's something that you're going to be surprised with. You're going to be like, oh my God, if it's so well known, why haven't we been talking about it?
I think I know why. Because the argument, for example, for the black swan isn't as prominent.
Yeah.
It's not a open shut case now.
Humidity isn't a glober kind of like flat Earth argument. It's just like the visibility from the viewing distance and what happens. Yeah, what changes between that? So, you know what I mean?
Yeah. No, it's a misunderstanding of the black swan. Yeah, I'm with you. It's a misunderstanding of what the black swan actually is. It's about the horizon and it's about the ball. The ball is not a possibility, but by talking and focusing on all the causes can open the door to globers thinking that they can reintroduce and use these buzzwords to make excuses for the black swan when that's not relevant. It can confuse the conversation because it is complex.
Does anybody talk about what the humidity of any day was for any particular type of test over long distance? Like, does anybody talk about humidity?
No, just refractive index.
And why? Because humidity, as you read from the robot, it does play a big role, doesn't it?
Apparently so, yeah.
Ah.
Sharp drop in visibility or swelling.
Yeah.
Magnification.
I'm telling you, man, there's a lot to be talked about there if we actually expounded on this point. Like I said, it's not a globe or a flat Earth argument. It's just like visibility. So why haven't we been, it's like we never come to the point where we're talking about this. Because usually the glober gets into cognitive dissonance and no, this is the only thing that it can be, curvature, we lose the moment to seize the argument at that point to talk about it. That's what I'm thinking of. And of course, we can go many different ways, but I think if we just expound on it, it really brings forth the knowledge of like how visibility is not just like a static thing, that it fluctuates. And that fluctuation occurs because of humidity. I mean, I'm challenging everybody. If you think I'm wrong, go look it up. I mean, the robot will tell you. Many tests have been done throughout the day that humidity is not static. It doesn't just remain a specific numeric value. It changes. And that fluctuation increases over distance. So you can't say where I'm standing at to 10 or 15 miles away, the humidity is the same every point along that viewing distance. You understand?
Yeah, 100%, which kind of makes me wonder why we spend so... I'm really beginning to understand the nuance of the conversation and now questioning sort of why we spend so much time on specific individual observations. Without the data, it's just speculation.
Yeah, speculation. That's right. That's right. Yep. You got it, muchacho. Which is, and to the glober's detriment, because they just think it's a foregone conclusion that the Earth is a globe, and that's all there is to it. So if we were to get into the minutia, it's like you just get the fluoride stare. Their eyes gloss over. It's like the deer in headlights. They don't even know how to begin to speak about this, because it's like they're just on repeat, like a broken record. Earth, globe. Oh yeah, but what about the humidity? Earth, globe. Like they don't know how to break out of that psychosis. And that's the reason why it's like, it's time for, putting it all together, right? Breaking it down. And, for the ones that don't or can't, then we address the logical fallacies that they're using and all that kind of stuff. So we always have something for them. But usually if we get into the minutia, that we need to talk about humidity. absolutely crucial.
Yeah, this is for us. This isn't for the main channels or necessarily these conversations.
Yep. That's correct.
I'm beginning to understand that now. It's not. It's wasted upon the Globers, really. Yeah.
Yeah. Pearls before swine and all that kind of stuff. I mean, should the conversation go in that direction, then we're ready. But if it doesn't, of course, it never usually does. Then we talk amongst ourselves about it.
Yeah. No, this is great. This is kind of was fishing for a bit more information around this, and this is really hitting the spot and helping me to understand the context of the situation, the overall discussion. And I think T-Dub said something interesting earlier. He said this won't go away, and I'm beginning to see why now. You know what I mean? It's not the atmosphere is not simple. Just the term atmosphere, there's a problem there. You know what I'm saying? So this is not a simple conversation, and I get it. Might not even be worth the time. It's not worth the argument. What did you say?
I'm not just a pretty face.
Yeah. It's not a bigger deal as I first thought, actually. It's just not a big deal. It's a semantical argument, I think, what's going on.
Mm-hmm. Like I said, it doesn't get into this minutia unless we're actually making a point of it. So usually winds up being that we have to deal with the Glober's cognitive dissonance. That's mainly the thing that we do. I'd say about 90% of the time we're always talking about their inability to comprehend logic.
Yeah, and that's where I normally, I don't even bother going into this stuff. This is, I leave this for the more educated in it. That's where I do focus my time, because that's undeniable. That's logical. That's where I like to focus. But it's nice to understand what the issues are, what the internal conversations are, because I think, it like you said, it's not as big a deal as it seems. It's not a big deal at all. There's no numbers here. There's no formulas. There's no gradient, although there are gradients. Can I say that? There's no gradient, but there are gradients.
Yeah, the fluctuation within the temperature between point A and point B, I think it's so hard to actually pinpoint. You know what I mean? Because you can only give it a ballpark. You could say, well, the humidity was this at this particular time of day, on whatever date you want to put. So you can't get to a specific, like where you're standing at to where point B is, good luck. If you're trying to do that, then you're going to have to be very specific. And the conversation doesn't usually go there, like I said, because we're only dealing with our cognitive dissonance. And that's mainly the reason why we have these conversations. But why it would go into this topic would be for somebody who really wants to know, a Glober who's trying to break away and hey, well, why does it really happen? What changes in the viewing distance and the fluctuations, and then we can start talking about it. Then it would make more sense,
This is a good topic for the home server, I think. Maybe a session with everybody, or maybe more regular sessions just specifically about these topics. But I think these, like you said, they get overlooked, they don't get talked about, and there's a bit of mystery around it all. And it can never be solved, but at the same time, I think everybody could do with more.
Yeah, we could put the meat on the bone, so to speak.
Yeah. It'd benefit us all, yeah. Yeah, I actually feel satisfied.
That's good, man.
Good job, baby. Good job.
We aim to please. At the end of the day, man, we got to walk away with something. We can't just leave empty-handed and say, "Oh, well, you know, we don't know."
Yeah, and that's okay for some people, but for someone like myself, it's not enough. You know, I need to know a bit more, but it's hard to research, you know, without being directed on your own.
It's like a drug, isn't it?
It's just never enough.
Never have enough.
Yes, spot on. And that's why I love this topic, and I'm really enjoy sort of being a part of it all, because like the Globers, they don't know about this. They're not interested in this. It's not even a factor. It doesn't come up. So, okay, yeah, refraction. You know, it's interesting to see the inner workings of it all, whether it's useful or not.
They're in a deep state of psychosis, man, and it's hard to break somebody out of that. You can't, like, they have to be willing to do that themselves. So we're dealing more with a psychology side of things, like getting them to realize that what you see, you know, and how to interpret that. So we're dealing with that mainly. We're not dealing with like the minutia.
Man.
Well, I mean, it is what it is. You know, Globers are that way, so we can't help that. It's just we're gonna have to like walk them through each thing if the conversation goes there. But mainly, they're just waiting for their turn to speak so they can say their nonsense to cover up the bullshit that they don't understand.
What's wrong with this room?
What's wrong with you?
You guys are really low. You guys are really low, by the way. We can hear you, but you're really low.
Me too?
Kind of, yeah.
Oh man, I was worried, like, why the room is not named Ask a Flat Earther? Because it's the same thing.
It doesn't need to be named. It doesn't need to be named any. Listen, dude. It doesn't need to be named anything that you think it needs to be named. It is named whatever it is named. And you're here.
No,
So
it's
do you have a question?
Ask a Christian, ask a Muslim,
dude.
ask a Flat Earther.
Bro, who cares? Who cares? Do you have a question? Yeah, well then good.
Yeah.
Nobody else does except for you. So do you have a question?
It's like they see Flat Earther as lower people, lower than a Christian or a Muslim.
Who gives a crap, bro? Do you have a question?
I need to have a question, man.
Or what are you just making a statement? Your little colorful commentary, everybody's got to hear you speak? For what? We don't need to hear you talk. If you don't have a question or if you're not curious about something, then why are you opening up your mic? Who cares, dude? Just another guy on the internet, yeah?
Man.
What's important? What's important? What other people think or the truth?
Now you're going to learn real quick what this room's about if you keep on asking.
Man, he asked a question. You didn't answer. It's a answering room or not? You ask about what you ask about the truth.
Yeah, what's more important, the truth or what people think of you? Or
truth.
flat earthers?
Yeah.
So why do you think it matters that some people see flat earthers as above or below other people? Does it matter?
Define below.
It's the opposite of above.
Man, when flat, it's flat. There is no below or above. It's flat.
Okay, dude. Yeah.
That doesn't even make sense.
Yeah.
I know.
Like Australians for sure are not below in a flat earth.
Yeah, we have to deal with the level 1 kind of Glober, you know, I guess if you want to make anything of the day. You can't discard him. Just get whatever you can out of it because They're usually stuck on like just rhetoric. Really hard to find some intellect these days. I mean, we long for that, but you get what you get, I guess.
Sure do. So, Lawrence, do you believe we live on a ball?
No, man, on a globe.
Yeah, globe. You believe we live on a globe? Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Why do you believe that?
Man, because things if you look around, flat things are like maybe 1% in. It's flat. Everything it's round, full of things, not flat.
Oh yeah, like what?
Everything, man. Are you flat? You are not flat. Are the, I don't know, fruits and animal flat? No.
No, we're talking about a globe. We're not talking about every surface on the earth. We're talking about, do we live on a globe? How is that related?
Because the
hold
flat
on, dude.
things,
This guy straight out of. Hold on.
how many flat things you see in your life? How many? No,
Yeah,
no
hold on.
flat.
Can you guys hear me? So this guy's coming straight out of Pythagoras' cult. Pythagoras and his cult believe that the sphere is the most perfect shape in the universe. So they adopted that everything must be a sphere, which is what this. Yeah, I know. That's a cult, dude. Look it up. It's called Pythagorean cult.
No, man. I see this
man.
like a even nature try to make things round, not flat. Flatworms. Those are the best things you can get from animal flatworms.
Yeah, everything
Okay, I
is
feel
a
like you're
sphere,
playing
therefore the Earth is
semantics.
one.
Yeah, I feel like
Yeah,
you're playing
like-
semantics here. In the context,
No, also statistics, man.
Lawrence, in the context of the place we live, okay? Let's not get into the definition of flat, okay? We can even take flat out of the conversation for the moment if you want. But in terms of your belief, do you believe we live on a planet which is a globe?
Man, well, of course I believe that because I cannot measure that myself, with my own eyes.
So you can't prove it, so why do you believe it? Now, the argument that surfaces on the Earth are not flat, i.e. the curvature of a piece of fruit, isn't a justified reason to believe we live on a planet in a vacuum. So what's your justified reason to believe we live on a planet in a vacuum?
I'm just following statistics, man. Statistically, things are full of things around, not flat. So just making like a,
No, forget flat. Forget flat for the moment. I'm asking you, I'm pressing you on why you believe we live on a planet in the void of space. Why do you believe that? That has nothing to do with objects not being or being flat on the Earth. I'm asking about the Earth itself. Why do you believe we're on a planet in a vacuum?
Man, well, I believe because science try to prove that building rockets or whatever. I cannot ride a rocket. I believe them. No, I'm not an astronaut.
So basically, you believe because of NASA.
Yeah.
Because of NASA.
Yeah, not just NASA, man.
Why is it always, well, you guys can't take a rocket ship to prove the Earth's flat, but I can't either, but NASA does it, so I believe them.
Man, I don't need NASA. I just need, I don't know, Copernicus, Galileo Galilei, who said the Earth is round. I don't need NASA.
Yeah, how did he do that if he's looking out? How did he do that if he's looking out? Galileo, he wasn't looking at the Earth, he was looking out at the sky. So how did he figure that the Earth was
who's around? Who's around?
Yeah, so like he basically was saying what you're saying. The sphere is the most perfect shape, like the Pythagorean cult would say, and therefore everything must be a sphere. He's saying what you're saying. Galileo was saying what you're saying.
So there's no logical reason for believing the Earth's a globe apart from others said it, and fruit is curved.
Yeah, or everything, man. The only process who makes things flat is death. If you die, you become flat in some hours. I don't know.
Yeah. Hey, what happens to the surface of water? Is that a round ball?
Water is not a surface; it's a liquid.
Yeah, water has a surface. Water definitely has a surface. Well, you've never seen the surface of water before in your life?
You cannot say the water is flat. I assure you that.
Yeah, you can say that. You can even measure over it, dude. So water is flat. Sorry, but it's not a ball.
It takes
you
the
saying
shape
no.
of
You saying no doesn't. You saying no doesn't change the fact that the surface of water over large bodies is flat, dude. You saying no doesn't help that. You have to give a reason why you say no.
Surface.
Go ahead. What's the reason?
Surface of water is not the water. It's just a border between air and water. Water is not that surface.
You're out of your mind, bro.
Yeah, it's
you're out of your mind.
The water is not that border. When you drown, you don't drown because you hit the border between the air and the water. You drown because the water get inside you.
He understands that version of sinking, but not the other.
I mean, we're just talking about the surface.
Water is not the border, for sure. Yeah,
dude. When you look at the surface of the water, it's a surface. Yeah.
Surface is not an object. Surface is just a.
You need to go back and find out what surface means first of all.
No, surface is not a thing like a thing. Surface is just a border between.
Surface is a thing, dude. It's a term that's been defined, and you're using it, and I'm using it. What do you mean it's not a thing?
It's not. It's not a thing. It's just a border between two things: air and water. Surface. It's like a concept.
Dude, water has a surface. I understand it's a concept. Does it? Hold on a minute. Does water have a surface? Yes or no?
Air has also a surface.
Does water have a surface? Yes or no?
Yes, it's instead of surface, you can say border.
Water has a surface. No? There you go. You answered it. You answered it.
Yeah,
water
but the surface is not like a thing. You can define.
Yes, it is a thing. The surface of water is a thing. What are you talking about?
You have a surface.
Yeah. Why
you
water
have a surface?
Hold on a minute, Lawrence. You have to tell me why water does not have a surface. Tell me that, because you just finished saying it does.
Man, because when you touch the metal, you touch the surface of metal, not the metal. The surface is like a concept between metal and air, like a border. See, the metal has a surface. Cannot be the same thing like the water surface. A surface, it's not an object you can define. It's just a border between two things.
I'm gonna let you guys kind of handle this guy's fucking.
Metal surface, water
Lawrence, metal surface. Okay, fair enough. When you make a paper boat and you float it on water, what is it doing? Is it floating on the surface of the water?
Yes.
So it does have a surface. That was easy.
Yeah. It floats on the surface of the water. If you put,
and is that surface curved? Is that surface curved or is it flat?
No, it curves around the boat. It takes the boat form. The surface became rounded of the boat.
No, that's surface tension. That's surface tension.
Water takes its containers.
Between the water and the paper, that thing takes the form of the paper of the ball. That's a surface. Yeah, but it's not part of the paper. It's not part of the water. It's just the border between them. There is there is no size of a surface.
No one's saying what you're saying, bro. No one is saying this, except for you. No one's saying what you're saying.
Doesn't have a width. Like there is no 1 millimeter of surface. No, there is zero.
Who said that, dude? You're making an argument of your own making. Nobody even saying what you're saying.
Surface doesn't have a width. Like there is no 1 millimeter of surface or 2 millimeters.
Surface doesn't have a width.
What the hell are you talking about,
Yeah,
bro?
surface is a concept. You know, it's
But
like,
you're touching metal, but you're putting
What the hell are you talking about? Who said what you're saying, dude? Who made the argument that you're making right now? Who did that?
You, me, of course, me. You know, there is no
you.
science.
Nobody else
Yeah,
made it. So why are you making it? If it's, dude, no one is saying what you're saying. You're arguing against yourself.
No, I get against you guys, not against myself. I know what I mean. The surface doesn't have a
You
width.
mean something that nobody said. Nobody said what you're saying.
What? What? They say the surface of metal is the same thing like the surface of water. See, it cannot be because they are very two different things.
Excellent. One's a liquid and one's a solid. That's why. Very different.
See, a thing cannot be two things at once.
No one
Who the hell is making the damn argument that this guy is making up his own argument?
Like, I'm trying to explain to you.
Okay, Lawrence, what is your argument? What are you trying to put forward?
They try to say surface it's a thing, water it's flat. You know,
It
the
is flat.
surface of water it's flat. But I say there is no surface to be flat. You know, because surface is not a thing.
Okay, what is the properties of a liquid? Takes the shape of its container and has a flat level surface.
Flat.
The
What
top
it
off.
means flat?
The top off,
It
flat
means-
level, not curvy.
Yeah, but what it means flat? It means zero dimension.
That's right, zero, flat, level, horizontal.
Yeah, zero means nothingness. Like
Exactly. That's what we're saying to you. The top of the water, flat, level, zero, nothingness.
Yeah.
No
so
curvature.
It doesn't exist.
Excellent.
You know?
So welcome to flat Earth.
But, like who doesn't exist because it's zero flatness. It's zero.
That's exactly right. Zero. That's what we say. Flat equal to zero.
A thing whose doesn't exist cannot.
Am I still dreaming?
Yeah, cannot be Earth. The Earth exists. I can touch it.
Yeah, he says that. Hold on. He's saying that it cannot exist. He's not saying it does exist. He says that surface of the water is not flat, so it cannot exist. Not flat.
Yeah, surface. It's a concept. It's not a thing. Can be measured.
Okay, if it's a concept, why is it a axiom? Why do we know in physics that liquids take the shape of their container and have a flat level surface?
Yeah, he's talking about, okay, he's getting into semantics. He's talking about the word surface.
Yeah.
He's talking about the actual word surface. So he's saying that's not an actual thing. Dude, just relax. He's saying that's not an actual thing. He's saying it's a concept, like it's a convention that's used so that we can talk about what
to
we're
define
meaning
a
to say,
border
right?
between two
Lawrence, just wait.
Yeah.
Lawrence, just wait. I'm not done yet. You can hear me clearly speaking. So he was just talking about that as a term. But then what we're trying to get to talk about is whether or not the surface that we're describing is what he thinks it is or not. So there's like two different, he's talking past us for sure, because we're not just talking about the word surface, which means something, right? What are we describing? So the description of the thing that we're talking about is what he's getting mixed up between what it is, what the surface is, what it is, and what it's described as. You get me? There's two conversations happening, and he's getting real convoluted in both of them.
So he's getting hung up on the actual word surface. Well, if he preferred to use another word, I've got no issue with that.
No. The word is surface. He's confused about surface actually being curved and flat. He can't. In his mind, he says there's no surface that's actually flat.
Exactly.
There's no surface that can be
there
flat.
is no surface at all. Yeah, there is no surface at all.
Because he's going back to the word surface, because the word surface, it doesn't exist. You get what I'm saying?
Okay. Yeah. Okay, Lawrence, do you know what a record is? An LP? You know what that is?
Yeah.
How would you describe the surface of an LP? Flat?
Jagged, because this is how you make the music. It's jagged. It has small mountains on it to make the sounds from vibration.
Okay, so what you're doing is looking at an exceptionally small scale, but I was just after an in general description.
Like I don't. So I need to imagine a disc who's perfectly flat, no jagged, no mountains.
No, stop. Yeah. I never said perfect. I never used the word perfect. I just want an in general description.
Like little mountains, little.
So you're looking at the microscopic scale. I never said to do that. I just said in general.
He's basically a Bevite.
In general, there is no perfect surface, man. Because
and he jumps back to the perfect again. I never said perfect. I just wanted an in general rough description. How would you describe an LP as a rough description? Very basic description.
A disc. Yeah, that's the name of it.
Flat.
It's a disc.
Flat disc.
No, no. When you say flat, I say, man. Flat.
You've got a problem with the word flat.
Okay. Perfection, yeah. Flat. For
he's like a Bevite.
Zero.
Okay. Let's change things. See how we're called flat earthers? How about we say planar earther with topography? Would that be better for you?
What? Man,
and then they just turn off completely.
Man, I didn't get to the word topography to what?
Yeah, planar with topography.
Planar? What's planar?
A plane, horizontal.
Plane. Oh, okay. Okay.
So planar with topography. Planar with hills and valleys and things all over it.
Yeah, with a jagged surface. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. The reason we say flat is a lot easier.
I like the word flat, and I want to lean into it. Because if he's averting flat, that means that there's a comprehension issue. The comprehension issue right now is
that's why.
Hold on a minute, Lawrence. I'm going to have to hold you down if you don't shut up. So the comprehension issue
how you can hold me down, man?
Don't test it.
How?
Somebody mute this clown.
That's okay.
Yeah, so just
right then.
Have a list.
So it's simple. It's simple. It's a comprehension issue. It's not the fact that he doesn't understand. The fact is he's saying nothing can be flat. So we don't have to change the lingo. We have to change his thinking. He's either going to be able to concede that there is such thing as the word flat and it applies to things on the physical world, or it doesn't. That's what he's got to do. We don't have to change anything. He has to do the changing himself. Okay, that's all I was gonna say.
Not flat for sure.
Yeah.
So
are things flat in this world? Are things flat in this world, Lawrence?
No.
Yeah. Then why do we have the word flat? Tell me that. Why was it even created?
It's a concept like how we have surface. It's just
I know that. So what is flat? So what? Yeah. So what is flat? What do you think in your world is flat?
Zero width. That's flat.
I'm asking you a question. Answer my question. What in your physical world is flat? Name one thing.
Zero width.
Name one thing.
I said there is no thing with zero width in the.
Name one thing If
there is no, I cannot prove.
Hold on a minute.
Hold
Name
on,
one thing
Avery,
in this
hold on a
world.
second.
Name one thing in this world that we use in this for the word flat. If you would say, hey, that thing is
flatworms, you know, flatworms. Yeah, they use flat.
No, not a worm. We're not talking about worms. I'm talking about the surface condition. What are we talking about in this world that is flat? Name one thing. Because if you say nothing, then the word flat, it shouldn't even be in the dictionary. We shouldn't even just take it out.
It's like, man, it's a concept.
He knows that, dude.
You know, like
So what
God.
is flat?
You know,
Listen,
there is
dude,
no God,
in the
so it's a
physical world,
concept. You know.
In the physical
Lawrence?
world, name one thing that's flat. One. Just
Is
one.
your kitchen table flat?
My table, of course, it looks flat, but if I go,
Thank you.
there's a jacket on it, you know.
You know, he's struggling not to say that it is, dude. It looks that way, but it's not really flat. Like,
it looks close to the concept, but it's not. If I go microscopical, they're jagged.
we're not talking
So
about.
there is no flat like Earth. You know,
Earth, your table. Listen,
mountains.
dude, your table. Yeah, he's spiraling. Your table is flat. The floor in a building is flat. The word flat is being utilized every day. Dude, the word flat is being utilized every day, and we can use that term easily. It describes the surface condition, yeah? When we say flat.
Yeah, like it's not the perfect flat, it's close to the flat.
Yeah,
flat.
you're the one adding perfect to it. We're not.
Because
Flat doesn't need to be perfect.
Yeah. Oh, no.
It means horizontal, it means planar. So you have a problem with the word flat. That's your issue, not ours.
Yeah. So the Earth, the most close to this is jagged, flat. I don't know.
No. You're making it bullshit.
Because they have mountains.
You're making this bullshit up because you don't like the fact that the Earth can be a horizontal plane and it can be flat. You don't like that. So you want to take flat out of the dictionary, take it out of everybody's lexicon, because we don't use the word flat anymore. And then you start making this addendum to it. Well, I didn't say flat. I meant perfectly flat. No, we're not talking about perfectly flat. No, we weren't saying that. You did.
Man, if you go small enough, things are not flat. In your mind, Earth is flat, but it's jagged.
What does
in
the
your
word
mind,
flat mean? What does it mean?
It
flat.
means.
What does it mean?
Go microscopical, and if it's still flat, then it's flat.
What does it mean? The word flat. The word
Lawrence,
flat. What does it mean?
If we look up the dictionary, what does the word flat mean?
Yeah, what?
If the word flat, F-L-A-T, what does that mean in the dictionary?
But man, check it. For me, this is what it means.
You don't have that. Listen, you need to go check it right now. Dude, you know what? We're going to stop this conversation until you go look up the word flat. Come back and tell us what it means.
I want to hear you. My job now, man. I cannot leave my job.
Bullshit. That's bullshit. No, if you have time to argue with us, you have time for like 2 minutes. Lawrence, you have time for 2 minutes to go look up the word flat and come back and tell us what it is. That's what you have time for. And if you don't, if you keep talking, I'm going to hold you on mute. You got a choice. Go look it up, come back and tell us what it means from the dictionary.
Okay.
Go look it up and then tell us what it is.
Yeah.
This is that global logic kicking in.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Read from the dictionary what the word flat is. Describe. Then we'll take your concession after you read.
Yeah, it just sounds like a Bevite. But he's got a way cooler accent. I'll give him that.
Kind of sounds like Sasha if you ask me.
Such a mindfuck. Nothing's flat, it just appears flat. Like, come on, dude. The whole world knows what flat means, except for a few of you guys.
Even the dictionary agree with me.
Read it.
Okay,
Read it.
Post it. Post it up in the side chat.
Man, now you need to. I need to stream, man. I don't have time. It's here,
Obviously.
level and smooth.
Lawrence,
Yeah, if you're going to continue to talk, Lawrence.
I know you've got plenty of time because you're in here conversing with us. So don't
Man,
say you
yeah,
don't
but
have
I
time.
cannot also do the posting, man. You can
Yes, you
search
can.
yourself now. I can return your
Okay.
favor.
Three,
You
two,
also can
one,
search
bang.
it. I search
Yeah.
it.
I have done.
You're either
Post it
going to
up in
say
the
the
side
definition
chat.
or you're going to go on mute. You got to
Yeah, with no curved, high, or hollow parts. It's exactly what I said.
So
It's not what you
when
said.
I ask you
It's
what
it's
an
on the
LP looks
definition,
like,
man. It's
when
there,
I
Cambridge.
asked you, Lawrence, when I asked you what an LP, a record, looks like, you instantly jumped to the microscopic scale. And I
Yes.
asked you for a why. Why did you have necessity to go microscopic?
Because it says here no curve, high, or hollow part.
No, before that. When we were talking about the record, you jumped straight to microscopic scale.
Yes.
Why you do that?
Because it's not flat. But
we were not talking about microscopic scale. We were talking about a record, an LP,
Yeah, who's
in general.
jagged? You can touch it, and it's if you feel with your fingers, man. It's jagged surface. It's not flat.
My God.
But
Yeah,
Bev,
what's wrong?
Yeah.
Maybe it's a language barrier.
Yeah, man.
Okay,
it's not
let's
a
try
language,
someone.
it's-
Let's try another one. Lawrence,
language.
would
it's,
you
talking
would you
It's on
describe
Cambridge.
a
You
CD?
send me to Cambridge.
Would you
I get
describe,
to Cambridge.
Lawrence?
Yeah.
Lawrence, would you describe a CD as flat?
A CD? Yeah, at touch, with my eyes, with my touch. Yeah, I can say, oh, it's flat, but I will be wrong if I go.
There you go. No, you're not wrong.
If I go microscopic enough, I'll see that's not a flat surface.
Why microscopic enough? Stop. Why go microscopic? No need to. You see
Man,
with your
a
eyes
thing-
flat. You touch with your
a
fingers
thing-
flat.
man,
It's flat.
A thing cannot
That's
be
it.